here for our retreat. So let's begin with just being able to adjust our agenda to reflect at this moment an opportunity for the community to comment on items that are not on the agenda. So Board representatives, by all means, you have the floor, and if you'd like the mic, we can give one to you as well.
The mic's working up there.
Oh, great, thank you. So please feel free to use the podium. So
Videoing it, yeah.
let's give you the mic over here, and then if someone can please help her fill out the slide that identifies who it is.
Oh, yeah, these are connected.
You have a chance to say. And anyone else who'd like to speak, by all means, feel free. No,
Yes,
like 10 minutes.
yes, multiple. Testing.
There you go.
Thank you, Trustee Coronado.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, for this moment to speak. My name is Rachel Beckert. I'm one of the Board of Directors for the German International School of Silicon Valley, also known as the German School. And we are here today, members of our community, our principal, members of our board, some of our children, many of our parents, our parent association representative. We wanted to just let you know what's going on our campus briefly with our idea for construction. I know there's been some questions. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Just quickly, our school has about 450 kids. We share the campus with the Chinese school, the YCIS Yucheng International School. They have about 110 kids, I think, right now. And we've been on this campus at the Wisman Elementary campus, leasing it from the school district since 2012. So we're now in our 15th year there. Sorry, 2002, excuse me. We're now in our fifth. Thanks for paying attention, Greg. We're now in our 15th year. And we've really grown in this space. The program has flourished. The school is an official German foreign school abroad, which means that we are partially funded by the German government, mostly in the form of teachers. We get a little bit of cash subsidy, but mostly in the form of teachers. And part of our mission is to promote German culture and language. And we try to do that successfully. We've developed a very detailed framework for German education. We follow the curriculum of one of the states in Germany. And it's a bilingual program. We don't feel we really compete with the school district for kids because you have to be either fluent in German or really join at preschool to join the program. But we think that we offer something nice for families who do want to join at that level. So the campus itself is great location. The facilities work. They're kind of old, and we've done our best to maintain it, but they really do need some improvements. And our program has, the quality has really grown, but the facilities have kind of not. And so at some point our parents are expecting a little bit more when they come to the school, and we would love to do that. And we have a very unique opportunity. The German government does help foreign schools abroad when they can, but they generally don't help if the school doesn't own the land. But they think that this is a rather important area for the presence of the German school. And with the new lease that we got 2 years ago that had a 30-year term, the government became more interested in actually providing some funds for these improvements. And so we've submitted an application, and working with architects, we've come up with sort of a master plan in phases. There's sort of a chicken and egg thing of not like publicly disclosing this too much even to our own community, in part because we know we won't get all of the funding from the German government. We'll have to do a capital campaign, and we've been working with capital campaign consultants, and one of their recommendations is when you go to your potential donors, you shouldn't come with a fully baked plan and say, hey, we have this great thing, give us money. You should come with something that's kind of a little more open-ended, and what would you like to see, and what would you incorporate? And so we've tried not to like say, we have this great plan, look at this, it's all done. because we know at some point we're going to have to go out to corporations and private individuals and ask for their input on this. And so I don't know if there's been a question about why don't they just, put up the slides and show it to us, and that's part of the reason is sort of being sensitive about how we go about the funding. In any case, what we have applied to the German government, we've shown them a master plan, but a more developed phase 1. And we feel optimistic that the government might in fact provide the funding for phase 1. If we have a chance for at least one more speaker, the General Consulate of San Francisco, the German General Consulate, is here to speak as well on behalf of the government. And he's not the person making this decision, but he can speak for the support of the school. And this is really an opportunity that we feel if we don't seize it now, it will pass. And one of the issues that the government has is that our lease has an early termination clause. So even though the term is 30 years, we may have to leave by 2015, it's 2025, 2030. Notice at 2025, and we would have to leave by 2030. And it's a lot of money for the government to invest on what might be actually a rather short-term occupancy. And so coupled with this, we know that the school district is in the process of building an elementary school at Slater, and that funds have been pledged that rely on the rental income, and that brings us into 2037, I think, for that pledge. And so we see sort of a win-win situation if our termination clause were moved forward, that we could go ahead and get this funding from Germany. We hope, I don't want to say we've got it, but and that the school district also could have confidence that our rental income will be there for when they need it all the way through that time, because this is really going to ensure that our program continues at the quality that we've been really working hard to develop. I think that there's been some concern maybe about how these phases work, and just very briefly, if everything went as we would hope, we would this summer put portable classrooms along the field right up against the school there. We've spoken to the city about this, and we want to make sure that there's enough room there for the soccer fields to continue and the softball fields to continue. We know these are really important to the city, and that there's a lot of construction going on fields right now, and that preserving that space matters. It matters to us as well. We use them. And this is, then if we were able to put the interim housing there, then our elementary school would move into that space. And next year, school year, we would begin the construction on the elementary building and ideally occupy that in the fall of 2018. And so then, concurrent with that, we would also begin our capital campaign for the other phases. We may be able to get more funding from Germany, but at this point we wouldn't be able to say. So that's sort of a big picture of it all. I would be happy to, I have some pictures here if anybody's interested in just seeing what this looks like. And I'd be happy to come speak more at a later meeting as well. I want to thank you very much for your time today. And if I may introduce the Consulate General from Germany, Patrick Heinz, for one moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, my name is... My name is Patrick Heinz. I'm consul at the German Consulate General in San Francisco. I have two boys who accompanied me. They also go to the German school here in Mountain View. So thank you for your time, and thank you for having us here to talk to you. We are looking at, well, you described already this big picture. Well, Germany would like to have a presence here with a German school in Silicon Valley, because we think this can be a contribution to what's happening here, and it can be an offer which goes far beyond just addressing German citizens, but it's, I think, something which enriches also the educational landscape here in your city. So we actually very much would be willing to make a major investment here. It's not only the first phase. We have spoken about the first phase in a little bit more detail, but well, we would not stop after phase 1, because if we make this commitment, we would make sure that this is something to rebuild a new school, a very modern school in Mountain View. But as everybody who invests money, we would like to have some kind of security that this investment is not just gone after, let's say, a short period of time. For us, it's important, and for my colleagues in Berlin to whom I spoke just yesterday, they said that, well, they asked me to make this clear. There is going to be this building, but it would be important to us to have this security. And I think everybody who's well thinking about this process understands that we have an agreement, but if it would be for you possible to see to add some more years to that, that would be essential to us actually. People in Berlin now are waiting for your decision how it's going on, and if there's anything we can do from the side of the Consulate General, be it in form of a letter confirming or whatever you need to be confirmed that there's going to be a building, that the Federal Foreign Office of Germany is going to back that, we gladly would do so. So I think that's all what I wanted to talk to you or to tell you. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I think this could be a great project, not only for the community of the German school, but also for everybody living here in this region. Thank you so much.
I don't know the process here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I don't know if you would be interested in hearing a couple more of our community speak, or I'll let you guide the process.
So our protocol for the most part is 10 minutes. Each speaker has 3-minute time allotment, and gone a little bit beyond that.
So I've just used up everybody's time.
But if anyone else would like to make a final comment, you're more than welcome to do that. And we can move on.
Yeah, we have a couple. We have a few.
Is this for an actual agenda item in a normal meeting?
I have to apologize actually. Well, what brought us here actually is mainly the time pressure, because we don't get an answer actually in the next 2 weeks. We won't be able to proceed with our plans. I mean, we would really have to stop the whole process. So, and there's an election going on in Germany. We have no idea what might be the end of that. So you never, well, as you know, it's politics, and sometimes they change their minds. So that's actually
Dr. Rudolph, it sounds like it's going more and more towards closed session, in my opinion, in terms of contract negotiations. But I know that there's an opinion update and also a response that needs to be addressed.
So it's on the next board agenda in closed session for further discussion. I think if there are questions that you have that I wouldn't be able to answer, I think this is a good time because they're right here to just get those questions asked. And then in the closed session on Thursday, you're able to deliberate and discuss anything. And then if there are other things that you want, that you would like me to reach out to either Rachel or Michael to get answers on, I'll be more than welcome to. I'm sure I know we exchanged phone numbers the last time, and so I can easily call and answer that. But I think what I would say is you're not talking about the actual contract or anything, so you're perfectly fine to engage the community in this case. Well, it's on the agenda for the next one in closed session for you to discuss the contract and all those types of terms.
So I would like to disagree with your legal analysis there, and not saying anything about what I'm saying in closed session about this, but anytime anybody makes a comment on non-agendized items, it is inappropriate from a Brown Act perspective for the board to engage. And the reason for this is the sunshine nature of the Brown Act, which is give people who are interested in, any item that's going to be discussed to have an opportunity to be there. So I believe it's inappropriate for us to engage at this point in public, but certainly look forward to the discussion in closed session about this,
Understood.
which is agendized.
Understood. If we could, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And if it needs to go on to an agenda item, we're happy to participate. And would you mind just a couple minutes of a student to speak? Is that okay? Oh, yes.
May I ask one question about in terms of the protocol and agendizing it? Would it be appropriate to add it to the agenda of next Thursday's meeting before and do the closed session after we've had the opportunity to hear from the public? Just swap the order.
So,
I
so
don't know what you're asking.
Like, put this on the agenda for next Thursday's meeting, and then have the closed session piece where we review the contract take place later in the meeting after we've had the agenda item where we've had the opportunity to listen to
That sounds reasonable.
unagendized items. I
You-
don't know if that's,
It's
You
possible-
could-
Possible and reasonable.
we could change it. We have to do it within 72 hours. So we could change the agenda Monday and add a discussion item. And then you can go into you can change the order of the meeting to go into closed session at some other point. You can go closed session at the end of the day. You can go to closed session during the day. I mean, it wouldn't be what we typically do, but we can start the meeting earlier to have that item for discussion, then go into closed session, then come back at 7 o'clock. I mean, there are ways. We would just, from our standpoint, we would need to know if you want this to be an open session item, because we need to change the agenda in order to meet the requirements of the Brown Act.
But that would be an option for us to explore. That we'll have more time. And a time and place where everyone is available to meet and discuss and figure this out, as opposed to right now.
I agree with Ellen's focus on the sunshine aspect of agenda publishing. You know, we've now spent 20 minutes on this topic, but nobody else in the community knew it was happening, right? Not on our agenda. So I think that Laura's suggestion is the best one.
So we already have a consensus on that, so I think Dr. Rudolph, we have our perspective on moving forward with that.
I'll send a message to Kathy right now.
And-
And just to be clear, you would like this, you would like it to be open, then go into close, and then come back into open.
Is there anything else in the closed session agenda besides?
Yes.
Yes.
Contract negotiations?
Yes,
We can do them all in that same one, right?
yes.
Yeah.
You're just changing it. So
We'll just change it.
what we would do is we'll bump the meeting forward. So I think we're like at 6:30 is our
No,
start.
6.
Is that 6?
Yeah. What?
No, 5:30.
5:30.
Oh, you mean that way.
Yeah. We gotta go. I will email. I'll send Kathy a message and I'll tell her we'd like to have a discussion point for the German school first, and then we can look at the time. from
So
there.
I'm still puzzled. When you say discussion for the German school first,
We'll
what,
have an open session item for discussion so that you can talk to them. And then what I understand, if I'm understanding this correctly, and then we will go into closed session so that you can deliberate and discuss it. But you would have had the opportunity to ask questions at that point. And then we'll come back into open session to do the rest of the items that we have.
so we would have an open session to ask questions, but not give our opinions about what's going
Yeah.
on?
It would be a discussion point. I mean, it's a,
So I don't understand how we can have, how it's appropriate for us to have a discussion about a contract item that we're going to be discussing in closed session.
the discussion point that you would have would allow you the opportunity to ask questions to the German school that you feel you need in order to have a
Yeah,
substantial
that's what I was saying.
conversation.
So it'd be questions, but not opinion.
Right, you wouldn't be able to share how you're going to vote or what your thoughts, but you would be able to get clarifying questions about, if you have questions about funding, or if you have questions about anything that,
Yeah.
because this isn't coming from the
Should
district,
be clarifying questions.
right?
Well,
So
not just that, I think the presentation that was given should be reiterated in an agendized
Mm.
meeting. I don't know if the video is even working.
it is.
I mean, yesterday we couldn't get the audio. So like,
That is-
I'm not 100% sure that like anybody watching could even see that. So the presentation that Ms. Becker gave, to me, seems appropriate for an agendized item. Thursday. So other people can come and hear it themselves as well.
So I would say if we're talking about half an hour and we want questions, be cognizant of how much time you think the board will want for questions. And, compare that to the amount of time that, you could make a concise presentation.
Understood on our side.
This seems like a pretty important decision, and I don't know, I can't remember what else is on the agenda for later that night, but maybe something you can bump, given the time critical, the time is of the essence nature of this thing, which is a big decision.
Or we get the urgency on that. It's just
Yeah.
a matter of trying to figure out the time.
Oh, yeah, but we can,
And we already moved we already made accommodations, one for comments right now, which is fine. And two, for revising the agenda coming up. So I think right now it's a matter of time, how much time do you want to invest? If we're going to start at 5:30, will that be enough for presentation and questions? Because at this point, frankly, I don't know what you all think in terms of questions. Do you have it? Do you have 5, do you have 10, do you have 6, do you have 0? I don't know. I can't read mine. But we have to figure that out as a team. But I'm on the same page as Greg on that one.
I
There's
would
a
vote-
major matter. No, go
I
ahead.
would vote to push it, like to still start at 6, because I think it's difficult for a lot of us to work to get here by 5.
I agree with that. So, but why were we already starting at 6? Because we have a packed agenda?
We have 1 hour in closed session before the
Not that much.
7
An
o'clock
hour,
meeting.
And then another couple hours.
But again, part of the closed session is actually this topic,
Yeah.
right? So, sorry, Jose, you need to put your mic closer, according to Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, so all we need to know is how much time you would like to allot to this particular topic. Because normally we would have discussed this in our weekly. And so to meet the Brown Act requirements, I know we have a phone call Monday afternoon. But if I can get a sense for how long you would like us to agendize this, Kathy can start working on it. And then what we'll do is we'll look at the schedule and we can determine if there's anything that we can pull off of the agenda to make sure that we meet the other time requirements. So I just need a sense of time, I guess is what I'm trying
So
to
we
say.
start at 6, that gives us half an hour to work with.
Would you like a half an hour for this topic in open session? And then we go into closed session?
And I think I'm moving towards that, or suggesting so at 6 half an hour till the issue, and then we can.
And then
move
what,
on to closed session.
I think half an hour might be tight because the 2 speakers that already spoke took something like 15 minutes. And that's, no
Okay.
board deliberation, no questions, no other community members that, have a different perspective or whatever. Half an hour, I think is tight.
all right, so we're pulling policies, which will save us 30 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so there's,
Let's add that on.
Wait, but the policy.
these are just regular updated policies.
just-
These
that-
guys,
Not
these things.
those things we're about.
Yes. So we're gonna pull those. That saves us 30 minutes on the agenda.
So now we're getting half an hour.
No, that's an hour.
Another half hour.
Right.
No, well, essentially, if you're saying you want to give them a half hour, you now have it. We pulled something to give you the half hour and we're still at the exact same time that we would have started and finished. The question I have is, what we're trying to figure out is how much time do you want for this item? And then we can adjust the schedule that way. I can shorten the strategic plan presentation and everything else.
So then it sounds like we've got the half hour, and Greg would like to have additional time. How much more time?
I don't know, 45 minutes. I mean, half hour just seems like
No, I get that, but I want an alternative. So if you're
45
saying
minutes or 1 hour.
Okay, so let's enjoy it on time. 45 minutes, why not? That's fine.
45 minutes.
45 minutes. I think now they have advanced notice, they can easily plan, like when I know how long the presentation is, and it's the same topic, I can do it 10, 20. I think.
5.
There you go.
All right, sounds good. So 45 minutes, Dr. Rudolph?
Yep. She's listening, so yeah.
Great,
I got it.
thank you. And then we'll have time for a student comment, and then we'll have to move on. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Procedural question, whether it would be in the interest of time on Thursday to just have some handouts rather than trying to do a
Yes.
slides and what have you. Okay, great.
All right, good morning. So we're both students at the German school. We are both in our junior year of high school.
Can you give us your names, please?
Oh, Melissa Harder and Elena Kultz. and we thought it would be interesting for you guys to also hear what we as students think. I've been at the school for 11 years now, and honestly, it's really helped me grow as a person. We have great opportunities at this school, very high academics that really help us thrive and then later on find a good college. We think that even though we have all of these great opportunities, it being science, different AP classes that we're able to take, that we could really thrive more if we would have this new campus and we have all these new opportunities that we could just explore. And that would really help us as students, we think. Yeah.
Yeah, especially with this community, it's always growing. And I mean, we're only 20 people in a grade right now, but then I think 10th grade, they're like, how many are they? Probably around 30 people. So like every class is bigger than the other one. And then we just believe that the school needs a bigger campus. And I don't know, it's just really important to us that the school community can grow on. And yeah.
And that kids, I don't know, in 10 years or so have the same opportunities and maybe even better ones than we had. Because when I started in first grade, we were only 10 people. And now I can see that there are 2 different first grades, both with 20 and more students. And yeah, it's just a really great opportunity. A lot of different cultures come together. And I think it's just something really inspiring. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Yeah.
You guys had a field trip this week, correct? Saw like 50 German school students at the bus stop.
Oh, that was 10th grade, I believe. They went to a startup for econ. Yeah, really cool. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Some of them did. Anyone who spoke.
Okay, moving on to our agenda.
Okay, thank you. You know, there's always an advantage in having someone who knows how to turn on a mic. There we go.
Yeah.
No, there's always an advantage to having a third set of eyes, and this is not from the point of view of criticism. But I whispered to Ellen, I said, does everybody know what the Brown Act is? When you have this large a crowd of people who've come out, I think they have to understand that you're not listening to them, not because you don't want to listen to them, but it's the law not to listen to them. And if they knew the Brown Act, they may know that, but my hunch is most of them don't know the Brown Act. And so my suggestion, I think, was a good idea bringing it up, but in the future, when you have, just from a PR point of view, saying, you know, the law, there's a law called the Brown Act that does not permit us to talk about this. It's just a little tip that an outsider notices.
Explain the technicalities like that.
But we
Yeah.
can listen, we just
You
can't
can listen.
Yeah, no,
respond.
that's right.
Okay.
But they, you know, a lot of these people walked out and probably said, well, why didn't they talk to us today? Well, what's this Brown Act? Something that they decided, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think sometimes we take for granted the things we live with every day. And this was an opportunity, a PR opportunity to say, we want to hear from you, but legally we can't. A lot of people could have walked out feeling that you didn't want to listen to them today. And that's the only thing. It's just a technicality and something to be aware of in the
That's good
future.
advice.
Yeah, right, right.
We'll learn from this.
The other thing is micromanaging. It took you about 30 minutes to decide you want to meet for half an hour. And you know, I'm being very honest because this goes
Yeah.
with whole micromanagement and efficiency.
Mhm.
I mean, you told them the what. You wanted to change the agenda to accommodate them. Then you went down to tell them how to do it. And I'm just saying that,
Did he ask?
pardon?
He asked.
What? He asked for one question, how much time do you want?
Uh-huh.
And then you tried to micromanage exactly when it was and all that. I mean, I'm just saying that you could have saved 20 minutes of your time simply by saying, Dr.
We're gonna-
Yende, just the schedule so that we could have half an hour, 45 minutes to speak with these people on Tuesday night, period. And again, I'm not being critical.
No, that's,
Um,
but that's the thing.
I'm going to bill you extra for this, but I'm not.
It was fixed rate. I want to see the contract. What's the contract?
Here's the thing, with all due respect, after last night's exchange between someone who's here, between Greg and myself, with all due respect, we agree to disagree. I remember what you said, build the team.
That's right.
So then that's the approach I did at that time. And I'm just trying to put to practice what I'm trying to learn.
Oh, no, that's right.
And that's why I started with the 30 minutes and then we went with, well, what would you suggest?
Sure.
But again, at least do it here now and learn from that so that next time around you do better.
Right. Right. And I'm just looking for efficiency of time.
Yes.
That's
which-
all.
Which is perfect.
And also to avoid micromanaging.
Mhm.
I mean, right now, if he screws it up, you all screwed it up. If you just said, do it, and it didn't go right, then it's his fault. It's a whole, no, I'm serious. It's
I
a
know.
whole bit of accountability. That's what accountability is all about, is delegating and saying it's your job. The more you micromanage, the less accountable he is.
I will also say that I'm just getting up to speed.
Your
and
mic's-
a lot to learn,
I
but
can't hear your mic.
it is,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
not like this one though.
from my perspective, to, if we're gonna have a meeting where we're getting input from the public, or the public has an opportunity to speak, that we don't do the closed session thing before that, because it's helpful for me to get that information
Oh, it's critical.
before we
Not have it be pro forma.
deliberate. Right, exactly. And so it's kind of, otherwise it's kind of after the fact. And anyway, that was where I was going.
No, and it's very appropriate. I mean, I think you did the right thing. I'm not saying you, where I'm critical of is what we were talking about yesterday. Governance is what you want done.
Right.
Management is getting the job done. And you went from what you wanted to try to get the job done. And that's all. I'm a little bit facetious, but it was just a thing I observed.
Thank you.
What we're going to do today is Allende is going to start with a brief summary of your strategic plan, primarily from the point of view of mission, vision, and the major goals. And I originally told him he could have half an hour. I'm going to cut it down to 5 minutes and see how good he is to change while he's on his feet. But let me just share with you what I'm planning to do so that from there, after he talks about it, I'm going to take a hypothetical instance and say, hypothetically now, you've got this strategic plan. Several of you, when I sent you the draft agenda, several of you said, you know, what's our role as a board with this strategic plan? Maybe 3 or 4 of you maybe even said that. And what I want to do is say, okay, you got the strategic plan. I want to take vision, taking it from your vision to the accomplishment of goals, but not anything specific. And then use the TTO as a case study as to where it went right, where it went wrong, not to lay blame on anyone, because I think it is a good learning tool. And I think it will help everybody develop a better understanding when you're using something concrete. And so it's not to lay blame or be critical or anything else, but to see how you go from a major goal to implementation and accountability. Okay? Rudy, I'm going to ask you just to quickly summarize the
5
strategic
minutes.
plan.
Oh,
I'll give you 5.5.
5.5.
I want you to take as much as possible. Let
I
them
have
know.
like a whole presentation
Well,
just on how we even got to it. Okay, so we go 5 minutes.
No,
You
no,
want-
no, seriously, take
Take the time you need.
I'm
Please.
just being good. Or facetious.
No spice tea this
Yes, it's his second cup of coffee.
first cup. I'm gonna
You're
get another
first.
one now.
All right.
Then we'll have to take a break.
Okay, so I guess from a mission standpoint, the mission is we inspire, we prepare, we empower every single student, right? Or every student. That's sort of where that is. And then the vision is every student, family, staff, and community member is engaged and committed to the learning of and collaborating diverse and innovative partnership. I actually had to look that one up. So from there, we have 5 different goals: student achievement, the achievement gap, human capital, inclusive and supportive environment, and then the last one is resource stewardship. And I'll talk about different ones within each one. For the achievement, student achievement and the achievement gap, actually all of them have SMART goals, but for those 2 specifically, the goal is every year we improve student achievement and we close the student achievement gap by 10% of whatever the delta is between this and 100. So for instance, 60% of our kids were proficient in overall in our district. So our goal this year is to move by 4% as a overall community over the course of this year. And our achievement gap, the delta between the 80% of the white and Asians and the 30% of Latinos, students, EL students with disabilities, actually small. So each one has its own particular one. Is to close that by 10%. So whatever that delta is between those 2 groups, our goal is to move up those groups by that amount. So if you think about Latino to whites and Asians, they're at 80, Latinos are at 30, you're talking about a 5% increase for the Latino student population over the course. And that's every single year is a different 10%, right? So this year, if we look at the student achievement, this year is 4%, then we'll be at 64. And then again, it will be rounded up again to another 4%. So over the course of 2 years, we would have made an 8% improvement to bring us to 68. And then at some point, it just keeps going. The average of that, and then I'll go into how we're going to accomplish that. The average of that over the course of 5 years will be about a 25% increase in student performance over the course of the strategic plan. So which would bring us from, which essentially would put us around 75%, which would be actually right on par with our competition that's right next door, right? Which I think was one of the big things that sort of came out, sort of one of the criticisms that we had when we were developing the strategic plan, which is why is it that Los Altos, Palo Alto, and the districts that are surrounding us are outperforming us in terms of the aggregate. So how do we do that? We do that through a lot of different ways. If we look at student achievement, so there were several big goals. Personalized learning in math was one this year. SIOP is in a planning stage this year. SEAL is in a planning stage, or actually it's the implementation of early learning literacy one. I actually think this is the achievement gap. And so each one has a set of specific goals within it that requires us to either we're assessing or we're planning to do an action. And so with that, the team has then been charged to accomplish several of those particular goals, right? And so we monitor those through implementation plans, through site plans taking place. So I'll use a good example. The one that I just sent an update on is the middle school schedule. So we noticed a couple of things about that. So if we go back, our school quality review, district quality review stated that one of the bigger concerns, or 2 big concerns came out of the middle school. First one was the electives for students with disabilities and EL students. And the second one was counseling services for kids, right? With that, we started working, we pulled a group of teachers together and we started working on a middle school calendar or middle school planning committee. to see how we could adjust or fix the schedule. And in the course of that, of doing that work, we had some base assumptions on it. But not next year, but the year after, our strategic plan calls for us to have inclusive practices, which would change the way that we would do our middle school schedule again. And so in looking at that and talking with the team, we said, well, if we're going to change the middle school schedule, let's do it once and not twice. And that comes at a consequence, right? So we want to engage, we want to ask parents what type of electives they have. And we also want to ask students what type of electives they're interested in, because we need to figure out in terms of staffing and some other things that take place. If we need to do a reduction in force or anything else, we've talked about staffing timelines. So there's all these other little pieces that go. And then plus, how do we do an inclusive environment? What's the training that needs to take place? How quickly can that be rolled out? So that's within the student achievement goal, right? Of how we sort of focus on that. And so we said we need a little bit more time. So that's an example of how each one of these departments or every department is sort of involved in it, right? And so if you just look at that, Kathy and Karen are leading the discussion for the middle school schedule, but you also see Robert has a standpoint of what is the budget impact of this. You have the inclusive practices, so Heidi as well as Carmen are impacted because they have to determine, how do I staff it from an EL standpoint? How do I staff it from a special ed standpoint? Shelley and I talk about how do we work with the community and how do we communicate this out to make sure that everybody understands. So each one of them has a piece of this, even though it's really, I mean, at the face of it, it's just a schedule change, right? It's just moving from 6 periods to 7 periods or 8 periods or 5 periods, depending on the particular week. So student achievement and achievement gaps sort of blend together a lot in terms of the actions and items. And then for inclusive, I'll fly through these other ones real quick. Inclusive and supportive environments is part of it's about how do we engage with the community. It's branding, it's communication standards, which came up yesterday. It's the use, as I mentioned, we sent 38,000 school messengers from the start of this year to now, and each one of them was sent for different reasons, and which we're starting to see that we've hit saturation point, and parents are now starting to hang up. So how do we utilize School Messenger a little bit more effectively? Our website, which we talked about also yesterday, how do we make that a little bit more user-friendly? What does that need to look like? Logo development, which we've talked about, is an important part. So inclusive and supportive and culture. There's also the need of how do we get more. We have satisfaction surveys that are coming out as a result of this. So we want to make sure that everybody's sort of involved. When it comes to human capital, it's evaluation systems. So as we talked about yesterday, Karen is working on the evaluation systems. We have one that is settled. We are working on the other two. How do we roll those out? How do we just set work standards for what we expect out of staff? One of the things in the strategic plan was we said that we were calling for feedback, right? So we discussed feedback for me, but we just did an organizational survey about feedback. And what we found is across the whole district, across the whole management team, feedback is something that is missing, right? And I'm sure kids would say the exact same thing, right? If we ask them, do they get feedback on their assignments and their performance, they probably would say, well, I get feedback only when I get grades, right? And so how do we create a culture of constant and ongoing feedback so that people are aware of their performance and sort of know how to make adjustments? We also look at career ladders. How do we create those? Not every teacher wants to go into administration, but how do we create pathways for individuals to become, if they want to become a master teacher, if they want to do something else, right? How do we encourage that? And then the last one is resource stewardship, which really, that falls pretty much in Robert's Real House, right? So it's our table to form, or not table, farm to table.
That's
Pro-
the way.
not-
That's the direction.
I know, that's what.
Well, we could do table to form as compost.
Also.
But, so how do we measure G, right? And again, we talk about this, and yes, it's Robert and I, we have these discussions, but we spent 3 days over the last few weeks walking every single site talking about it. Well, Shelley was there, each principal was there. We talk about it when we go into executive team, or when we go into senior leadership team meetings, or if we go into cabinet, we talk about what is the instructional use, how many rooms do people need, where do those go? So Robert isn't working in isolation in terms of he'll look at the numbers and he'll say, these are the maximum number of buildings, but then we have to have a larger discussion about, so what programs go in there? Where do we put special ed? Where do we have our storage of curriculum materials, which are based out at Graham? Where does MOT sort of go? Purchasing, which impacts every single department. How do we purchase things a little bit more effectively? So resource stewardship is that, plus managing the budget. Our strategic plan calls for us, and I think it's 5 years to be a balanced budget. Right now we are deficit spending. So we have to continue to adjust the budget to fix that, so that we are,
I thought that we were deficit spending to fix something else. Reserves that were too high. Consciously are deficit spending to.
right. Schools,
down the reserve.
school services says that you need to be around 18% as a basic aid district. I think and I can only speak to what Robert and I know. I think the intent was to get us closer to 6%, which would put us pretty at a dangerous level, because as a basic aid district, we wouldn't be able to cover our bills.
When you say intent, what do you mean?
So most LCFF districts want to function around, or were told to be around let me go back. The law, the 4 tests require us to be around 6%.
Minimum.
Right? Yeah. Yes.
You mean the test for,
So yeah, for the reserves, there's 4 particular tests that you have to meet.
Or 3. Yeah. Test 1, test 2. Okay.
Yeah. But go ahead, chime in.
So you're talking about the
The reserve, the reserve cap, yeah.
6%. So there are 4 conditions that have to be met for that to be enacted at the state level.
Right.
But that's not happening. But there was a conscious intent to spend down the reserves in preparation of the 6% cap coming in. That's when we came to the district. That's what we were told. That was the intent. But our reserves of that first couple of years were 30%, 32, 33. So there has been an intent over recent years, last week, to spend down, get down around that 18, 20% level. So we're deficit spending, but
On purpose.
purposeful.
Yes.
Right.
But at some point, we want that to level off, right? So our goal is within 5 years, if school services recommends that we're around 18%, then we need to be around 18% 5 years from now, and not going lower than that, because the 18% is what is needed in order to cover the books. In the event of a catastrophic emergency, we need to be able to pay, I think it's 3 months worth of bills, right? And so that's where that 18% comes. But we have to be conscious of it. So, but we don't want to continue to spend to the point that there are some districts, and this was in the presentation, where they're starting to get qualified, or we don't want to be in that position. So those are how the 5 particular goals sort of play a role. And then with that, it's adjusted to site plans that each school has. The LCAP and the strategic plan run parallel with each other. The same goals, I mean, you're going to hear this when I talk about it next week, but the same goals that are in the LCAP, which is the state plan, are actually the same goals that are in the strategic plan, and the same action steps, and the same metrics that are required for there are the same ones that we use for the strategic plan. So the 2 of those have been aligned, and then every year we have to adjust those plans to move forward. Was that good enough, or you want more?
No, I think it's very good. I think the critical thing, picking up on where we talked yesterday, is to know what the strategic plan is. You really have a very good strategic plan. If I would lay a criticism, and I shared it yesterday, I wish more of the board members were engaged in it and had ownership of it. And the board has to own this plan. It's not, I'm sorry. It's not a plan that is done, the board adopted it, and then you forget about it. In fact, this is a much more detailed strategic plan than most. And really, this plan does some of the things that yesterday when we talked about the role of the board in implementing a strategic plan, it does some of that already. It lays out, at least in pretty broad and pretty specific, what you're going to do every year. And if you look at the strategic plan, yesterday I said you've got to have to establish a goal, planning period, testing period, implementation, and all along a product assessment for every major goal you adopt. The people who had developed this strategic plan have that in green, red, blue. Excuse me, red, or is that orange?
Yeah.
Orange, green, and blue. Orange is the planning, greening is the implementation, blue is the assessment. So that was done. Now, the important thing is for this entire group around the table to buy in and understand collectively what this means and to share the ownership. And that's where I think there may have been a falling apart, in that I sensed the board did not feel that you were entirely knowledgeable about how this was being implemented. And so what I thought we'd do at this point is hypothetically say, typically what happens from the governance point of view, where the board establishes a vision and develops that strategic plan, and how that strategic plan goes from concept to implementation. And then what we'd like to do is use the TTO as an example of, okay, where was the board not as heavily involved? Where was the staff not as heavily involved? Where were parents not as heavily involved? Learn from that as an example, how in future layouts of this strategic plan, because the goals here are noteworthy. And really, whoever developed it have to be complimented about being as detailed as it is. A caution I'm going to give you is that in a desire to reach goals, you may be too aggressive in expectations here. And I'm going to share with you that once you get more than 2 or 3 major goals on the table, especially if one department is responsible for more than 1 or 2 of them, you're going to implode and nothing is going to be done well. And so I think it's very critical that the board and the staff be engaged in a discussion as to what's going to be accomplished. Dr. Ayunde would like all of this accomplished by the end of this year, even though it's a 5-year plan. I'm sure some of the board members and parents would like it all accomplished in 5 years. The district would just implode and nothing will be accomplished. I mentioned this to the board yesterday, I'm going to mention it here. I've worked with a lot of districts that have lofty goals and they try to do everything at one time or to condense it. And you can come back 10 years later and very little is accomplished. You can go into a district who identifies 2 or 3 significant changes every year. And at the end of 10 years, there's 20 to 30 significant improvements that build on each other. So what I'm looking at is the long run and how you use a strategic plan. So are there any questions of Ayunde and this plan or what I just said before I go on? Yes, Greg.
Page 17. So when I first read this strategic plan, when it came to the board, I think this is one of the first ones where, student achievement. I turned right to that chapter, SMART goal on the bottom right of 17. I read it and okay, so here's what it says. By 2021, the district will increase the percentage of students by 10%. And I read that as increase over the next 5 years by 10%, because that's what it says. But the way Dr. Rudolph just went through it, it actually means 10% of the difference every year. That's not what it says. And so when I first read this, I thought, that's it, 5 years, we're going to close 10% of the gap? And it felt too slow to me. But what was I going to do about it? You know, it's like, it's already printed. The thing was printed already and delivered. And so I didn't say anything about it, but I'm pleased to hear that what it really means is every year, you know, if we're, you know, so it says 70%, it says, for example, 70%, the goal is to increase by 3%. So I thought that meant in 2016, if it's 70%, by 2021, we'll be at 73. And that felt like maybe by the time I die, we'll be, you know, at 80 or 90, which felt way too slow to me. But I'm glad, and now looking at some of the other ones, it's like they say something like annually, you know, page 20, it says achievement gaps reduced by 10% annually. Okay, in some human scale number of years, we will get to like, you know, mostly closed, as opposed to it taking, you know, taking a century or something like that.
And you're pointing out a point, Greg, which is very important. Everybody has to understand what a strategic plan is saying. And so whenever there's and this should have happened before it got in print, you know, but, and again, we're not, I mean, the product is basically a good product, but you should have probably seen it before it went to print, and the board should have put its final imprimatur on it before it was printed. Because a strategic plan to really be universally embraced by a community has got to be owned by the community. This is not a staff plan. It's not, there's not saying that a staff can't develop a strategic plan and all that, but I'm talking about to get broad support for it, get the community imprimatur, and you are the community as far as the board is concerned. So, and that's why I think it's very important that even maybe before this retreat is done, if there is any tweaking that you think needs to be done to this strategic plan, to have the board feel comfortable in embracing it as the community's plan, I think that should be put on the table. Maybe it's too short a period to do it, but in the near future, the board should reinforce its support. I understand the board has adopted it, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So it is the board's plan. But if the board, as a board, and I'm not just saying, if Greg's not pleased with something, you shouldn't change it if he's the only one. But if the majority of the board feels that there's something that needs to be tweaked here, then it should be changed. And that's all I'm saying. It should be something that you all feel comfortable with.
I would also just caution that we not get into the micromanagement level of having every single person proofread and provide, you know, grammar kind of comments. Because to me, that's a typo that was missing the word annually. And I agree with you, it should have been in there. But I'm not going to fall on my sword.
No, no, I agree. But see, what I find is that if it was in draft form, these things would have been picked up and sent back to the administration. And so it's really for clarity.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think that we were operating under the idea that we set the vision and then staff did the doing, and which is your general advice, correct? But you're saying that this is kind of an exception to the
vision and long-term goals should be endorsed by the board and by the staff and by the community. That is where we're headed. It's your roadmap for the school district.
And so like, this is maybe a special case of he's advising that we get our hands deeper into this.
Well, no, on the annual goals, I think that you should endorse the annual goals.
And I think that bill also explains why the questions came up in terms of management of the strategic plan. It's not that we're not familiar with it. It's not that we don't own it. It's not that we don't comprehend it. It's not that we don't look at it as a living document or community-based. We had corrective feedback as well. One way or another, we had all these sessions to get to this point through your advice and leadership, as well as Dr. Hernandez and the board collectively.
Right.
The question then comes to, how do we and when can we look at the particulars of the plan during the course of the academic year in its first full year of implementation, going forward, knowing that there's a timeline to be able to ask questions, get the accountability, find out from the executive team, where do we stand on these issues, but at the same time, not micromanage.
That's right. So again, it's clarifying the what's. Right. I think it's important for the board to clarify the what's, so that there's a full understanding on the part of the board and the staff what needs to be accomplished. This gives you a head start on it, really. This does give you a head start. If you read this carefully, it does give you a head start. So what I'm going to put on is typically, then I'm going to go to this and compare it to this, and then we'll go to the TTO.
Excellent.
But what I want to know is, does anybody need a 5 or 10 minute break before we get into it?
I do.
Okay,
5 minutes.
let's start it when the big hand hits the 8.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sir, T?
Some coffee?
Hey, Dr. Rudolph, I think that not everybody knows what MOT stands for. Do you know now?
I don't. Memorandum of Trust?
Maintenance, operations, and transportation.
Okay, now I do.
Jargon.
Sorry. Yeah.
I have a lot of jargon to learn.
Yeah, what?
I have a lot of jargon to
Oh,
learn.
I'm sure you do. As
And that's a little on me because I need to schedule appointments with Kathy and Robert.
So you need a board action? There's been a request to put the camera facing the board, so it faces the board.
Oh, that's the only camera, huh?
Yes, that is the only.
the cord is here though. So.
But we could just run it to here.
So it's taped. It's taped.
I don't know.
I like your. I'm the same way. Okay, well, you can have whatever reason you, private reason.
If you make the reason.
I saw you had pineapple on the top of yours.
I
thought,
picked the
I
one
don't
that
have
had the
any.
most pineapple on the
know.
top. I looked and like, oh, I'm gonna take
Yeah,
that
so I
one.
went back and got one
Sorry.
with pineapple. And I think the green ones are worthless, so, no. And the watermelon, so.
It's fiber, but I have never liked honeydew. I
I like it fine.
It is
It
pretty good.
has like 0 nutritional.
Really?
content. Yeah.
I just don't like it.
White's actually better.
Oh, good. He's moving the camera over there.
Yes, yeah. Karen said that it was Karen's suggestion.
Just for that, you have.
This is the purpose of it, to make it so that I can save money on lots.
Well, most people have like one machine in your pocket that has that.
Well, I think your hope is misplaced, Laura.
Well, I mean, hope springs eternal, but yeah, it's not realistic.
Yeah.
I'm very curious.
Kind of like.
Oh, this is the one page. Oh, shoot, I thought it was opening. I'm just wondering if the Spanish we had on La Mente.
So are you a fluent Spanish reader still?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of this like technical language I'm not gonna know. I don't know, I was there in 1981, so
But
I don't
you've
know
retained
online
it.
and, yeah, we visit, but I don't know like computer speak because
Yeah, of
they
course.
didn't exist.
Yeah.
It's really funny, the family I lived with, the father was a doctor. He grew up in Tijuana, went to Stanford undergrad, medical school in Mexico City, did his residency at Penn, and his first 2 kids were born while they were in Pennsylvania, and then went back there. So he spoke wonderful English, but it was frozen in 1962.
Yeah.
And he was saying things like swell, which sounds so funny. It was like he walked out of a Father Knows Best TV episode.
Yeah.
And now,
Yeah.
30 years later, I'm sure I am the same way, I'm
What were you doing there?
and teaching English.
Oh,
Yeah, I did a semester abroad. But I was an American Spanish major undergrad. I was one lit class shy of double major in Spanish literature. And so I was really learning how to speak and I could read more fine before I learned how to talk.
and this is undergrad?
And I taught English on the side and stayed there. It was a wonderful experience. I'm still
I
in touch
don't
with that
remember,
family.
what year did you marry?
93.
93.
Yeah, we were old.
I know, I remember you telling me that.
We were old.
So that's what I've said to people too. So I had my first children when I was 27 and 29. at the time, I felt like I was so old. I had waited so long
Really?
to have children.
See,
And
I
now
wasn't
I
even
think,
like
I know.
the guys, dating a guy. He's like, we should be together, and and I'm like, why? I'm not ready.
But I mean, now you look at, how old you were when you got married, and it's, you're so young.
Yeah,
You know?
Well, and then there's I was so much older than I'm younger than that now. Okay, keeping an eye on the clock in the bathroom.
So Jose,
Yes, sir.
did you play baseball?
Yeah.
So what was your position?
Let's see. Any outfield position, first base, and backup catcher.
That's interesting, because I was, when I sent you that email about, I thought, catcher or third base, but no, you didn't play third base.
No, but when we did the complete softball, the Royal League, I got the hot spot. I got third base.
Mhm.
Which is very
How's
odd
your
because
arm?
I'm retired. I mean, I can still hit. I can still, despite, I can still run. But, it's a young man too, right? With softball, even what they do is they bring up the associates to play, right? So that they can bond with the attorneys. Have speed. So you've got to play, and you got to get that. You just have to fight it, right? And I held my own, but then after last year, I was like, okay, I'm done. We've been to the playoffs. We did well. We knocked out the number 1 seed before that. I thought this was like the last one. I'll just let others enjoy softball. But yeah.
So when I was a parent at Graham, we used to have a staff parent softball game before like open house or something like that. And if they still have that, that's something you can do.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Yeah.
And they appreciate it.
No, that'd be a lot of fun.
But I remember doing that.
Thanks.
I do that.
Thank God for Costco.
Yeah, well, that's what,
Like,
after I
having a
sent that email, I'm going,
I haven't been to Sprouts in
I
years.
know that they talk about sports with a capital S all the time, and I had never heard you reference baseball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? So,
I
I
actually
figured
made
out
a granola
everything,
bar.
all these.
I made a no bake granola bar with 5 ingredients: oats,
Everyone has its.
honey,
Everyone has its advantages,
dates.
right? Pros and cons. But I remember most of it. Like the camaraderie.
Well, yes, there's two, so, I don't know if you've done, I don't know whether you talk about this.
One more thing in there.
There's, but I learned later.
And
sports
it's all
that
together
parents
and
go into and sports
like
that
press it in, like
interest.
compacted it,
So,
cut
like,
it.
the,
It's like, it's good, Dad.
classical
You know what? I know what
sport
things are in
is
there.
long distance.
Look at the 5 things.
And then you'll see what kind of majors people. Kind of, pretty excited about that.
Yeah. So then I'm building it. I think soccer's a passion. Baseball's fun. It's fun. But what I love is tennis.
Yeah, so you see,
Because I was
it's
on a tennis
Nadal
team.
and Federer and the
Oh my God,
Australian
it's a classic.
Open.
And I'm a huge Federer fan.
I am too.
I talk to Mason all the time. Right? You know, when it's like,
Shower,
he's
whatever.
just
It's like boom,
it's a
boom,
classic
boom.
style of game with a little bit of attitude.
Yeah, so I'm a huge Federer fan, and I love that rivalry because I really like Nadal's athleticism and spirit.
Yeah, well, he's feisty that way. Right? He brings it, especially on clay. He'll slide, he'll bring it back, incredible shots. Shot making is just
We're
awesome.
talking about the Australian.
We are 2 minutes late.
Whoa!
tennis.
Oh,
Let's get back on schedule.
there was Venus and
Venus and Serena both.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
who won?
Serena. What you think of?
What? They already did it?
Yeah, last night. So
Okay.
that's why I make it
Yeah.
make a good cheese
So she got it.
It's a unruly group to bring together.
Yeah,
Where's the gavel?
over there.
There, Allende and.
piece. They're huddling.
Do you follow tennis? Do you follow tennis? We're talking about
Listen,
tennis.
talking about the,
Here's everybody's goals for September 20th. Bill Lambert said this. I was able to hear it. I'm sending everybody's. I was writing stuff down.
I only have a handheld pen. So that's kind of the.
All right, team, let's get
I'm
back.
taking all these notes at meetings.
okay, what we're going to do right
End
now,
the session. Bill, go for it.
right. I got a red light. What does that mean?
Not on. Green
You're
light,
going to
go
be
on.
ejected.
Stop. Red means stop. Well, you can have this one, or you can change the batteries. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I
this
think it
one
was
didn't-
Coldwater
this one
Creek.
doesn't
It was
go to
probably.
the speakers. So I don't know if it
It's
works.
all
That-
unmuted.
that's
All
not
these are
working.
This
unmuted.
one went to the speakers. So let's just give you the batteries. Well, it does now. I mean, it still is.
That one's working. What?
Before we replace the speaker, I would get rid of the chair.
Welcome to public education.
I don't know what the,
There's all these things.
I don't know what the charge is. She normally rolls it
Here
in
is
with
a
her.
good chair.
Well, you can use it. You can use that chair. You can, change your chair. I like these chairs.
Well, yeah, because I like tennis. We have something similar at work.
Oh, no, no.
Okay, try this.
I want to replace.
Thank you.
But we'll leave one for Ellen.
Okay, what I'd like to do is go to these charts. And this is hypothetical at this point. And what I put up here, maybe you can't see it, but remember yesterday we talked about this is the board's responsibilities. And TB up here means textbook and actual means what you have. But I want to go through the textbook relating it to what we talked about last night, where the board should be on a strategic plan and where you are with your strategic plan. And then we're going to take another chart like this and use the case study. The staff's responsibility to the board's responsibilities in relation to the strategic plan. So real quickly, you've got your mission statement. And as we said last night, you can put every mission statement of a school district such as yours on the board. And basically they say the same thing, to provide a quality education for kids. You're going to word it differently and all that, but the mission is really given to you by the state constitution. You have a responsibility to provide quality education. What that quality education looks like is your vision. And your vision is every student, family, staff, and community member is engaged and committed to learning in a collaborative, diverse, and innovative partnership. And that's really a pretty powerful mission statement if you live it. Again, every student, family, parents' responsibility, staff, your responsibility, and community member, community that supports the schools, is engaged and committed to learning in a collaborative, diverse, and innovative partnership. So how do you get there? So the textbook says, you have a mission, you give it. You have a vision. How do you get there? The vision your vision is going to, according to the people who developed your strategic plan, provide you a quality education for students in Mountain View. So, how do you get to the vision? Long-range goals. If you look at your strategic plan, people who developed it, and I understand there was input from some of the board members, they attended some of the meetings, but there's 5 long-range goals in there. Sometimes people call them goals, some people call them strands, some people call them pillars, whatever you want to call them. But as Allende mentioned, you have student achievement, you have closing the achievement gap.
It's up there.
Page 9.
Inclusive and supportive culture, human capital, and resources. So there's five strands there, long-term goals. Generally, these are developed in the strategic plan. And these are your guideposts for the life of the strategic plan. Your strategic plan is supposed to run until 21. So from 2016 to 2021, you've got the direction to move you toward your vision, which will help you fulfill your mission. Generally, in a textbook approach, annually, this group would get together and say, okay, what are we going to accomplish this year? Those who develop your strategic plans, well, let's talk about just textbook. Normally, each year you would develop short-term steps. Yesterday, you'll recall I said, there's no way to get here to here unless you can fly, unless you build steps. And these steps are your short-term goals. Okay, so that's one of the things. Generally speaking, the short-term goals must be fulfilled within parameters and policies established by the board. That's a board's responsibility to say, what are the parameters, board governance policies that we're going to put around ourselves as a board? What are the parameters that the staff has around them? What are the parameters that the entire district has in relation to staff, students, parents, community, et cetera? That's a board responsibility that the implementation of short-term goals have got to abide by. And then the board has to have a mechanism to provide oversight as to whether or not the short-term goals are being met within the parameters or policy that the board has established. And ultimately, they evaluate the success of the district and the superintendent on how successful the organization is in achieving its long-term goals through its short-term goals within the policies and within the information they have. So that's a textbook approach. And that's really what we talked about last night. When you were saying, what is our role as a board? Acknowledging and understanding what the mission is through the Constitution, approving a vision for the district, excuse me, approving a mission for a vision for the district, approving your long-term goals, and establishing annually what we called yesterday SMART goals, providing effective oversight and effectively evaluating the superintendent and the organization as to how well it's providing. Actual, you have a mission statement and mission. We inspire, prepare, and empower every student. That's saying you want quality education for every student. You have a vision statement that engages staff, parents, and so you have that. The long-range goals are in your strategic plan. Where your strategic plan goes one step further is it really has established annual expectations, but not with as much specificity. So actually what this board and staff have to do is take it down to specificity as to what they're going to be doing in achieving that goal. And when we get into the case study, I think that's where PTO positive. Parameters, we talked about that yesterday. And you know, one of the examples that we talked about was what is an appropriate range that can be automatically approved by the superintendent as far as expenditures? Where does it have to come to the board? That's a parameter. Another parameter might be how much you're going to spend, time, people. I mean, these are all policy issues that the board has to establish. And oversight, I don't believe, and I might be wrong, but I don't believe the board established expectations of what it expected from the staff and administration to determine whether or not these short-range goals are going to be achieved this year. Correct me if I'm wrong, or
I don't recall anything specific. I think that goes back to the questions we had.
That's right.
Bill,
That's
Bill,
right.
what's your question again? You don't know if we established what exactly?
Expectations, specific expectations from the staff to keep you abreast of success toward achieving your short-term goals.
Other
So-
than the two updates that we have, that was explained to us as to when we would receive information from superintendent
Yeah,
on progress.
I'm not
That's
talking about when.
different. Yeah.
I'm talking about what you expected to
Right.
receive.
And those are two different things. That's why I brought it
That's
up.
right.
So a different process that we haven't talked about much yet is every one of our principals puts together their site plan for their school, which is a bunch of numerical goals that are for that academic school year, which are there's strategic plan level short-term goals, but those are the implementation at each site. And we review them in the fall. And then in theory, we check to see if we met the goal, the next fall. So I think that serves the purpose of,
Are they tied into the year strategic plan?
well, to the extent that, yes, like the most recent round
Then,
of them was the first round done after the plan was approved. So those are.
okay, and that I'm not aware of. So that would be a plus, that is part of oversight. Is you're building a building, education plan, is that what it's called?
Site plans.
Or site plans, okay. So monitoring site plans is one oversight thing, okay?
Yes.
And of course, you're not at the point of evaluation, but you are, because tomorrow you are doing a mid-year assessment of the superintendent's performance, which is not a final evaluation, but it is providing input as to whether or not he's achieving your expectations and how well he's achieving. So that's where you are with this. The only thing that's a little different than what we talked about generally yesterday is that you do have one step up, and that the people who developed your strategic plan did develop a 5-year plan for the implementation, which is one step ahead. Okay, now administrative, again, there too, they have the mission, the vision was the long range goals. The short range goals are in there, but working with the board, these should have been given greater specificity. And we're going to do that later on today for the remainder of this year and for next year. I sense that there's a little bit of fuzziness as to what their parameters are. And maybe the parameters are there, maybe they aren't. I'm not going to say, but there appears to be some fuzziness as to how much latitude and how much breadth the administration and staff have in implementing the policies or into implementing the goals. And that's one thing that we will talk about. Oversight, now there is oversight responsibility on the administrative staff. That falls on the superintendent for implementing the goals. And he has to provide oversight over the people that are around this table. And the people around this table, I presume, and him, have to provide that oversight at the building level to make sure, because nothing is going to be achieved by putting it on paper and say it's going to be achieved. You know, you have the pyramid. Board, superintendent, assistants, principals, and I might be missing some intermediates there, teachers. Unless the teachers are on the same page, the student body is not going to have the benefit of your goals. And to go from here to here is not something that usually happens overnight or by osmosis. It happens through planning. It happens through piloting. It happens through assessment. And most importantly, it happens through professional development that'll provide buy-in. So those are all things that take time to implement in order to get something done. But the oversight falls on the superintendent and generally central office staff and principals, the management team, to make sure that what the board's short-term goals are with specificity get done. And just as you evaluate the superintendent, every member in the organization, again, textbook, every member in the organization has to be evaluated against your expectations. If people aren't evaluated against your expectations, you're not going to know whether or not your expectations are being addressed. So that's textbook. Actual, again, you have the mission, you have the vision, you have the long range. I sense there was lack of dialogue and specificity here. There was some question here. The question shouldn't be here. That should be definite. Oversight. I'm not evaluating oversight. I haven't looked into it, but I presume that at least these people are working together. I don't know where it goes to the principals and teachers. And ultimately, I know that one of your goals is evaluation of all staff. And hopefully it would encompass achieving long-term and short-term goals. So I'm going to just stop there and say, are there any questions about the schematic there as to the textbook approach and the actual? Am I on target for my observations? If I'm not, please correct me. And incidentally, staff members, you're part of this dialogue. jump in at any time with questions, comments. You're at the, we want you at the table because we want you to talk, not just to nod your heads. Any comments, or are we on target here? Rudy, are we on target, do you think?
Yeah, I'll just say each one of them have implementation plans that align to the strategic plan also, right? So those are pretty hefty documents that we review all the time.
What about the principal? Are they
Principals have their site plans.
that tie into your strategic
Mhm.
plan? And teachers, is there anything in the teachers evaluation that addresses it?
Teachers evaluation, we're working on, but it's filtered. I mean, I guess, and they can say also, I think from our standpoint, or at least from what I see, it's pretty much filtered. I think there's still some questions about the role that I play at all times. And I think that's just a part of any time you have a new strategic plan, how that goes. But I would say, like, staff understands. So, like, for instance, the 10% achievement gap. The staff understands at every single site what their target is in order to help the district achieve their target.
Are they being evaluated?
That, I don't think we have a system that allows us to do that, right? We don't have one that.
The current evaluation system for everyone is based on contracts that are
Right.
done.
Right.
So I will say that everyone on my classified certificated task force is very happy to approve and update and upgrade that's happening this year. That's part of my human capital to do.
But I will say management though is, right? So they all have metrics, just like I do, that say, so for instance, Kathy has 144 different action items. And when we talk about action items, we're saying there are 144 steps that her team has to do in order to accomplish their particular goals as defined by them. And so we track that progress, right? So Heidi may have 20, Tara may have 15, Kathy may have 10 on her own, but all that adds up to 144. Hers, by and large, is the biggest is the department where, because it's
144 what?
144 different actions. It's not even to-dos that lead into the actions that are identified in strategic plan that head to the goal.
And again, I'm not gonna, we don't have the time, but that sounds like it's a little bit too much. I mean, I don't mean, you know, what I talked.
I don't think any of us, I don't think any of us deny that, right? I think it's when the implementation plan came, like I know we had a discussion in executive team about that, right? Because I think the next closest one is somewhere in the 70s, right? And it's a.
How many major goals does Kathy have?
I have 27.
It's impossible for somebody to do all of that. I mean, I'm just, and that's where I think there needs to be an evaluation and a balance. One of the board, and we talked about this yesterday a lot for the benefit of the audience and the staff. We talked a lot yesterday about the term good to great. You're probably very good overall compared to school districts across the country. So, but going from very good, or let's just say good to great, requires a process. And you're not going to get there if you have too much on your plate. You get to great in small steps. You just don't fly there and jump there. And especially when you're talking about change. I want to talk a little bit about change because I think it's important. There's a whole science to change. And we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Everybody's for change unless it affects me. And so I think all your research on change says the first thing you have to do is understand that there's resistance to change. You also have to understand the process for implementing change effectively. And so I'm not going to put merits on change, But you have to understand that the resistance generally is changed by developing buy-in through understanding and training. You're not going to get buy-in just by telling people to do something. You have to get understanding and training. And this is on the part of everyone affected by the change. Effective process requires this, and then effective implementation. Now, you're never going to be able to predetermine everything that's going to come up when you're changing. And organizations that are on the cutting edge generally will have more problems encountered because generally cutting edge people don't have the experience of others. But I think there's some things that are very important. Buy-in. How do you get buy-in? Every organization, and if yours is different, please tell me, you have about 10% of your staff that are the go-getters. These are the people that really want to move a district and really want to change. They're up to date on all the changes. You've got about 20% that I'll be darned, nobody's gonna get me to change it. I don't want anybody to change the way I put the textbooks on the shelf. I want everything to be exactly like it is. And then you've got probably 70% in the middle that are waiting to see which way the wind blows, whether they're gonna support the change agents or the people that are digging their heels in. That is true in any organization. And what you have to do is when you want to implement effective change, build that 10% pool into at least 50% if you're going to want to get effective change. That 10% are your go-getters, and they're the ones that are going to get buy-in real quickly. This is the group that you generally work with in piloting and trying things out. Why is it that's a group? Because they have a desire to make it go. They want to make it go. They're willing to immediately recognize their problems and modify or change what they're doing or even scuttle a whole project. Trying something and failing, there's nothing wrong with it. Trying something and failing, yet pursuing the failure, that's where you really have the problem. So if you're going to have any change and improvement, you're always taking a risk. And the more risk you take, the more chance there is of failure or setbacks. And I always tell school districts that I work with, there's nothing wrong with finding that you're wrong. It's when you find you're wrong and persist with it, that's where your problem is. So if people don't try things, you're never going to get an improvement. And we know that in public education, we have to improve, at least for a good majority of our students. So anyways, so if you want to get that buy-in, you have to develop an understanding and training. The success of your 10% will develop an understanding among a broader base of your organization, whichever one it is, so that you build it up from 10% to maybe 20% to 30% who develop an interest in it. It is through training, when you find out through your assessment and everything else that something is working, and then you get a higher buy-in. You're never going to go into any project with 100% buy-in. If you're going to try to have 100% buy-in, don't try any change. You'll never get it. So what you want to do is find that core group, develop an understanding among a broader group, and train. Now, let me just talk about one other thing, and then we talked about this a little bit last night. I just want to put everybody on the same page, and that is what research says about change. Generally speaking, with change, you're here and you want to get here. Generally speaking, you want to get there and you're muddling along pretty much. You implement a change, and generally this is what happens. This is where you start. There's the Hawthorne effect from the Westinghouse study, that the minute, especially this 10%, that jumps in, they're gun ho, there's an enthusiasm, you see an improvement, as you increase it 10% to 20%, 50%, 100%, there's what is called the Fulham dip before you really achieve real success. And unfortunately, it's in the Fulham dip that most organizations abort a project because they don't understand the process of change. Why does this happen? Because you're going from 20% to 100%, including probably that still 20% that are resisting the change. And it is all part of professional development. The more professional development staff gets before you go to universal implementation, the smaller that dip will be. But there always will be that dip. A good example is in automobile production. Every time a new model comes out, what happens at the auto plants? There's a dip in production because they have to change and retool to build a new car. The same thing is true with people. They have to change mindsets, they have to change teaching techniques, they have to change teaching material, they have to change all those things. There's a normal dip there. And I think that's important for staff to understand, it's important for board to understand, it's important for community to understand that there is going to be that temporary dip. So that's a little bit about change. I'm going to stop here and say, are there any questions about anything else that's over? I told the board yesterday I'm not going to lecture, I'm going to just dialogue, but today I'm lecturing, and I apologize, but I got a lot to cover in a brief period of time. Okay, let's talk a little bit about TTO. And as I shared with the staff this morning, I know really nothing about TTO other than I read in the newspapers. So I'm not an expert on TTO, I'm not an advocate of it, I'm not an opponent of it, but it is an experience that this district experienced over the past, and when I was asked to come here, I didn't even know what TTO was. So I've learned something. But where did TTO go awry? And I should say, TTO didn't go right. I don't know if it did or didn't, but where did the problems come here? You have your mission, and I'm going to just put TTO here. And I probably should put it here. There's no question that what I read about TTO was to move, to implement your vision, to move towards your mission. That's why it was brought in, rightfully or wrongfully. Your long-term goal was to improve student performance and close the achievement gap. As I have picked up from talking to staff, board members, others, that was the goal. That would do it. So it was intended to be a short-term goal to achieve your long-term goal. One of the questions is, it appears to me that the board wasn't fully aboard and fully knowledgeable about what TTO was or how to implement. So there was a gap there on the part of staff and board communicating. And I should have told Kathy to give me 3 pads.
He needs another one.
The stakeholders. For change. In the short-range goals, to achieve short-range goals, generally speaking, stakeholders have got to be engaged and understand what's happening. As I said, I sensed there was some question mark here. I sensed there were question marks here, even though I understand there were parent meetings. at which was explained. I also understand that it was implemented more effectively in one school than another school. More successfully, I should say. I don't want to say effectively because I can't. But the results were varied between your two schools, etc. Students, I don't know how much preparation they were given to a change in process. And staff, again, I understand that there was some professional development. I don't know if there was any piloting. I don't sense there was any small scale piloting, but there was more, it was more overall pilot, which is fine if there's an understanding of what that is. But as I look at your TTO, this is where it fell, and this is another area that there appeared to be, after the fact, looking at it, policy implementation that may have been missing or misunderstood or not universally accepted, and that's a question mark. So now, oversight, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was assessment going on, so this was going on, the oversight, and ultimately evaluation, and it was aborted. There's some question as to whether or not the abortion was due to community pressure or results on their own. I'm not going to, pass a judgment on that. But what I'm getting at is the idea of using that as a case study was to recognize that in and of itself, it may have been good or bad. We're not passing that judgment. But in order to successfully implement change, when you look at what you have here and understanding this and understanding this, when you have change, it's important that all of these bodies be aboard to successfully implement change. And so when I was asked by several board members to use this as a case study, we aren't using it to put blame on anybody. We're using it as a case study to understand where it may have gone awry so that we learn from it for the future so that when we do things. Again, I don't have the slightest idea if the TTO is good or bad. I'm not passing judgment on TTO. I am passing judgment a little bit. I should say passing judgment. I am helping to develop an understanding where it may have gone wrong in this area. And to make sure that when you plan for the future, that does not happen. So with that, I'm just going to, any questions, comments, comfort level, discomfort level? Board members, let's start with board members. Any questions? Is this?
Yeah, I have a comment, which is I really appreciate the more expert parameters you put on this or input, because a lot of us had thoughts and feelings about it, but we didn't know, where those fit into, kind of continuous improvement model. So I appreciate this analysis.
Staff, any questions, comments? Comfort level, agreement, disagreement?
I have a quick question, just for information purposes. Were you also provided the timelines that were created for the community when we had the study session?
He wasn't, no.
Okay, because I think that would be helpful as well, so that.
I can pull him up if you.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay.
If you can have that up on the screen, that would be awesome. Because then we can look at how that also affects what Bill's trying to accomplish here with timeliness, responsiveness, diligence, community participation in the roles of board, parents, students, and staff.
Okay, give me a second.
Bill, while that's happening, the board, under board, there's a couple question marks. So one of the question marks I experienced was year and a half prior to this, there was an extensive process by which the district adopted a new math curriculum. I actually was, I think it was with the superintendent before Dr. Rudolph, brought to one of our middle schools and saw some meetings where a bunch of math teachers were, comparing different workbooks and stuff like that. And, I was able to see some of the process involved in this weighty decision. You know, we're going to maybe change curriculums. And so I thought that like a change of curriculum would always be accompanied by this sort of like long public, everybody knows what's happening, you know, multiple updates thing. And so when I heard about TTO, I thought, oh, great, that's going to be like Khan Academy, like my fourth grader, when he understands the lesson, they say, go get a Chromebook and do Khan Academy, like a supplementary thing. And so it didn't occur to me to ask or to question that, oh, this is a new curriculum. And without going through that year-long like evaluation, we're just going to try it. We're just going to use it right off the bat, you know? So like, it wasn't, to me, it wasn't like we weren't, or I wasn't paying close enough attention to like oversight, but I just, it never occurred to me that something that I experienced the first time a certain way could, you know, we just didn't do it this time, you know?
And that is something that I think is a board responsibility. I mean, and again, I'm a consultant. You know what a consultant does. He comes in, blows off and blows off. And so, you know, you know, I don't have to live with it. But my observations are that there's a desire on the board for change, that you want all the things happening in the strategic plan to happen yesterday. And you've got a superintendent that is very anxious to recognize that losing today is a loss for tomorrow for kids, and is encouraging the staff maybe to go at 80 miles an hour when they need to go at 50 miles an hour. And so I think it's important for the board to accept the fact that the changes you want aren't going to all happen tomorrow. And in order to get effective change, you're probably better off slowing down a little bit. When Kathy said she had 176 to-dos.
144.
And
27 major goals.
27 major, that's impossible to do. I mean, I'm just being very honest, and I'm not being critical of anything, but that is an attempt to please an aggressive community. And I know I was superintendent of this aggressive community for 24 years. And sometimes you just have to tell parents, no, we can't do everything at once. It's going to take time. And you've got to come up with the answer too. But if it takes time, what happens to my kids? They're not going to get it. And I think your responsibility is to the long-term success of the school district. And sometimes it's better off going a little more slowly and getting things accomplished well than trying to do a lot of things and having, this is one that imploded. I'm not being critical. I commend your staff for taking on the task and the challenge. On the other hand, several of you asked me to use this as a case study. As a case study, if you do too much consistently, you're going to have more cases like this, and you don't want them. So that's all I'm saying, is that sometimes slow is better. You know, a major thing like this, where it is a total different change in planning, generally is a 3-year process of implementation. Piloting a smaller group for the first year, evaluating and determining whether you want to enlarge the pilot, and then district-wide. I mean, and again, sometimes you don't have that luxury. The program may not provide you with that luxury or anything else. But and that's one of the reasons why I suggest that you become more engaged, all of you together, and develop an understanding of. Again, I want to talk about change. I'm not talking about, this is not just GTO. For all change, all major curriculum change. And that's probably what you observed, Greg. They were probably preparing to pilot, implemented it on a smaller basis, and then district-wide. If for no other reason, remember what I said earlier? Right away, you're going to have 10 to 20% of your staff jump aboard right away. They're the ones that you want to pilot to prove that it can work well. Then you're going to get another group that's saying, boy, I want to get a little bit of that credit too. And you get to 30, 50, then everybody has to do it. And here, you're never going to achieve the success that you achieve up here. You're never going to achieve it. Because here you're bringing the people that are digging their heels in and drag to make the change.
The way I'm looking at it, there were issues maybe in terms of the analysis done to adopt the pilot. And like you mentioned at the at the study session, everybody was really eager and it looked great. But in my experience, I think it's often helpful to have like a template or a guideline or a checklist that sort of neutral criteria that get evaluated before something gets adopted. Kind of like what you did with, was it the lease back? There was that was very detailed, but some kind of a structure that we go through. And maybe there was that, but that's just been my experience. And I don't think that's necessarily the board. That's more like, how do you implement?
But then see, that's what you use in presenting you a plan. It's those checklists lists that you use for oversight. We talked yesterday about a dashboard for your website, where, for instance, and this would be a good example, PTO, where each of the phases and expectations were laid out, and we're looking to the future. But we're using this as an example, so that parents and staff and everyone can see the progress. And it's also, I mean, if the staff really gets engaged, it's also an indication to the staff when they see the success of any pilot that, hey, if it's successful, I'm going to have to move and learn more about it to do it. I mean, so, it's not an option to opt out when a district makes a change. Everybody gets aboard if you're going to do it effectively. And so with the dashboard, letting parents and students know as you go along on the website, there's a real advantage to that. And really, I mean, all your initiatives I would put on the website, on the dashboard, that shows the successes and where you are in the implementation of all your initiatives, so that keeps you up to date. And you could use that for the oversight that we talked about yesterday, that you need to evaluate your superintendent and the success of the district. So you don't necessarily have to develop them, but I think it is a board's prerogative to identify things that are important to them as a representative of the community, that there be those checkpoints too that you evaluate. Rudy, why don't you talk a little bit about the
So we have 3 different timelines, and we talked about this at the study session. If you look at the 2 or the 3, you'll see the biggest amount of work was actually spent with staff, taking teachers to go visit, meeting with teachers to answer questions, principals to evaluate it. The board received minimal updates, and we've acknowledged we should have brought them in for a study session to discuss this, and then did a follow-up session. And it doesn't mean that would have changed the outcome in January, right? I mean, we could have did all those things and that would have occurred. But I think there's recognition on our part that it was there. It was an understanding that was happening, but it also was an understanding that not everyone was clear about what all was happening and what all this looked like. And so, and then the same thing goes with when we look at the parents. We made the presentations, we talked about it, we got some feedback, but then it became a sense of, it wasn't a two-way dialogue about, hey, what questions do I have, and making sure that the organization availed themselves to answer other questions. It was, here's what's going on, here are the weekly updates that we were sending to parents to sort of see with the process. So, one of the things we, just listening to this, we definitely experienced a full and dip, but we piloted with 6th grade with the understanding that we would make a decision as to whether or not it would go through all of the middle schools. And listening to you right now saying, hey, it's 10 to 20%. Obviously, the 2 sites, and which is kind of interesting because one site, the site where it struggled at, was actually the site that wanted it more than the other one, right? So there was a shift within the organization about which site sort of bought into the process and sort of allowed it to keep going. But again, I think more time was spent trying to get staff along, but it wasn't enough, right? I mean, I met with the tech department and we were talking about a one-to-one initiative, and we were talking about, there's clearly an issue where teachers aren't asking kids to use it, right? And so we need to do more professional development for that. So I think your comment about slowing down and eliminating items that we have on the strategic plan to get and spending more time building staff, bringing parents along, bringing students along, bringing the board along would serve us well, because it is it's a pretty aggressive thing. And you know, I don't think anybody argues with the idea of personalized learning, but it was personalized learning starting next year with the goal of eventually we would go. And I think that's definitely one of the things that tripped us up, was the speed of it.
And I'm gonna tell you what else tripped you up is that you were on cutting edge on it.
Right.
So, and whenever you're on cutting edge, you need all the more engagement of all the parties you're talking about.
Right.
You know, if Palo Alto and Sunnyside and Cupertino all were doing it, and you came on, you would learn from their mistakes.
Right, and it was interesting, the article you talked about with Wired, that's what they mentioned, right? So right next door to us, Sunnyvale is doing something similar. And they said right around the same time, I don't know if it's the same year, right? But right around October, November, they realized that their communication with parents was struggling. And so they adapted the way that they communicated, and they continued on. And eventually, I think they're like a year ahead of or something, but eventually they pushed through that sort of full and dip and started to see a change. But their adaptation isn't what we did, right? We didn't adapt to that particular need. We started making adjustments, and we talked about this also, our need to gather more data throughout the process. We waited until December to get the final pieces of data, and then they were contradictory. And we could have looked at other pieces of data beforehand. And we're trying to look at qualitative and quantitative, right? And so I think it's those types of things that we looked at that would have assisted a lot more, especially if we would have took our time. We could have built a better structure for that.
And I think one thing to learn, very honestly, is when you bring a new program in, I generally would recommend you not force every teacher at grade level into it. Go to that 10 or 20% that are more adaptable, that are going to be very astute, and come back to you and say, hey, Rudy, hey, Kathy, whoever it might be, this isn't working. You need to make adjustments.
Right.
All teachers aren't going to be that open to you. To more secure, better teachers that are willing, and generally the ones that are more observant. And so you use the teachers, again, I want to talk about that 10 to 20% group to try things out so that you get feedback, because you could be sure that the 20% on the bottom almost, I hate to say this, but almost will encourage the failure because they don't want to change. So, you've got you're working against yourself,
right,
and trying to improve opportunities for kids when you do it across the board. I'm talking about generally speaking for change. Well, I respect you. If you want to make your comment, I'd be happy to hear it. It's okay with me. Because you're going.
Member of the public.
Right.
Okay.
Is it okay? I mean, I don't know if there's a policy against this or for this.
Can I ask if people are going to make comment and use the microphone? And
We're not
introduce
just talking about
yourself?
TTO, we're talking about Jack.
Well, but it's in the context of this case study of TTO and how
And can
that
I ask
was.
that you provide your name for?
My name is Margaret Leclerc, and I have a kid in 6th grade and a kid in 8th grade. So you're discussing change in the case study of TTO, right?
Well, no, I'm talking about change generally.
But the example
How
was
related to TTO.
that the teachers, that there might have been teachers who were reluctant to change, and that might or might not be true. I mean, in general, we have not been really touching what else goes wrong when you try to do change. And one of the things that is really missing in your picture so far, and perhaps you get into it, is that the evaluation of the actual product. So far we always said, oh, we're gonna bring in a new product and then we're gonna pilot it for the 20%, and that's great. But which program and which product do we bring in, and how is that product initially evaluated? And I think that's a question for the administrator and for the executives. You guys are all educators. And I think that's where also a lot of things went wrong, that the evaluation of what to implement and then how to implement. So the what to implement has not been touched, and that's a really important thing.
And I did preface my comments by saying, I really don't know anything about TTO, and I'm not a passive judge.
That's where I was going with some kind of a template to evaluate, like when you do an RFP and you have sort of standard questions and areas that you look into. And that's a place where I think if we could develop some sort of standard evaluation metric up front, that would be helpful.
If I could make this,
And I'm just speaking globally on change. I'm not speaking to TTO because I acknowledge that right up front. I don't know anything about TTO, and I'm not judging TTO, but I am making recommendations for change in general.
yeah, if I could also make a very general comment, and this has, and my name, Alan Wessel, and again, I have 2 kids in middle school. But I think just in general, and not just with regard to Teach to One or any other specific program, what I really found lacking in this instance was the fact that in terms of stakeholder buy-in, which you had mentioned, this was presented to parents. If you go to the parent timeline, if we could look at that. Right, the first communication to parents was, this is what we're doing. And if you think about that, right, I mean, I would think that in an evaluation, and this is in all organizations, it would be standard procedure to bring in the stakeholders, right, as part of the evaluation process. And so who are the main stakeholders here? I think certainly, teachers should have been, what I haven't seen is a demonstration that teachers were intimately involved in the evaluation of this product or this program. And I don't see that parents were in any way involved in the evaluation of the program. And if you want a program to be successful, right, something that is, truly different, the first thing that you need to do, right, is to get the buy-in from the stakeholders. And that means not just saying, oh, by the way, we decided to do this, but hey, this is something we're considering, take a look at it. I'm not saying that parents should have the final say, but they should be sitting at the table, and also teachers in particular should be sitting at the table and saying, this is great, or, there are many, many educational products, or many, in all cases, right? I mean, it's rare that there's only one alternative. And so I'll end there.
And I don't disagree with you. That's really what I put up here.
Exactly, yeah.
Here. But, and that's the point well made. So both points I acknowledge, because I don't want to pass judgment on the program because I haven't studied. And I don't know what was done with parents, but I do think when you have major change, you have to engage the parents and develop a buy-in based on understanding of what's happening. I sense that may have happened.
So I have a couple questions. So again, with the timeline, with if we can look at the timeline for communication with staff. It looks like you've got TTO meeting with teachers at Graham and Crittenden back in March, which if you go back to the communication with parents, presentation, letter to the parents made.
Right.
So it looks like you were on track and trying to get buy-in from the teachers and what have you. Now, if you go back to before you sent out the letter to the board,
sorry.
The key here, I think, and this is what you're going to. February 5th, invitation to trustees to tour TTO. February, which is before March, which is right before May. My humble question to you: how many of us went? From the board.
None.
Thank you.
Where was it?
It was in Oakland. But I would say, I think this is where, and again, Kathy and I, we've debriefed this, and I know it's been the topic of the executive team. Shelley and I, we've talked about, we can go back in time to fix, right? Even though no one goes, we should have brought TTO in to do a presentation in front of the board and say, hey, this is what happens. We did take it to DAC and DLAC, which are representative groups of parents. And then, but we should have, through this process, if we brought them in to the board between February and May, we would have, we could have engaged a larger conversation about it. And a lot, again, and we acknowledge this, a lot of the work was spent, teachers, coaches, principals, back and forth, before we even got to, yes, we were going to do it. That May 5th meeting, if my memory serves me right, was really the one where we were asking yes or no based off of everything that we've experienced over the course of 3 months. But again, that was an internal conversation. Right. It wasn't a larger one. And again, we were going after the requests of personalized learning for math as quickly as possible, get it done. And that was part of it. Yeah.
And I think that's the challenge, right? That's why I'm bringing those questions up in general, not to berate anyone, but and say, this is bad, this is awful. No. Because this is all like a stepping stone. It's a step-by-step process. It's a collaborative learning issue, not only for the district, but for the board and for the community. So, and we build off of that, right? So that the next time when we have this approach, one way or another, we're able to, if no member of the board is able to go to an actual on-site evaluation, I think it was last week or so where I forwarded an email to the team saying, hey, by the way, if you're interested in SEAL,
correct.
There's an invitation here for you all to attend at the certain school site. Please feel free to reach out to Ms. Heidi Smith for further information.
Correct.
But that's the thing where we work as a team to be able to have that information be distributed, if not that way, by bringing it home to the board, right? And then by extending that invitation also to the community, one way or another. So these are good options to be able to incorporate to improve the process.
Correct. So like, for instance, we use SIOP and SEAL, right? So so last year, I want to say it may have been like a little bit after we went. And so the old director of EL, myself and Jose went down to go visit a program for early learning literacy, SEAL. That's the program he keeps talking about, right? So if we wouldn't have learned from this, then we would have kept going with SEAL the whole way, right? And I think without ever talking about anything. And so now one of the first takeaways was, okay, so we have this coming down the pipeline. SIOP is really some overarching strategies. I know we talked about the day, right? So we put out a 10th day and we'll work on that one. But it's the idea now, like, wait a minute, before we go too much further, we need to have a study session on what SIOP is, what SEAL is, and get some direction about that. And then Heidi has been in the background talking to teachers about what SIOP means and providing professional development on it. We took coaches to their conference, which was in San Diego. We took principals. Principals have a professional development session coming up. The teachers are getting presentations.
Can I interrupt you right now? And in every industry, people within the industry use acronyms and they know what they mean, and other people do not. Will you articulate what those acronyms are?
Oh, sorry. So SEAL, I actually don't know what the full early academic. Okay. Early academic.
Language. So
Yeah.
Splatter, early academic language model.
Okay.
Oh, there's an N.
Yeah. So that's SEAL, and then SIOP is Sheltered Immersion Observation Protocol. So the difference between the two is SIOP are a list of strategies that teachers would use to complement the work that they're already doing. SEAL is a program that will require change. It's not a curriculum, but it uses the standards and it provides particular expectations in terms of what teachers would have to do essentially TK through second grade or third grade, right? And so it would be a change of practice for us. And in this case, and that, you know, just like Heidi sent out an email saying, hey, this is coming up. We've done additional visits. Jose responded back and said, this is a great opportunity for people to go. We turned around and said, we need to do a study session to see it, right? And so but we're still on Kathy, I would look at you, we're still on a pretty aggressive timeline about this, right? To some degree.
It's a 2-year.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It's a 2-year plan.
Yeah. And the different, and I would say for SIOP, at least the Sheltered Emergent Observation Protocol, we said it would take us 3 years to implement the full process, as opposed to what we used to do with ELD, which was, and we got this from feedback from teachers. We come in over the summer, we get a 24-hour, 8-hour, whatever, 6-hour session. It goes over all the particular things, and then we're expected to do it. And so we said no. In order to PSYOP in this 8 particular different strategies, it would take us 3 years to loop all of those in with essentially a 2-year lead up. But that wasn't the case with this, right? This was ramped up pretty quickly, just like we have next generation science standards coming, just like we have literacy frameworks coming. All of those were ramped up are on a more aggressive timeline than probably what they should be. And I think that's the question. Yeah.
I think the learning is checklist for change. What you need to do to implement change effectively. And make sure that all the steps are followed and the information steps. You know, you talked about bringing TTO to the board. I think that would have been a good, I mean, and again, we're using TTO as an example. I think the same thing is with SLAM and all the other things you're talking about. The study session. I think the board has to be knowledgeable of things that are happening in the schools, across the school and pilot, because they're going to be the first ones generally that hear about it from parents pro or con. And if they know nothing at all about it, then, you know, I always, and this relates, and, you know, I skipped 2 and jumped to 3, the case study. I want to come back to 2 on the agenda. Using this case study as communication. You can never have too much communication. And the 6 of you need to be on the same page with communication. So that even though Indy is not a member of the board, you need to know the critical things. And so it has to start here, and it has to have the blessing of the 5 of you if it's going to go out into the public. So that's critical. But the communication and the understanding 2 ways is, and you have to determine what you want to approve and what he has the right to approve on his own. That's policy, that's parameters. But beyond that, even though he doesn't have to get your approval, he needs to communicate with you, and you need to communicate anything you're hearing. I mentioned yesterday that I always said that with my board members, we had a 7-member board. I looked at the board as 14 eyes and 14 ears from me. But I didn't want 7 mouths. There's 1 mouth that speaks for the district. But obviously, the eyes and the ears of the board and the staff are critical to good decision making. But then I also think I would have brought TTO, and I go back to the parent. We had parents. Am I correct there that it was in a letter to parents, so there was not a general meeting for parents?
Not until August.
Oh, there was one in August. Oh, there was a meeting with parents. Okay, before it started, there was, right. But probably engaging parents earlier in a long-range plan like that, a major plan. Probably, you know, what was said earlier is, I think it's good to get input from parents, at least to get a feeling for how comfortable they are with it, the questions they have, because a lot of times questions unanswered are festering problems, and will fester until they're answered. So communication, you never can communicate too much internally, board and superintendent and staff, district and parents, and kids. You know, we can't forget about the kids. Yesterday we spent a lot of time, I just for the audience and the staff. We spent a lot of time yesterday that the board's responsibility is not to placate staff, not to placate parents. Their responsibility is to make decisions that are in the best interest of kids. That's the board's responsibility and the superintendents. So, your best school districts are that, adults are important. Not gonna do anything with kids without having parent support. You're not gonna get 2 kids without having staff support. But decisions need to be made primarily on what's best for kids. Go from there. So, we didn't talk at all about kids today. I wanted to make sure that we talked about it yesterday. But we can belabor this. I mean, we have a short amount of time. Case study, I just want to say that, we learn from past experiences. As adults, we learn. As kids, we learn. This is, I hope your teachers encourage your kids to make mistakes, because if you don't let kids make mistakes, they'll really never learn. So, it's okay to try something different and fail at it academically. I'm not talking about other ways, but that's part of education. That's how you stretch the minds of kids, is by finding out what their level of knowledge is and move them to the next level. Same thing as with staff and everyone else. That's the teaching process. Any last comments or questions anybody has?
Yeah, so I have a quick question, or comment too. So in this case, what we have here behind you would be like a checklist for change, right? So if you could please expand on what the XYZ would look like, or what does that mean? What's your model for something like this?
Well, checklist for change. First of all, what is the need for change? What do you want to accomplish? This is where I pressed you yesterday to be specific. When you establish goals, what you want to achieve, what is the product that you want? In this example, I'm going to use, I don't know if this was a math goal or a one-to-one goal. So I don't know what the goal was.
It could be both, because I mean.
What prompted
it was a combination of both, of getting, but a large part of it was the California A. I gotta say it like slowly in order for me to get it through, right? The California A through G requirements really mean that we need to make sure our kids are in algebra at a minimum when they hit 9th grade. And so with 2 of high performing districts, or 2 high performing high schools in our community, in the strategic planning process, a large conversation came out about math and math pathways, and my kid being bored through the traditional format, and the need for personalized learning, with Sal Khan right behind us, actually right down the street. And this notion of, if we don't prepare kids for math and they're not learning, if we don't fill gaps for the ones that are struggling, and we don't meet this need, then my kid is not going to be prepared. And that propelled this personalized learning format, as well as a need to continue to change math, right? And I think what was brought up and what Jose mentioned before, and I know several board members talked about, when we look at our scores, and even when we look at the data from TTO, the issue, there's definitely issues with what TTO is, but what also showed up was, we got a large number of kids that are still doing 3rd, 4th, 5th grade skills in 6th grade, including some of our highest performers who were doing, some 5th grade and 4th grade skills, and some were doing 9th grade skills, right? And so maybe the larger conversation is around math.
And I'm going to just truncate
Yeah,
it a little bit, just only because,
sorry.
To answer what Jose said, the first thing is identifying it. And you identify it. Even high performing kids performing at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade level, there's a need there, okay? The next thing maybe on the checklist is obviously sitting down with the curriculum department, talking about, here's the need. Now, how are we going to do it? They could decide that they're going to have a task force made up of staff members, task force made up of parents and staff members, task force just made up of central office people, a meeting with the board. So next step would be to engage somebody in looking at the alternatives. How do we address this? I think that one of the criticisms was that there was not a look at alternatives other than TTO. So look at the alternatives, and assessment of the alternatives by visiting different sites that are implementing the various programs and the responses you get. And so it goes on and on. And then an implementation over a realistic plan. And again, I'm going to commend your staff for being willing to take this risk. And because if they didn't take it, I wouldn't be here talking about it today. In fact, when you invited me to come in, this wasn't even an issue. This is a total add-on. I mean, we changed the whole agenda because of TTO, but it's a good learning experience to find out. So, and what it really is doing, the checklist, first that law has to start out with the need. And this is where eventually it's going to come to the board on the checklist to say, we observe this as a need. Board members, when you establish the expectations for next year, we hope you'll address the fact that kids in 7th and 8th grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade are behind in their skills, even some of our brightest kids. That's a need. And we looked at it, we looked at the alternatives, we engaged teachers, parents, whomever you may have engaged. Here's what we've done up until now. And we'd like that to be a goal for us to thoroughly study this year with possibly some pilots, assessment, and district-wide implementation if it's successful, helpful.
And so then that goes back to the strategic plan. I remember you said last year that you want this to be a living document.
Absolutely.
Because you have to go back the ups and downs of the programs.
Absolutely.
So that's what's critical to just, because we're a district at a crossroads with so many needs, for whatever reason, we don't have to go into those next. But we have to prioritize, like you said, the top 2 or 3, so that our team here, 1, isn't overwhelmed.
Well, you're absolutely right.
No, sure. 2, same thing for us, right? But then 3, with direction from the board at the division level, and then understanding to the superintendent of what's a reality. In that relationship, we can figure out the top 2 or 3 within this world to focus on, so that you all can do the best you can always, like you always do, no matter what. I hope you know that. I mean, that's what I think. That's what the board thinks. That's what the superintendent thinks. And we want you to perform even at a higher level, because we know you can. You don't always get the credit for it. You hardly ever do. But the reality is, if we can focus in on that, then we raise our standards even higher.
Right. And know that more in and of itself is not better.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah.
It's focused more.
So one of the things that's so fascinating and challenging about our district is, we're talking about the students that are below grade level. We also have students that are above grade level, and trying to help all of our students improve is challenging. So, and I don't have an answer, and I, look to, our experts on, is the same program or the same approach appropriate for everybody, or do you do different approaches? I don't know, but we can't just focus on one group, and that's what's challenging about our district.
That is true, but generally speaking, across our country, it's the slower group, that the lower groups that generally don't get the attention that is needed. And I hate to say it this way, most of your bright kids learn more outside of school than they learn in school. Now they need guidance and motivation, and that's what you're saying, programs that are going to motivate them to go to the next level. But the schools are failing, generally speaking, across the country. I'm not speaking about Mountain View. I don't know about Mountain View. But across the country, we are developing far too many kids that cannot function in a increasingly technological environment. And that needs to be addressed. So they both need to be addressed. Now, you are right. But it's easier to placate the bright kids than it is to placate the other
And I
kids.
actually disagree with you. And that's why I'm saying it needs to be both.
Oh, it
because,
does. It does. No, I agree.
I absolutely believe
Every
it's the, the mission that we all have to improve the test scores and personal lives of students that are behind. It's not either or. That's what I'm saying. It's both. And
I'm just saying what's
There-
more severe.
Yeah,
What's
but
more severe?
we do our district and our students a disservice if we say, we're only going to focus on this group of students,
Oh,
because
I agree
we
with
need to
100%.
focus on all of our students, and that's the challenge.
Right here.
Every
First word
student,
here.
every student, that's right.
And I thought I stressed that earlier, every student.
Mhm.
And very honestly, what makes it difficult is that every student learns different.
Mhm.
Every student learns different. And so you need different strokes for different folks. And to really build an organization that's going to equally challenge every student, you're not gonna be able to afford it. And no school district can. And so I'm gonna go back to what I said yesterday. You've got three resources: money, people, and time. And it's the board's responsibility how you use those three resources to the greatest extent and do as much as you can for every student. And that there are always going to be some students that are going to take a greater amount of the wealth, a greater amount of the people and time in order to get the job done. And that's what I was referring to earlier. And so, providing equal treatment to everybody doesn't provide for everybody.
That's right.
And so that's what I'm saying is that, that's a whole nother workshop, total workshop that I'm not ready to get to address
It's a
today.
summer school
because
course, yeah.
No, but there is a total,
Yeah.
I could talk about that for 5 hours,
Mhm.
because there's no question that is a reality. But the reality today is, how do we go from good to great? That was the theme yesterday, and it's the theme today. How do you go from good to great as a school district? You go from good to great by addressing as many needs as possible and using your resources in the most effective manner to address the greatest need. And that's why yesterday and again today, we're going to talk in the next session after I go back to 2. And Jose earlier talked about the great job that's being done. And, we asked the staff to be here, and we intentionally put them at the table because they have to be part of the discussion as to what are the most critical things. The board has the authority to decide them, but they need to be part of the discussion because they're closer to reality of what's happening in the schools. Along with parents, you represent the parents. And so that's why the discussion is going to take place too. But we can't do all things for all people at the same time, or you're going to implode.
Well, I agree with Ellen too. I mean, there may not be a one-size-fits-all approach, even though there's these personalized learning tools that are computer algorithm-based that supposedly can tackle that. But that might be something that could be illuminated in these moving forward in parent sessions and in the buy-in process for filling whatever the need is that we identify, and that we might, through that stakeholder input, identify more than one option that could sort of help serve that whole pool of students rather than just a portion. And what would be most effective? I think that
My hunch is with the limited information I have on TTO, is it was a hope that it would
Yeah.
Of course,
address both
yeah.
things.
Of course, yeah, that was the goal.
And so, and maybe it needed to be tweaked. I mean, I don't know, but so what I'm saying is, I really don't know that much about TTO. I just got things talking to people. But any other questions about, we weren't here today to evaluate TTO. That's not our process. Thing today is the role of the board, the role of the superintendent, the role of staff, the role of parents, the role of kids. That's what we want to talk about. And is there any questions about that as it goes to improvement in the school district? Yes, ma'am. Pardon? Yes, please. Identify yourself.
My name is Premanjik. We have terrific staff. And so the one aspect I would ask in this process of communications is when you implement and whether it's in a pilot or a larger implementation, feedback staff and not executive staff, but our teachers should feel comfortable and safe to provide feedback, because it's not that I don't think all staff is necessarily not on board, but they may have real feedback that points to negative aspects of a program. And I think those really need to be incorporated, because there are professionals in science or whatever the specific program changes around. And I think their feedback is infinitely valuable. And as parents, we value that as well. That's it.
In fact,
Thanks.
Parents, in fact, parents. To parents, the most believable person is the teacher. And then becomes the principal. And I'm going to say something, superintendents and boards are way down on the list when it comes to parents. And that's why it's very important to engage teachers in both the selection, implementation, and evaluation. Thank you. Okay, time to take about a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, 5-minute break. Big hand is on the 2. We will reassemble. Thank you for your input and your comments.
Yeah, put it in the mouth up until the little mark. There's a little mark on the inside of the spout. It says fill to here. Lift up the metal tab on the top. See, there's a little mark. See a little triangle inside the mouth? Yep. No problem. Yeah, it's easiest if you lift up the metal before you put the water in, and then plug it in and unplug it when it whistles. When it whistles. Are we gonna keep that same logo? Is that, are we cool with it, or are you? It's gone. It's there, it's there, it's there, it's there.
My bigger concern is those large concrete things. That's the hard
Gone. So we have a new logo.
It's coming, based on this feedback. It pays homage to this.
Okay, but
You will see the logo. We still have one other thing that the board needs to do, before then, but the next, not this meeting, but the one after.
so Education for the World has neither the mission or the vision.
And that's been,
Somebody noticed that.
Yeah, since we've been moving ahead, so we have a tagline that needs to.
Oh, we have a tagline.
You all have to weigh in on the tagline, and we've heard the concerns about the website. So we have a beta test of a website coming, soon. I think February. So.
You wanna give me the,
currently with
I think I had to pay for
the other one. Yeah, all of that. And this actually has to be changed.
Yeah, 2017 copy.
So are we gonna change?
So Greg, when I first got on the board, we used to all receive that in paper.
I think we still should, because the fact that it's on a website is not good enough.
And that's
Browse the
interesting.
website.
It's interesting to me to hear you.
Well, I mean, you can, actually, to the extent that you can like see what these things mean, you know, it's like, oh, this code has these 10 parts or whatever. Like,
Yes.
it's not easy to figure that out from the code website.
It's interesting to me to hear you say this.
You do one every year,
Younger, more.
or 2. Spread it out.
The website's not good enough for me either. Right. I mean, it's good for some things.
There's time and place for
We
actually
see,
having.
we see that in the board
Yeah,
package.
yeah,
Because like this is the meeting I won't be at.
in terms of websites.
Yeah, the 16th, I won't be there, so, okay, and I mean, they're Oklahoma.
Well, I mean, I had the high school parent ed meeting. We're going to the high school.
Are you okay
Oh,
with that?
I mean, yeah.
If you got to do it, go for it.
Yeah, and I was pretty impressed. Dave Torok, he shouldn't say words. They said, well,
No, I
important
agree.
meeting, you have the board president here.
And I'll tell you, so scary, Greg, so scary.
Yeah, my wife laid in bed last night. She's like, it's hit me ever since we went to the parent ed thing. Our son's gonna be in high school. And she's like, got, deer in the headlight feeling about it.
More than I know.
Yeah.
Like, we know that feeling too.
And I will push back on that. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, so
And I'm
we-
happy to miss this one. I mean, it's a good experience. I agree with Ellen.
Ready to be over. The next thing, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's nice. much more interesting.
I don't know.
Another thing.
It was like night and day, and I went to my school, so I didn't do the same. And it still is.
Yeah, I tried, I actually swapped out the words, but I'm like, that's
No
a
one
sneaky
moves.
trick. I didn't want them to put you on the spot, you had to stand it.
Oh, here it is, right here. This is it.
Yeah. I was afraid.
I had the Spanish one.
Had melted.
Oh, you have a Spanish?
It's okay, I was like, oh, and then I turned to the time and it was actually a Spanish on there. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh. Well, they turned it on. Okay.
Oh, you actually could have said it within.
So what? Oh, yeah. Even I wouldn't hear. I'm not a fan of Bill.
Yeah, like this.
Like,
Like I said, I'm happy to do the news, I'm even happy to do everything.
Sorry, my
But if I can't hear it, I don't want to do that one. Like, everyone. So earlier next Thursday, the first suggestion, I'm thinking, oh my God, right now I'm gonna text the neighbor and see if they can watch it. So I can get to the meeting, or I know we're here, that was, you know, it's not a black meeting, but it's kind of a similar, like, now you gotta do this, it's like Tetris, right? It might be a little too old. You gotta do it all.
Okay, team, let's get back at it.
So, yeah, whatever can work.
The big hands on a little two. Let's start our session, please. Everyone sit down.
Oh, yes.
Trustee Blakely, trustee Wheeler.
Yeah.
I found out when you stand up, you can't discuss. And so, you know, real quickly, I want to go back to item number 2 on the agenda that I sort of leapfrogged, but really it is pertinent to everything we discussed. And that is developing an effective two-way communication between the board and the superintendent. And when I speak about the superintendent, the key staff members who are here too. This is your governance management team, very honestly, maybe adding the principals to it. I don't know at which level they fit into your operation, but it's important that everyone around this table is on the same page and is informed about the issues and the matters. And so I feel it's very important. I'm very glad that the board and they invited the rest of the senior staff to be here, especially when we talk about goals, which we will in a little while. In fact, I bent over and said, Indy, I hope you're providing lunch for all the staff because I'm going to keep them here. And he assured me he is.
Yes, we are.
I think it's a Burger King or.
I was actually cheeseburgers from McDonald's with a little extra cheese for everybody.
Okay.
But I do want to highlight just one thing real quick. Last year, this time, we would have never invited members from district staff, right? I know at times we sometimes, like it's hard to remember or see the progress. But I think the fact that all of us can sit here in one spot and discuss goals and stuff like that is completely different than when I first arrived. And we would have never brought district level staff here. And it may have been what happened in the past. I can only speak about my 18 months. And I think that shows a lot of progress on all of our parts.
It's interesting. I was just talking with a member of the community just now and saying that 14 years ago, 15 years ago, the district created what was called the Communication Action Team. And I was a charter member of that committee as a parent. And at the very first meeting, we established a goal, a recommendation of two-way communication. And, that has stuck with me ever since. And this community member was saying, we'd like to have, more two-way communication by the staff members that are here, and you're listening, you're absorbing, that kind of thing. I've said to many members of the public that I 100% approve of the work that you're doing, Allende, but what you just said reminded me of something my husband used to say when he would talk to my son in the car or talk to my son in the house and then afterwards say, we had a terrific discussion. And what it was he was talking and everybody else was listening. The staff hasn't said a word, or they've hardly said a word. So this wasn't a discussion. So, it encouraged, just like Bill was saying, and I wrote it down, it encouraged, so yes, they're here, but encourage, people to speak up.
I mean, I'd second that. Like, I'd take it a step further and say, rather than close out the last item already and move on to the next thing, like, what if we gave staff a chance to share anything learned or observations, et cetera, from the last thing? Because we didn't really
It's okay with
ask
me.
each person to.
It's okay with me, but the board president told me to give me 5 minutes to cover number 2. So if the majority of the board wants, I think it's a good idea, Greg.
I do.
Well,
Stan.
the reality though, Bill, too, you suggested.
Offload it to
I did. I said, I said, Jose, give me 5 minutes to cover number 2. But I'll defer. I'll give my 5 minutes to the staff.
Just put a clarification in terms of that too, because a lot of the things that we're asking for, because I think I misunderstood that we're glad to have a team here present at the meeting for a discussion, right? Not that they have already discussed, because their role of what we want in terms of feedback goes into what we have upcoming.
Right. It's going to be best.
Communication, responsiveness, the pros and cons based on the case study of TTO and the general plan as a whole. So by all means, let's do that.
Right. Now, I had 5 minutes. There's 6 of you, so you got 40 seconds each. Go ahead.
48 technically, but.
No,
And I would say throughout, not just now.
no, but seriously, are there any comments you have or any questions or reflections?
I'll make a comment. One of the things that I think has changed is the decision to slow down on the task force collective and changing the schedule to accommodate that. And we appreciate the fact that even though it really was a goal to do this year, to do it well is more important than to do it quickly. One of the things we've learned, appreciate, is that you understand that too. There's a need for those changes, but to do it now rather than wait and do it well would have been a mistake. That's good that we can make that change.
And I also appreciate that we're moving from a trend teacher, adult-centered, student-centered. And we're looking at the experience of our students. And I think the one thing that we've done, even though we've gone really quickly, is the ability now and understanding that we have to step back and reflect on the work that we're doing and communicate and work. I think I've worked more across departments than I ever have. And I think that's the beautiful thing about what we're doing. And the fact that you're beginning to see that and realize that is really something that I really.
I think for me, being the one who I think lives TTO for whatever, good or bad, I appreciate it today actually looking at it from a different perspective, because I think when you're in it, you don't see it all. And so you learn a lot. I've learned a lot. And I think that as an administrator, we don't always get the opportunities. We're always going into that learning piece and being able to stop and reflect is important. And I think, honestly, I appreciate the conversations around, are we doing too much too fast? And is there that opportunity to have some dialogue about what's most important and what do we want to work on? Instead of trying to do everything and not do it.
And I will say that I very much appreciated the opportunity to talk about the TTO process and thinking ahead about NGSS and all of our next pieces moving forward in the next few years. So have a whole page of thoughts and ideas and moving forward to make sure that those are possible with input from
And I think, you know, for us, we all did strength finders, right? So the whole staff did that. And what you're looking at are 7 achievers, right? And so, which means that we are workaholics, whether it's coming in at 4 a.m. or staying in the office till 11 p.m. or waking up at, sometimes we're shooting emails back and forth at each other. And I've gotten good at just looking at his emails and not responding because I'm encouraging the behavior and stuff. But
when you say he, who are you talking about?
Bob, go to bed.
But
Good job.
yeah, but it is. I mean, we all are achievers, and we all want to get this done because we know it's right for kids, and we would probably kill ourselves to get it done. I mean, there was never a point with the strategic plan. We know like it's overwhelming, right? And to look at some of our schedules and to see how many things were going, and Robert almost had a heart attack when I made him cancel 3 days worth of meetings, and I had to cancel 3 days worth of meetings to focus on Measure G so that we could, you know, so we could do some other stuff or have some deeper conversations. And we brought Shelley with us. I mean, we're trying our best to get all of this done, and at the same time, we're killing ourselves trying to get all of it done because we want to make sure that we're doing right by our kids across all the levels. And that's because all of us are achievers. You know, if you say do this, this, and this, we'll just go off and we'll do it. And, you know, and at the rate we're headed, and I think I've even said this one, right? Like we've accomplished so much. We've been moving so fast that it's unsustainable at some point for us, right? And that's not even, yeah. But each one, I mean, Robert is working on a automated procurement system to address another need, but at the same time, finding a way to balance the budget and monitoring Measure G, and correcting the direction or changing the direction of the food service team. I mean, it's all of those things that we know need to happen, and we're willing to do it, but it comes at its own particular cost in terms of time and energy and stuff. And I know that's the biggest thing that I'm concerned about, right, with them, as well as myself, but more with them.
And it's true for everyone, whether it's teachers. I mean, you know, and what I want to share with you is the teachers that have the most stress are generally the ones that you think are providing least to the change process. And that has to be understood. I mean, the people who can't take change have a lot more stress than your most aggressive teachers that you think might be stressed out because they're jumping ahead. They generally, that they thrive on it. You thrive on pressure. Some people, you know, recoil at pressure. So I think it's important to remember that, you know, there is verbal communication and nonverbal communication. And the important thing is to read nonverbal. When I was speaking and the woman was going, that's when I invited her to speak, because I knew she was not hearing what I said. I mean, very honestly. I mean, when she said what she said, I said exactly what she had said in my process, but she wasn't hearing it the way I was saying it. Mm-hmm. And so nonverbal communication is very important, and that's important. But on this group, communication almost has to be, we all have to be on the same page. The only thing that probably you wouldn't be privy to are executive session things that don't pertain to you as appropriate. That generally sticks with the board and maybe the staff member that, but beyond that, you all should be on the same page at all times. And you've got to find a communication system. And one of the things I like about websites and dashboards is that most parents will claim that you don't communicate because they didn't hear what you said when you wanted them to hear it. And when they needed to hear it, there was nobody there to say it to them. But if you have a really good web page, they can get the information 24/7. And that's the trick, is to have a web page that will answer their questions 24/7. And if you could make it interactive, that they could communicate with you over the web page, that's even better. I know Jose talked to me about how do we communicate with parents, And he was concerned about vacations and all that. And I think with this TTO, I didn't want to get into all the details, but I understand some of the communications even came in on Christmas Eve. You know, a website, a good website would say, you're welcome to 24/7, but these are periods when we're not available to communicate to you. That could be right on the webpage so that they will know that they're not going to get a communication back for 6 days, 8 days, 10 days, depending who's on vacation and who it's directed to. Your webpage can do all of that. And it's a good idea to direct them to the webpage so that they feel that there is an opportunity always for two-way communication. The important thing, and Shelley, this is probably what you monitor, is to make sure that anything that comes in on the webpage is responded to in a timely manner. Even a response is, thank you for the response, we're looking into it, we'll get back to you within the next 2 weeks. But at least so that there's an acknowledgement. One of the things I found in dealing with most irate parents and teachers is that many times all they're really interested in is having somebody listen to them. And I really feel that part of my survival over the 24 years I was superintendent is I never rejected an opportunity to listen to someone, but I was also very candid. And this goes, I'm jumping to chain of command. You know, parents would come in to complain about a teacher, and they'd come in and say, and when it's all done, I'm saying, really, Mrs. Smith, you really have to talk to Mrs. Johns about that. Well, I can't speak to the teacher. I said, if you're not willing to speak, I can't do anything. She's invariably, when they left, they said, I understand you can't do anything, but thank you for listening. And that diffused it. It resolved a lot of questions just listening. But this goes to board members and to staff members, because a lot of people go right to the superintendent. That's all I want to talk to. He's got to learn to be able to tell them, you know, you need to talk to the teacher, the principal, to Kathy, or any one of you that's in the chain of command. And it's very important that board members, I said yesterday, I really didn't get into it, is don't let people put the monkey on your backs. And how do they put monkeys on your back? The minute you tell somebody, I'll look into it, right away, they interpret it as he or she believes I'm right. And he's gonna reverse that situation. He's gonna take care of the problem. Your job is not to address the problems of the district. Your job is to direct people to those who can address it. And so if somebody does come and complain about a school, they go to the principal. If they about a teacher, they need to talk to the teacher first. And you need to give them the chain of authority. Talk to the teacher, you talk to the principal if you're not satisfied. And I don't know who's in your chain of command after the principal. Would it be Kathy or Shelley or whoever?
Depending on what the issue is,
Right.
it would go to, it would go to one of them, the three of them.
Right.
And then after that, it would come to me.
That's right.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, and so, and ultimately, they bring it to the board, and the board, as we talked yesterday, if it's a policy issue, a misapplication of policy, a misunderstanding about policy, it's a board issue. Generally speaking, unless it's egregious. Egregious,
Yeah.
thank you. Egregious, it would be a mistake for a board to override a judgmental decision of a staff. But if it's egregious, absolutely, in short, I always tell staff members, if they make mistakes, it's okay, as long as they understand the mistakes. You don't cover up mistakes you make. But if it's a judgmental call, and I would do it differently than a staff member, I would defer to the staff member if it was a reasonable decision, even though I may have done it differently. And that's where we have to be very careful. It's not necessarily whether it was a right or wrong decision. It's how it was made, et cetera, that people usually get upset about. And yeah, I tend to be more collaborative. I tend to, as I said earlier, listen. You wouldn't guess it today, but I'm a firm believer that listening is a much more powerful part of communication than talking. And a lot of times we don't realize that as people, and when we're in authority, we feel that people expect us to tell them. And when I stood up, I was telling, and I was speaking more to the three audience back there, as well as the board and all of you. But I think it was important to put it on a framework. But really, when you're engaged with people, listening is far more effective than talking. Something to realize. So getting back to the chain of command. Climbing the chain of command is going up the ladder, and board members should not get engaged in it. The only time board members should engage at the very beginning is if it's a policy issue. If somebody comes to Allende and says, I don't like the fact that, give me a policy that somebody may complain about in this district.
How about pilot?
Pardon?
The pilot process.
Okay, the pilot, okay. I think that the board should approve every pilot program. That is a policy issue. They could present it to the board. Do you have do you provide transportation in the district? A lot of
The
times.
federally required transportation. Yes.
Yeah, but
Well, we provide transportation for those that are required, but we also provide transportation now to parents from the military base.
Oh, they do.
Okay, so let's say you had a policy on transportation. I want to get it away from pilots and this issue. You know, then appropriately it should start with the board. And of course, Allende would have a role of saying, here's your current policy, here's the situation, you shouldn't be hit cold with it. Again, I want to say, as I said yesterday, I would never, of course, you've got the Brown Act, which gives you an edge, as you saw today, where you don't respond when it's brought up if it's not on the agenda. So you have to agendize an item. So you could say, you know, the Brown Act does not permit us to discuss this, explain what the Brown Act is, and then put it on a future agenda. It gives you a time. But I always think that it's always good to address the issue later and have the board decide it wants to address an issue. In short, if you have a policy that you think you aren't going to change regardless, you're better off not even putting it on a discussion agenda and telling the parents, you know, we reviewed it as a board and we decided we don't want to put it on the agenda. That's saying we want to keep the policy as it is. But if you're going to change the policy or you want to explore changing it, an agenda item, and then at the following meeting, make your decision. So you decide to agendize it, you discuss it, and you make your decision at 3 different meetings. It gives you time to generally make better decisions. Act in haste, repent at leisure. You don't want to do that. You want to act in leisure, and then you don't have to repent. And so just something to think about. The other thing is documentation. Anything coming up the ladder needs to be documented. If somebody complains to the teacher should understand that he or she needs to write a documentation that's going to go to the principal about that. If the person says they're going to take it to the principal, or maybe if he doesn't know that, before a principal acts, he needs to get a documentation from the teacher as to what happened from the teacher's perspective. Because I found in most controversy, there's 2 totally different perspectives as to what happened. And if it comes up to Kathy, she should get it from the teacher and the principal. If it goes up to Andy, he should have all 3 of your responses. If it goes to the board, all 4 of your responses. I think documentation is very important on an issue that is going to go up the ladder. I think that's important. The other thing is that everybody has to have an understanding, and I think it's important. Teacher may not be able to say this to a parent, but for a principal and an assistant superintendent and superintendent of the board to say, you know, there could be 2 perspectives on an issue. It's okay to disagree, but you need to do it agreeably, not disagreeably. And so those are some things about going up the chain of command. One of the things that we all tend to make a mistake on is jumping to conclusions. And, you know, I encourage board members especially that my hunch is that on most issues of complaint, the person that's complaining to you isn't giving you the whole story. And so it's very important to
Or
understand.
it doesn't
that.
know the whole story.
Or doesn't know the whole story. But even if they know it, they're just going to give it to you from their perspective. And so it's I just caution board members to be careful that you don't even give a nod of assent. Because I'm going to say that as a board member, just a nod of assent, people walk away and say, the board member is going to take care of it. I think it's very critical that you say, you know, if that's a concern, you need to talk to the superintendent, you need to talk to the teacher, you need to talk to the principal. And then I'm going to request that you do something next, is that you contact Allende and say, you know, Mrs. Smith came up to me today. She's quite concerned about what's happening in Mrs. Smith's classroom. I told her she has to talk to Mrs. Smith. I think that you should just warn Mrs. Smith through the principal that the parent may be coming to her, and for this reason. So it comes up and down the ladder, and that's where I think it's important for you to communicate to Allende. I'm going to give you a personal example. As I told Kathy, the best job I had in my life was assistant superintendent for curriculum. Very honestly, it's the job I had most fun in my entire career because it's a staff position. You work with staff, and you're always improving things. But when I was in that position, teachers would come to me with a lot of ideas, and I said, "We'll see about that. Let me talk to Don about that," et cetera, et cetera. When I became superintendent, I did the same thing. I found out very quickly that when I said, "We'll see about it," it was interpreted by the staff that it's going to be done. Automatically, I had learned that through School of Hard Knocks, because teachers saying, "But Bill, you said you would do that." And I said, "I know." I said, "I'll look into it." Well, why would you look into it if you weren't going to do? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's important. As board members, the same thing is true about you. People down there have him as a buffer, but you're at the top of the chain. And as I told you yesterday, each of you individually, by most people, are looked upon as the board. You're not just a board member. They don't realize you've got to get 3 other people to agree with you, or 2 other people to agree with you on something before it can happen. So these are just some tips I'm just throwing out to you, how people perceive you. And, I tell board members this, and they don't believe me, that the minute you're elected to the board, teachers and administrators start genuflecting to you. Now, they don't genuflect when you, but the minute you walk in, you are a totally different person. And it's almost impossible to be a parent after you're a board member. Just something to understand, because you are perceived differently, and you have to be very careful. My kids went to our schools, and the first thing I did every year was go into the classroom and say, "Mary, for this year, I'm a parent. I'm not the superintendent. You need to treat me as a parent." And I'll never forget the time when my son, special education, he was in self-contained special education, told the teachers he would run away if they didn't take him out of special ed. And the teachers called me and said, "What should we do about it?" I said, "You tell me what we should do about it. I'm just a parent." And that special ed kid who was in special ed for 4 years is now flying the planes you're flying on. So what I'm saying is, if my son didn't initiate that, and I did not tell him what to do, but they did the right thing, he probably wouldn't be flying planes today. So what I'm saying is that you have to do that as board members and as staff members if you have kids, is going in and say, "You've got to treat me as a parent. I'm not your supervisor as it relates to my child." And you have to be, and the other thing, don't expect any favors for your child. You don't do your kid any favor by trying to get special consideration. And I'm going to tell you, if you don't give them any special consideration, 20 years from now at Thanksgiving table, you're going to learn a lot of things that happened when your kids were in the schools when you were a school board member or a staff member, and you will cringe. With that, my 5 minutes are up. We did talk about being strategic. I'm not going to repeat that. That's what we spent the whole day on. And I'd really like to start, before we have lunch, on the whole bit of goal development, unless there's any questions about what I just was talking about. Or comment.
Yeah, I have one.
Sure.
And I'm glad that the team's here. So it goes back to, we mentioned before, the ability for our internet website to be more active,
right,
proactive with
interactive.
communication. Sure. And in this area, that's 24/7. So managing expectations, again, if we're managing expectations now of the strategic plan, we need to also manage expectations in terms of communication and responses to the parent community. Because the issue is genuine. Just because we have a want it now type of culture doesn't mean that we should also promote that. We're a school district. We're human beings. We're parents. We need to set the standards of protocol for responsiveness.
Right.
Because we have to be respectful of our team. Not just the team here, or our elected officials, or the superintendent, but our teachers and everyone else. When we are on break, I don't expect any of you to respond to any email, because that's your time. If we get an email on Christmas Eve, that's the touchy part, because we're elected officials. In my response, I'm going to respond back to the member of the community, but I will include our superintendent, who is a member of the district staff. Therein lies the tension. We need to come up with a plan to say, at this time, district staff is out from this said time period until this time period. If it's an issue that needs to be addressed by a team member, we'll look into it upon the return. A simple little phrasing like that, I think, goes a long way with expectations, with managing communication. And I don't want to say controlling the message, but just being on par with the message, which is we acknowledge your email, we acknowledge your concerns, we understand what they are. And now, if we need to look into it, we'll do this starting here.
And you know, that can all be technologically, I presume your emails come through for the board members and the staff come through the server for the district. And, you know, holiday times, that can be, thank you for your concern. The staff is, and the board are engaged over the holidays, and we will get back to you by such and such a date.
And so the idea that is floated about, well, how do we do this, right? Should we do an automatic out-of-office reply? Or in this case, because the elected official, this year it's I'm the president, I have the honor, next year it'll be someone else. The way we approach that from here on out,
right,
will then adapt to that circumstance.
Sure.
So that we have both the flexibility of learning from this process with what happened with the case study that we're looking at now. And then we can decide to move forward with the new approach with whatever comes our way in the future.
Absolutely.
I think there can also be like just a banner on the web, on the homepage during those periods, like, you know, our office is closed, and maybe that was there. Okay.
Well, but that's the thing in terms of the website being proactive that way, because it has to be interactive. That's, I think, I'll just be specific. You can do as much as you can to cover all those areas. It doesn't really mean that it's enough. Right?
Well,
and that's the managing expectations part, because remember, we're a school district.
Right.
We all know that. This is not IBM. This is not Cisco. This is not the federal government. We're a school district.
That's right.
And there's so much need that we realize it. We understand it. We may have different perspectives on how you do certain things, what's on the consent agenda, what's not, how you tackle the strategic plan, the needs of parents. It's all a given. But now we're running into the situation where the living document now is saying standard, which is the strategic plan. So that in turn affects the way we respond to the community. This is a higher level of communication, a higher level of thinking, in a way that's positive for everyone, because now we're setting the standards so that we can all be on the same page and learn from what's happening. So what I like to see, and I'm throwing this out there to the floor for anyone to respond, is I'd like to see like a hypothetical. I mean, I'm glad Shelley's here on board, but I like to see like one of the issues I had too when I was running through all this or seeing it in this process was that there were questions about policy. There were questions about where do I go? Here's a complaint. What does this mean? How can I get more information about this? Okay, I'm going in there. Holy cow, man, I can see why they're asking. Because I remember when I first got on the board, okay, I know where the board bylaws are. I know what the administrative rules are. But to make it more accessible to the public, therein lies the question. How do you make it more effective? How do you make it more efficient? How do you make it more visible, right? And at the same time, how do you think about the hypotheticals? If we have a question about protocol, how will we respond back to it? Well, maybe we can brainstorm in a session sometime in the future to figure out, not us, obviously, but the team. In case this question comes up, what's the response?
Well, you know, it goes back to what you've got to do electronically in this day and age is do what normally a superintendent or a board president has to do, is to whom does it go? And, you know, if the concern that comes into the server deals with finances and budget, it goes to Robert. If it's curriculum, it's going to go to Kathy. If it's special education, technology, who's technology in the district? Technology, okay, so you can wear two hats. So, yeah.
He has many hats.
Now, if it's policy, then it goes to the board. And that response probably should come from the board president. Thank you for this policy matter. You know, either answer the policy or say you'll bring it to the attention of the board. And I think a server can do that with some monitoring. And that's,
I would add that in our new website that we have a more robust section about contacting us. It'll be more interactive and it will have specifics. Are you hoping to do this? Are you hoping to do that? And so we could channel those emails to people and develop standard operations for what those responses look like in this process. So we're busy building some of those things that we haven't had in place. But they're,
I'm gonna.
And that's the key.
I'm gonna
Oh,
make-
sorry, trustee Wheeler, go ahead.
Yeah, I have an elemental question, which is, in the past, it's always been that the superintendent wanted to receive something and ferry it out to whoever else, instead of us sending it directly to whoever is in charge of an area. So what is your understanding or your preference about this?
That would be it. And then I've actually talked with staff too, that if they do get something, that they have to fill me in so that way I can, because sometimes what happens is something, so in this case, you send something to me, Ellen, I send it to a staff member, the staff member responds, they copy me, they send it back to you. But then it comes up 4 other times in the course of it, right? And so if it skips me, I can't answer the other 4 questions, and we start that whole cycle over again. So what I would prefer is I filter it through, I get it to the right person. Because sometimes I will, if it's a Measure G question, right? I'll copy Robert, but send it to the right person, right? So that Robert is aware that it's coming. Recycling is actually a good one. A parent sent a question in about recycling. I responded. I said, great question. Let me send it to the appropriate person. I forwarded on to Bakos, and then copied Robert and said, hey, I have a one-on-one with you coming up, because I meet with him once a month. I said, I got a one-on-one coming up with you. At that time, let's discuss it so I can answer this question. I flagged into I use Outlook, so I flagged in the Outlook so that I knew that as soon as I got the answer, I would be able to respond. And then Robert put it on his one-on-one so that he could get the answer. And I know this because I've heard somebody else had to answer this too. And so the way that would be the preferred way to make sure that my biggest concern is that not that it gets lost, right? But that if it comes up again, or if it's something that takes a long amount of time, I can at least communicate back, hey, it's currently in MOT. It's going to take a little bit longer. Bear with us. We go and that's what I would prefer.
Okay.
Now that you're getting to the technology though, you need to think maybe how is it going, let's say Shelley gets a budget thing. Does she want her to direct it to you and you direct it to Robert? Or does she directly direct it to Robert and CC you? Or don't you even want to know anything about it until Robert brings it up to you?
So internally, we actually copy each other all the time, right? So Shelley may get something, she'll send it to Robert, copies me. Then Robert will bring it up with me to make sure that we have the same message, and then we send it back to Shelley, or Shelley will pull all of us in and say, here's the message that we have based off of everything that I've learned. And so we tend to make sure all of us are in the loop. I will say we have in some instances where we'll respond to an email and we get an email right back the next moment. And then, at some point, and this has happened a couple of times where the person is there, right? They're sitting at their computer and it's sort of like a ding, and then they respond back. And then what ends up happening is I've seen it where it'll be a daisy chain of 8 emails,
right?
Not from board members, I'm talking about community members, where they continue with more and more questions, right? And we're trying to communicate, but at the same time research, and at the same, right? So in larger, I'll use Charlotte. Charlotte actually had a protocol that they put on the website that within
Charlotte,
40,
North Carolina.
yeah, within 48 hours, and Fairfax County also had this. Within 48 hours, you will always receive a response from whoever the staff member is.
Mhm.
And it was communicated within the whole organization. So teachers knew that the expectation was within 48 hours, you had, not that you had to have the answer,
Right.
but you had to at least respond to the email to say, hey, I got this. It's going to take me a couple of days. And the only change was if it was a Friday, 48 hours would put you at Wednesday, right? So it was always 40 business days, 2 business days. But that was actually communicated on the website. It was communicated across the board.
Right.
The board actually used the exact same policy and approach that, for Fairfax County's board, which I think is like 13 or 14 or something like that. because they do it by zones, the exact same thing. It was 48 hours. Charlotte did the same stuff. So that is a process that could be unified across all of us that says this. And then again, when, to Jose's point, when it was closed, the board of trustees actually, the school board wouldn't respond either, because the expectation is it's closed. And you know, there was everybody had a reminder that just simply said, thank you for your email. The school district is closed. We will respond within a timely fashion as soon as the office is open. Whether the trustees want to do that, that's your call. I would suggest, at least for staff, that will help in terms of managing expectations, especially because we live in an environment currently where everybody has some type of device and is firing off emails, and we're trying our best to be responsive.
So I'll say again, referring back to Communication Action Team 15 years ago, this is a protocol that we tried to develop, and we actually developed, and then I think no one knows about it. So I absolutely am in favor of a specific posted policy of something like that, within 48 hours, whatever you want to say, but so that there's an understanding of, and I just think it's, this is what we said 15 years ago. It gives a more professional appearance to the work that we're all doing. And I agree with you. I say the same thing about, I want, to contact so-and-so and so-and-so during the Christmas break. And they say, I'm not going to send them an email until after break is over.
One of the things I'm just going to suggest is it's probably a good idea to have a district-wide policy on that, so that they don't say, well, they expect different things from the board as a staff and all that. The more you can keep in sync, the better. The other thing, Shelley, I'm going to is your webpage. Once you get the protocols, I'll bring them back to the board. After you and Yendi and the staff all agree on it, bring it back to the board, take a look at it before you spend the money to crystallize it, so that they feel comfortable with it. But more importantly, they may have some ideas, and don't get caught up like TTO, where after the fact they react. Let them react before it's established. And that's really the whole thing of this workshop, is work together. And but I'm going to say that if you get a good website, it's going to respond to a lot of your communication needs, but it's not going to respond to all, because you are going to have parents who want it today and now and on my time, and I don't care about you. And the website has got to be designed so that they understand that it's not going to happen that way. I mean, it's just in all fairness to staff.
I would add that we have another facet too, social media, and that's something that we really put attention into in this last year, and we have a lot of followers and actually having dialogues now on social media. Just this week, posted something about the transition 6th grade, and a parent writes back, "Oh, that's great. Remind me what time I'm supposed to be there," and someone else says, "Kids," and so we have this dialogue on. So that's another avenue.
See,
And don't burn yourself out.
How many different social media are you on? About 40 or 50?
Facebook,
Next
Twitter,
door,
right?
Facebook and Twitter.
You're not on Pinstripe and all the rest.
But I think that's the key, though, right, Phil? That this is what it takes sometimes to just try and figure out what to do best next time. And then, but this is also an example of, as a board member, you don't want to micromanage, right? I mean, but you have to problem solve. So I'll just be brief, but I'm not one to just, hey, I have an issue. But when this came out, I had questions, and when I went to the website, I couldn't figure it out. So I took the initiative to just explain myself quickly to Shelley and say, look, if I'm a parent, I'm looking at this, how do I do A, B, C? What's the protocol? Because I don't know, right? And then I included a young man, right? You see, I was trying to get him ahead of time, but the man was busy. He was running the school district.
Right.
But this small example is huge, right? Because now we're doing something different, right? We're looking at it from the same perspective, right? As a team, executive team, board team, superintendent, community, in response to an issue of a case study that now affects the chain of command, our communication policies, the way we look at things as a board and as a district, and how that impacts everyone here. And in the end, with the focus on making this better for not just the parents,
For
but the
everybody.
teachers, the staff, with the kids. Because at the root of the issue is an issue that we're trying to improve upon for academic success related to children, right? And we can't forget that. But we also have to manage those expectations. So I'm glad we brought this up as a team so that we can figure this out and use this as an example of how to approach problems in the future. Because I think that if we do this as our standard, it can only get better. Right?
I agree with you 100%. 100%.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? No? Bill, you go.
What time is lunch going to be delivered?
11:45.
Any minute now.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about what we're going to do after lunch, and we'll get into it. What we'd like to do initially is brainstorm. When we came to the mid-year assessment of Allende, and I asked Jose, and he directed me to Ellen and talking to two of them, the board really hasn't engaged in a dialogue of goals for this year. You had goals for last year, you accomplished them very successfully. The strategic plan seems to be superbly well done, even though I think we have more engagement with board members. I think there would be more ownership of it. But, and the others, I mean, but what needs to be accomplished from now until June? And those expectations have to be at a lesser level because you don't have the time for planning. More importantly, I'd like us to focus on what does the board and staff want to see accomplished for the 17-18 school year? So you could spend the rest of this year planning and be ready to go come next July. And again, being realistic, looking at your resources, your time, and all the other things. And, you know, I'm not going to get into all the other things you have going, but I think the staff probably can sit down after today and say, okay, these are the 27 priorities I have, Kathy. I think that realistically, they have to be put in a timeline to make sure they're done well, rather than just done. That's the important. So that's what we're going to do. We can start now if you want to start, because it doesn't.
We may
look
as
like-
well.
Well, I have a question, Connor. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
The cat is eating. So when I'm thinking about,
Take that cup away.
when I'm thinking about.
No more coffee for you. Go ahead.
This is good. Yeah, exactly. Hey, what I'm thinking about right now is the issue of, man, I lost my train of thought. That's
Have
a-
another
More coffee.
Yeah.
That's a rarity for me, man.
Yeah, you lost the train of thought.
Can I chime in?
Go for it.
I don't know what your train of thought is. I'm not sure if I'm on that train, but it's something that I've just been kind of floating around in my mind since we're talking about this and thinking about planning goals for the future. Is we have this strategic plan, from what I'm hearing from staff, from you, very lofty goals, and it may be a little too much.
Too
It-
aggressive.
And that it's a little bit too aggressive. If that it's a living document, to what degree when we come to 2021 and a parent can walk in and say, but you said, but we're calling it a living document, that means it's malleable. To what degree can they hold our feet to the fire? I mean, I'm happy, I love that it's a living document and that we can modify as we go. Are we opening ourselves up for criticism and if we try to do that, or is that where by having these wonderful communication processes in place that we're going to bypass that altogether?
I think you communicated out that you're changing it and why. I mean, and where I was looking at this is like, are there any goals that need to be added? But I was thinking, what I
can
had
be
envisioned
cut.
before you walked in was more just adjusting the timelines primarily. You know, maybe adding another goal or to your sub goal. I don't know if there's big things that there are holes. This seems like a very comprehensive plan to me, but I'm not in the trenches like you guys are. But the timeline adjustment piece in some areas might be helpful.
And I understand this is going to be reprinted in the near future. So, you know, if there are things, you know, that might be appropriate to look at timelines and look at the aggressive timelines. But Laura brought up one, is there anything that has emerged in the last 12 months that the strategic plan does not address? That's going to be the first question.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, look, I have my little stickies here with what I see within a plan that is an action map based on either assessment or implementation, right? So the majority looks great.
Right.
However, when we look at the situation of mathematics, for example, it's different. It's now we have to reanalyze because of the first benchmark assessments, and then depending on what we get the second go around in February, that's going to also affect the way we look at our math curriculum. And it just goes back, just to make a long story short, the unevenness that we're seeing from elementary to middle school, and then the type of change we want to promote at middle school to prepare them to go on to a top tier, top 10 nationwide high school district. The unevenness is something we can't ignore. So how does that affect what we had in mind here?
Well, yeah.
Right.
Now, your student achievement, that broad goal is still there.
Right.
I think with specificity, now we address mathematics. And we'll do that as one of the goals. And I'll put it on both. Because my hunch is you're not going to address it in the next 6 months. But you may want to make a planning goal over here and an implementation goal, or at least a start of an implementation goal there. Maybe one of the goals, and again, just as an example, one of the goals you might have for the rest of the is to develop a plan for tackling math. The plan is your product. You're not going to tackle it, but the plan. And then you start tackling it during this 17-18 school year. But your plan will have a timeline. Your plan will have some of this. So for this year, you might be able to develop this thing, the schematic. And I want to go back to the checklist for change. It might not be a bad idea to develop a checklist for every change because, you asked me what you put on that. For every change, it's going to be different.
Right.
And that's why it was difficult to give you specifics. For TTO, I could have put it on there, but I didn't want to get into all the details and some of the things that were missed. But I think, and any checklist you're going to develop, I mean, and this is the thing, whenever you're in uncharted waters, Monday morning quarterbacking is great. Should we have thrown the football on that last move or should we have kicked?
Depends on if you won.
That's right, no.
That's the thing.
That's right.
It only happens for losses.
That's right. But even when you win at times, boy, you were lucky.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be lucky. You want to be right. With kids, you don't want to be lucky. You want to be right.
Well, and that's the difference between going from good to great.
That's right.
And so when we factor all that into this isn't a show for the public so that we can cover ourselves. No, this is a realization of a policy direction where we want to go to achieve that success.
Right. And maybe before lunch, we could do this. Math is one. What else are the key issues that should be up here? And Laura, I'm going to go to what you said. Looking at the strategic plan, you and Tamara are new. Oh, well, Shelley, I guess you're one of the newer staff members. Some of you may not have been around when the strategic plan was built, but even those, is there anything that's not in there that you think needs to be considered as a priority?
I have something and I don't know where it goes, but it's coming. So, I talked with Bill.
And we're brainstorming.
Yeah,
We're not saying
so,
that
yeah.
We may not address any of these. We're
Right.
brainstorming.
So
it all has to go up.
And one reason why I'm bringing it up now is because this is the board meeting with all of us is the only time that we can share what we are thinking. So throwing it up there. This relates to science and math and other things. And it relates to what we're doing with rebounding school boundaries so that we can open up later. So something that comes up frequently when I'm, listening to members of the community is an interest in having a STEM or STEAM school. So here's that interest in STEM or STEAM school. And then more recently, what I've been hearing about is the value of STEM, STEAM in helping with equity for students of color because they get more prepared for STEM and STEAM, and a lot of people who are not so involved with equity, but they're interested in those subjects, are interested in that too. So tying it into rebounding schools, one of the issues that's been true in our district for a very, very, very long time is some of our schools are considered to be more desirable by parents than others. And a way to make Castro or Torkoff potentially more desirable to parents in the district as we are rebounding schools is to look into having Castro be a STEAM academy, or Torkoff be a STEAM academy, or, whatever. So some for, the other, hot phrase you hear all the time is project-based learning. So, something, but some special effort that's identified for one or both of those schools to, one, help the kids there, two, make it more publicly desirable. And, I'm interested in trying something new. So the other thing, aside from, I'd like to see, is anybody interested in this? And, if we were, go through a whole process of, involving parents and, all that sort of stuff. Another issue that comes up all the time in our district is, if we don't want to have, this be, STEAM Academy or whatever we want to do it, have one of these schools be not an independent, but a dependent charter, so that we could be more creative about what we're able to offer at the school. So like at Castro, one thing we have expressed interest in is having more hours of instruction for those kids. And, research shows that, that's a component of success for child learning. So, I'd like to have a discussion about this because, this is something I hear all the time talking with members of the public, but I have been unable to talk to members of the board about it. And the reason I bring it up is that some number of years ago, I was interested, and I can't remember what it was at this point, interested in something, and I would bring it up with the superintendent, and, yeah, and I know, okay. And then a year later, I would hear that I would learn that, oh, another board member was interested in this too. And then I'd hear a third board member was, but I never knew it. So if 3 board members were interested in something, why didn't we ever even discuss it? So, I'm throwing this out here. So if nobody else is interested, all right, that's, but I'd like to at least put it on the table as something that, and I don't want to be, too directive, but, I think that it's worth discussing or at least putting it on the table.
It's on the table.
Yes.
We're brainstorming, so we're not going to discuss it now,
Yeah.
but we're going to discuss it this afternoon. Yes, other thing too.
I don't have anything to add. I just have a clarified question. We have 5 strategic goals
Mhm.
with the title goals. Are we adding goals? Are we adding actions? Are we adding desired outcomes under goals that are already occurring? And if so, are we taking things off?
Well, that's, the whole thing you have to do is let's brainstorm and see if we want to tweak the current strategic plan.
I'm just trying to figure out what.
Well, what the goal is today is to identify the 2, 3 items, big items to address in 17, 18. That's really the big thing.
That could or could not be in the strategic.
It could or
Yeah,
cannot
maybe
be,
we'll come up with 3
but
things.
it has to be related to the strategic. And I'm seeing this, yeah, and I'm seeing, right, and I'm seeing this fitting under 2 goals you have in the strategic plan: achievement and achievement gap. I think I heard Ellen say that it will address both. Am I correct? Right. So So this would be, now, if it was not on the strategic plan, then the board appropriately should discuss its strategic plan first. So you're right on track.
Well, could I answer Karen's question too? So I think this is an open-ended thing where we try to
Yeah.
make sure what we're focusing on is the things we still want to focus on. And he doesn't know ahead of time whether the things that are most important are the ones that are in this book or not. And we shouldn't limit ourselves to like, well, only think of things that fit or only think of things that don't fit. But we're broad and we'll see what comes up. And then we'll find out, is everything already covered in here? And it's a sub point. Do we need a new strategic plan? I mean, that could be, right? Like we might say, oh man,
Not new. Well, you could. say
we
that.
might have missed the most important thing that's possible,
That's
right? We want to be open to the possibility
That's what
that we missed a thing that's important.
What brainstorming is for, you right on. Brainstorming is to put things up here and to see if they are more important than what you've got now and are planning to do now and to prioritize. Then I want to say that for next year, with 5 strands in your strategic plan, you may have a major goal in each strand, because I think each of you have, but when you hit academics, no more than 2 or 3.
I didn't hear what you said. No more than how many?
2 or 3.
Well, hello.
Okay.
Just in time for lunch, Heidi.
Okay, any others you want to put up here? Yes, Kim.
And this kind of ties in a little bit to what Ellen talked about in our conversation on how I think something that I think we need to explore and really think about is the differences when we start talking about math instruction, when we start talking about instruction. What do we make our elementary teachers have to be experts in literacy, speaking and reading, ELD, math. They're going to have to be experts in NGSS. They have to know how to do inclusion. Know how to teach English learners. They have to know how to teach students. And we're asking our elementary teachers to be experts in everything. Right? And then our middle school teachers, they go to school to be experts, but yet we're asking them to deal with 180 kids every day, a range like this. And I think there has to be some study and some conversation, because to implement all of this, and we want our teachers to do RTI, and we want to do some sort of academic English academic program, and we want them to do all these things. Can we realistically expect our teachers to do everything as well?
Well, and that's the key question.
And I think that maybe we have to take a step back and take a look at that, because we're not, math instruction at middle school needs to be, we need to be working on it K-5.
Right.
Our elementary teachers are not mathematics. We did not.
And the reason they didn't.
Because exactly, that my point being, so
Yeah.
I think, we could talk about middle school math, but I'm not sure that it's the middle school where we're, you know what I'm saying? We're dealing with it. So I think there's a bigger conversation here where we can all understand together all the different forces at play in order to get us to success at 2025.
And I think that's the important thing to realize, because that not only affects math, but it goes back to early academic language, right? The root of trying to tackle that on earlier rather than later affects the way a child develops intellectually, emotionally, socially. We all know this early on, and that affects them later on in middle school, especially when you see the standardized test and take it for the first time, and you can see that you can get right there. Right? So we have to manage those expectations, which is what I'm hearing, and that's great.
Yeah, but I also think we have to have the understanding that our elementary teachers can't be experts in everything. They can't do everything. They do a lot. They do an amazing job, but they're not experts. So NGSS is coming down the pipe. That's going to be a real case. So how are we going to manage all these things?
And I think that goes back to managing the strategic plan itself, right? So like when we look at next generation science, for example, what's there, or what are the options in looking at that to complement what you have already with a teacher working in elementary school and knowing what the schedule's like? Is there something like a really classroom that might be actually an option to look at, where they have teachers? What's the option to add on complements to that? In case our teachers are not the experts because they're already pushed to the max, what alternatives can we look at to complement the teaching? And so therefore we tackle it from that perspective. So then that might go into the issue of Should we add another hour to the length of school? So by me being able to tackle these issues around the table like this, that gets us closer to being able to bridge the gap, not just in lack of communication, but awareness. That's where it comes into play of us knowing what you all are looking at on a daily basis to figure out the need, right? And then the approach, and then the execution, right? So what I remember now was my issue. There was two of them. I don't want to speak for Craig, but I like the thought about re-examining, for example, board policy. If we have a lot of stuff that's not needed, why do we have it? Let's make it more efficient, more effective, leaner is needed. Okay. But the other one is this type of meeting, this type of scenario where we exchange perspectives and ideas to get an idea of what's going on. I don't want this to be the last time in the school year that we do something. Right? So I don't know if everyone's open to the idea of meeting a little more periodically, maybe once a quarter, or I don't know what. I'm just putting that out there for discussion in case you all aren't important. Or does it depend on the subject matter, right? An urgency, a dramatic change of what happens in the district for us to rally the troops and focus on that. But I'd like to be open to the idea of just continuing the conversation in that way, creating the establishment of a team.
I think that's a
And
good
on
idea.
that, we're gonna take a break. Because the food's gonna get cold, and nobody likes cold pizza. I think that's what.
No, college students like cold pizza.
I like cold pizza too. Yeah.
In the mornings with the Coke, boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
With the
cold
brownie.
pizza.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I don't go that far. That's.
We have, I said we may need more. We have the sandwiches in there too. From yesterday.
All right, let's get into the pizzas.
Yeah, you too. That's where I heard it. What? What's the one? What? Camera. My name sounds like Cameron. Yeah, right. I always tell people that's how it's pronounced. Tamara, Tamara, tomorrow. Yeah, it's Tamara. Yeah. Is it nice? Maybe some fresh air. Is that? This is good.
Ellen believed it.
Do you ever see, do they ever give us data on student performance by gender? I know we always.
Did
say
you,
that by
did this
ethnicity.
come up? Did you mention this before? Did someone else mention it? Because this
I
was mentioned
do.
in the last 2 months.
I
And
do.
someone was like, huh,
Science
never
Magazine
seen
just
it.
published an article like 2 days ago about
How we
girls
don't look that way?
as young as 6 years old just thinking they're not anywhere near as smart as boys.
It's weird. Doesn't happen in my house.
Yeah, good.
But yeah,
I'm
my,
just
my daughter was
curious.
like, think I'm better at programming than Con. You know, see,
That's awesome.
yeah.
Well, I did see like in the, it was like the California report that we have for schools, that everything was back.
You're talking about the SARC? Okay, CASP is the name of our tests in California.
Yeah, okay, so it was that, it was by school, and it did have like between fourth and
Wait, GASP? Okay.
one of the ones you just
I
got.
think you're referring to the SARC, the School Accountability
I think maybe that,
Report card,
yeah,
which we approved
And those
at
did
our last
have-
meeting.
They did have gender, and you could see between fourth and fifth grade, there seemed to be
Oh, yeah?
a shift. I saw it. for
Okay.
girls.
Okay.
And then just looking at this, I was just curious if we, even at the younger age groups, because this was most, it was all middle school.
Hmm.
You're messing with me. We get it.
We had, Tara presented school performance or student performance data in like late November, early December. And either you or somebody else asked,
Was it
can we ever see this by gender? Somebody asked us.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Maybe it was someone at the podium. It might have been someone at the podium that said, do you ever look at this by gender? Because it came up. It came up. It never occurred to me to ask, can you please break it out? You know, we do it by race. We do it by poverty. By school, we never by gender. And so it's like,
Not as a standard.
what
I
if
see
we,
it every now and again, but I don't see it
yeah,
as a standard.
like what if there's some big gap somewhere and we didn't know it?
It-
One way or the other.
Science is illustrating it's starting between 5 and 6-year-olds, so right when they get into school. It's the Science magazine, it's like top notch. I read they're at age 5, children seen there's no differentiation between boys and girls, and by 6, that's when it clearly starts. So that's right when they're in school.
It may or may not show up in test results.
It might not, but it'd be interesting to see. I don't know. I did when I saw that, I was like, I gotta find that. I couldn't remember where I saw the article, but I was like, look at Science magazine. It was in the New York Times. They picked it
I mean,
up.
you could ask Tara
Yeah, I guess I get
if
it.
she has
I just was
if
curious.
she has any of that already done.
Yeah.
And the lightest weight thing is to ask if it's already there. Can you just share with me? Versus, oh, we gotta do a new study. Well, let's see if the whole board
It
looks
should
at
just
it.
be
You know?
any way to just, I mean, they've got all the data, it's just like
Mhm.
sort of,
Mhm.
one would think that maybe. Really good.
It's too cold. Well, for me, yes. They're sitting on that concrete bench and it's chilly.
When I read that maybe you'd be like out traveling the world next year.
Really?
Sometime after
Oh.
this school year.
Actually, I'm not quite sure about that.
Oh, you're not sure about that. Okay.
He's got a lot of little irons in the fire, so we shall see.
Okay.
Somebody's got to stay home and pay the bills too. But we'll see. He's got a lot of little offers going, and
Okay.
he has a few headhunters after him for
Oh.
superintendencies elsewhere.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he might want to be a superintendent some more.
Oh,
I thought he said something along the lines of,
Well, I think
that was nice being a superintendent. Now I'm done.
I think with Menlo Park, he's done everything he
Hmm.
can. So who knows? He's been approached, and Loyola Marymount to satellite here for education, the administrative leadership program.
Wait, no, that's a Southern California
Yeah.
college, university, and
They
they
don't-
want to open something up here.
Something up here. So they've asked him to see if he'd be interested in maybe considering helping us out.
Hmm.
And then there's a few other things he's doing. Different districts. So who knows?
Okay.
And then
Got the impression he was going to get on a motorcycle in June and start riding.
He can't. Yeah, well, he could. Yeah. And then we have a house we're completing in Tahoe.
Hmm.
It's been backed up about a month now because
Okay.
of all the snow.
Oh.
A lot of stuff, a lot of things.
And you're tired.
I noticed that you put your legs up. You're able to do that yet.
Hoping if I eat enough salad.
I didn't notice
won't
it,
pick
but I
out.
was sitting on.
Like
I
I'm
said,
going
she
to fill
doesn't
my
have any
stomach up.
legs.
High volume of lettuce leaves.
What I was able to do, and I can't do it anymore, I was able to go up until last year, sit down like this and get up.
I can't do it. And you know what, there's some things that's very interesting, and you know, the older you get, the more, you know. I just allow myself not to do something, you know, so I don't worry about it. I've actually read some research, you know, people who can, that's my. I don't.
As we get older, it's harder and harder to do certain things. Ellen, are we on target with all of this? Are we on target with all of this?
Yeah, and you know, and I'm like Greg, I like to, you know, different people have different, different ways of doing things, which is, you know, Jose's always talking about teamwork and stuff. I'm somebody who likes to put everything on the table and let's tell it down and talk about it, so.
Well, I think it should be. I mean, I was expecting it.
I
That's a, so.
No surprise.
No surprise. As soon as you started talking, I put down steam.
Yeah, yeah. I actually said to, one member,
Doesn't start either way. There are places on either side. Or bi-directional. No, I want to let you.
I wouldn't have even been and you know, anything the board can do, because I do think the board will want on this one.
anyway, so now anyone, and I can reference anybody who could have brought this up, will know that our potential.
We are 2 to 3 trustees behind on this, entire trustees.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no Chris Chang,
There's no Chris up there?
no Bill Lambert, no Steve Nelson.
A phrase my husband used to use sarcastically is copious free time. And Kathy or anyone, copious free time.
I'm sure they'll be happy to take care of that, yeah.
And within a time.
Hmm.
How's the Tahoe house?
Pretty well. It's been delayed. All the snow has pushed the thing back about a month.
Actually, it's pushed us back about a month in construction because of the amount of 200 inches.
Yeah.
So far.
Um,
So it's been really, it's coming along great, but just we're delayed a bit. We were hoping May 1. Now we're, yes. Now we're looking at
16 feet, I think.
maybe June.
That's awesome.
I was realizing that since Lucas was
We're
born,
excited.
Is this still considered?
we've been in a drought. Right? We took him when he was a year and a half.
Yes.
We went out into the middle of
For
Lake
now.
Tahoe. There was no snow on anywhere.
Mhm.
And I, you know, growing up here, I've never ever witnessed that.
Mhm.
Yes.
Solitude.
I enjoy having these notes, going back and reading and seeing how things change over time.
How do you organize it? That's what I was kind of curious about.
Yeah, we used to go to King City.
King City. Yeah, King City is
No, not, and I also like King City, Greg. Whenever I go to Southern California, person already there, that's my stop. Starbucks.
You don't stop at Kettleman City like I do.
I think I did once.
Kettleman City has a
That beach
in and out.
place. Oh, no.
That would be way
Yeah, that's what
more
I was
than
like.
15 miles.
Right.
It actually comes up a lot.
Yeah, well, now is where that might be harder to find.
It is, that's why I need, well, I mean, there's a topic.
You just kind of do as you go and then kind of file it.
I just keep writing at the back of this first section. But
Yeah, yeah.
but like, yeah, there's this rule.
Yeah, it's like,
There it is, male, female. Male, female. Yeah. Yeah, this is from your.
I would love to see those that data in a spreadsheet. But that's from the form. Yeah.
Really drop, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought, but I didn't kind of throw them all together. Not in a single, like, area. And I've heard that happens in middle school, where it's about 6 years they fought. Former thinking, but that's not, I don't think it's happening. Just a curiosity. So your daughter thinks she can play better than you.
Yeah, she's unafraid to, like, I'm good at this. I mean, like, I walked in, studied the other day, she's here, and I was like, it's a good idea to see. She was doing, it was, code.org, some sort of
Scratch mimic.
code.org, Star Wars thing. You had to like write the program and make deviate, like roll here, roll here, roll here, sort of thing. She's like going through that one, like you run your program, success. Next one. Yeah. And sees if you programmed it right. Yeah, she was keep, going through. So
Really
nobody made her do it. She wanted to do it.
Right, well, that's a good thing. My undergrad was environmental studies, and my graduate is geography. It was under geography and regional development, but I almost went geology, and I did paleoclimate, so triggering carbon. And what college is it? Cal State Hayward, when it was Hayward, and University of Arizona. Interesting, I didn't know they did. They have the largest tree ring research lab in the world. So
Dendrochronologist?
I did dendrochronology. I did actually my PhD work was pack rat middens. The little
Pack rat
middens.
middens, which is what
What
we
is
call
that?
their collection.
Yeah, their collection. So pack rats in desert and drier climates, they amass vegetation and then build these mounds. Unfortunately, when they urinate on them, their urine kind of crystallizes like amber over time. So if it's an arid to semi-arid environment, you can get a 20,000-year-old snapshot of the surrounding vegetation. If it's not, so like in Baja, we pulled out things from desert elevations, that pine needles and cones, acorns. So we can carbonate that and say clearly this is what was going on latitudinally, vegetation change over time.
That's pretty scientific.
Pretty crazy. Mine is, I think, great now.
Yeah, we turned ours off.
Are you in
Did I
research?
say anything?
No. Are you in research now or?
I am. I work at the U.S. I'm a federal scientist under the Climate and Land Use Group. So my job is. So I may have. This might be my only job. Pretty scary.
It is.
Now I do stuff with remote sensing, satellite imagery analysis. But that was my background.
Fascinating.
Climate stuff. Yeah.
No, I know people who did. The only geography, geology people I know were at Cal.
Okay. Yeah, great school. I went to seminars there when I was in undergrad. I knew the people,
Lynn Ingram over there, she does stuff on drought and she does tours in the bay to reconstruct drought and inflow. From the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers into the Bay Delta.
So how did you get into it?
My undergrad professor at Cal State, Scott Fine, he did a lake level reconstruction at Mono Lake when Save Mono Lake was the.
Is that how you pronounce it?
It's Mono, it's not Mono, yeah.
Mono Lake.
Lake. And he actually testified in court against the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, saying that they were extracting inflow water for hit the lake, dropping the lake for any natural level it had ever been at in the past. So they were drawing it down lower than any sort of natural state, which was what they were required to do. They were still required to do it within the natural realm of variability. And he basically, there's all these tree stumps that are located along the lake perimeter. And these trees were actually, interestingly, they were established in two of the longest droughts in the paleo record in California, which lasted 100 plus years. Two. About 800 AD and 1200. And these trees grew, they're pine trees. They cannot grow with their roots inundated. They grew, and you can count the rains and carbon date them. And all grew at the same time. He sees this in highly incised canyons, even in the Sierra, where currently these streams always flow. But they dried up enough for these trees to root, establish, and grow 50 to 80 years. They all date to the same time frame. So he was able to go in and show, look, this lake has never fallen, as low as you've made it fall. They basically effectively
Did he win
stopped
his
the
point?
Los
Oh.
Angeles Department of Water and Power from extracting some saved Mono Lake. Because it was dropping the lake so low that this island that had never been connected to the mainland just had a massive population of some, I can't remember which migratory bird, but that the predators were coming in and just decimating the population, just creating a lot of ecological imbalance.
So back up even further.
He was so inspiring. He took us everywhere, all over California.
Right, but back up even. Why? Then you were 18 years old.
Yeah.
Why were you?
It was because of that. I love being outside. I love the field work. I love hiking, being in nature, the environment, and I like looking at it and at any kind of landscape and seeing the history of it, and that it's not just what you know. There's a natural archive right in front of you that once you have the tools and the knowledge and education, and I love that. I feel like time travel.
Are you from Northern California?
From Livermore.
Oh.
Now your trips to South America
Yeah.
that you talked about earlier. It
Well,
was
I
all,
actually went, and once I was in grad school, I went with my grad professor to southern Argentina. He had a corollary lake site there. They're hydrographically close. So Mono Lake is the same. There's only inlet. There's no outlet. So whatever happens, it's natural. Like it evaporates, it doesn't drain, and it's not a porous groundwater basin. Same. There's a lake in southern Argentina. So I don't know if you know what Rio Gallegos is.
No, I don't.
It's the last town before you get to Tierra del Fuego. So
Until
we
the
went there
last
and we
tip.
drive up. It's called Lago Cardiel. And we went there. We even took archaeologists. And it's a hydrographically closed lake. So whatever the lake level does, it's the climate. It's not rain. It's got to be either lack of input or a temperature change. So we went down there and it was great. We got their perspective of the human components. We even discovered this really cool feature that was clearly a canal built by people that they've never said there were any people manipulating water doing agriculture in that area, but we were like, that's clearly not natural.
So it was
So we saw
man-made.
that, and that was my first trip to South America. Yeah, and then I did the rafting trip. I did this crazy paddling trip down the Amazon.
They built their own rafts and
Yeah,
went down the
out of
Amazon.
logs.
I mean, the Amazon is bad enough.
This was
in
the
itself.
Kaiser Permanente folks. We all did dragon boat racing, paddling. They're like, go do this crazy race, and they knew I would quit.
That's great.
Yeah, this is before kids, so it was a little easier to do. But yeah, that's when I went there.
So
Brazil, I went to Brazil and
in Arizona, Tucson, did you ever go down and see the lenses that they make under the stadium?
The what?
lenses.
No,
You know-
under the stadium is where the Turing lab was, but I never thought,
No, that's where the
oh,
three,
for the telescopes?
for the
Yeah.
telescopes in Chile. The largest lens in the world. It probably was, in fact, I might have a picture of it on here.
It was interesting, the guy that started the Turing lab, Douglas, he was an astronomer. He's the one that started Turing dating.
I don't know if I have it, but it was fascinating. It takes almost, the reason it's under the stadium, that's the only space that they have that's large enough to manufacture these lenses. And yeah, I just found it fascinating. My wife and I, see, it's in here. Let's see. Their football stadium at the University of Arizona. I mean, usually I show the people this picture. I don't know if I have it anymore. As I said, it was about 3 or 4 years ago. I show them the picture and nobody can guess what it is.
There's a couple of larger observatories down there too. Kit Peak and there's just a lot less ambient light, in Arizona. You've got the two big towns and it's really good for observing.
And humans have an equator for
Yeah, that's my problem. I gotta get this.
Yes, exactly. That's why they have permits.
Yes. And her dad takes her driving home.
He's using Basil Bachelor, the one person that, you still have that one?
No, oh, I thought that was the one that,
It was them. But. So what's your connection to Tucson, Bill?
We just vacationed there and just fell in love with the place. And if I ever did buy a place, it would be there. But
Oh, man, you can get.
but we decided
Yeah,
not.
you did. Yeah, I
We
love it
decided-
there. I look at real estate all the time. I'm like, oh my God.
No, it's
I
very
could
it's
sell
very
my condo
nice.
And buy a house with a pool with like 5 rooms.
I know.
It is,
I mean, I've got like, what, 860 square feet.
lost all my photos. Where are they?
Yeah, but your intuition will be well. Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering if
So
when
what
I
inspired you to get into law? Was there a defining moment or?
Yes. Separating from my husband.
My mom got into business for that reason as well.
Yeah.
She was a teacher prior. No,
Oh,
she's not. She's a history major. Now she's a very successful real estate
yeah.
and
So I
investment
was a
realtor.
social sciences major. So when I heard you at the League of Women Voters Forum, saying I'm the one who has experience in education, I have a teaching. So I had teaching credential, and you can ask support with any kind of, without the kind of quality of life that you wanted.
Right.
And it's able to because it's, as a.
Yeah.
So.
The income is
I
not.
went to law school.
At night?
Yes, Santa Clara. And there's a lot of, it's interesting that, Mom did that. There's a lot of similarities.
Yeah. Yeah, she tells me, because this was 74. She couldn't even get a credit card in her name. I mean, it was very challenging. And I remember when growing up, all the time we were at the library, all the time these people, the internet was in trouble. She was getting all of her books. That's how we're always into books. It's always just part of our culture. And I think it's easy to take that for granted because that is a thing.
Yeah.
Where we go?
Yeah. Well, we were just saying, like, I asked her how she got into being a lawyer, and my mom was a history major and a teacher, as Ellen is a certified history as well. But then when my dad, she wanted me to she became
teenage realtor and a business owner, which is totally not what she was trained to do. But she was had enough training to learn, like, you know how to wear that kind of training. She's very good at that.
No, I don't have it on this with my older phone, but it, I know where it is probably. Pardon?
What time do you think we're resuming?
We probably should start maybe in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Go outside and get.
Okay, sure enough.
I never this great. We can have that time.
Yeah, sorry. So, you say. So, so, just real quick, Jose. So, Tunic suggested these just go to y'all.
Okay, so hypothetical, what if?
I can send.
What if the person comes?
How about this? He has short and analysis. How about I respond short answers, copy, and then short and analysis, back to, yeah.
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Yep. Okay. What's this? Now I need to find his email. No, why this is two different fonts.
What is your guest password?
Guest at MVWSD.
Guest.
This way. At MVWSD. Okay. There's this. You have that. And here is an email to all of y'all. What is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a Southern thing. I actually didn't pick that up until I moved to North Carolina. Yeah. Oh, y'all, yeah. I never would say any of that when I was. Yes, we would say you guys all the time. Mhm. In fact, the first time I used it, they laughed and they were like, "We turned him into Southern. He said y'all." It's just stuck now. I don't know. Okay, here we go. I just sent email to all the trustees with the answer, and then I responded to Nelson with the short answers and copied the trustees. So.
Now back online. I think you see.
It's still going. It's been going the whole time.
Are we ready to reconvene? It's been going on the whole time, as you're right. Well, let's just continue with brainstorming, and let's again recall what brainstorming is. Anything's okay to put up there, but we're going to take down afterwards. We'll discuss them and take down and decide if any of them should stay up there and what should be prioritized for this year and for next year. Okay? So continuing with brainstorming, are there any other items that we want to put up here? We've got the math issue. We've got the charter school, magnet school, whatever we want to call it, a STEAM or a STEM school, and then the teaching priorities can be brought up. Can't expect elementary teachers to be an expert in every area without at least some consideration. So what else do we want to put up there? Let's forget about whether it's 6 months or for next year, just one brainstorm.
I'd like to consider, I know we see data oftentimes by ethnicity and school. I'd like to, and I don't know how hard this would be, if we could see data by gender. Science Magazine just published 2 days ago about how girls at age 5, girls and boys think they're equally capable of being brilliant, and by age 6, there's a marked decline in what girls think they're capable of doing, and that's exactly my measure. So I'm just curious to see, and I noticed in the recent school reports, I couldn't compare chart by chart. They were done by school, but there's something happening between 4th and 5th grade in terms of girls in science that I noticed. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we could also examine. I'm not sure if that's a goal or just another data. But I'd like to be able to examine that kind of information.
Anything else?
So the high school district has pointed out over the years that not everybody from the elementary school districts arrives at high school ready to succeed at the same level. And we know about this. And the population, don't write everything until I kind of make my point, because otherwise it might be too much to write. But we've known for a long time that the English language learners that we get, many of them end up in high school with still not really ready to succeed at the Mountain View High School or Los Altos High School level. And so to me, okay, we've been working on this probably since the beginning, and it's not like a new thing, but when the state standards changed, and it always used to be that if you didn't know English that great, that the English part was going to be hard, but now the math is hard too, because it's all these complicated word problems. And so we saw results for our English learners drop in math more than you'd expect, but it's because it's math and English together. And so I'd be interested in some sort, and this came up at one of our recent board meetings, so this isn't going to be totally new to most of the people, several of the people in the room, but we saw a chart that had how many kids go from designated English learners to, like, you know, get the stamp of approval that you've now learned English. How many do that each year? And like in first grade, I think there were 5 students. You know, there's a population, hundreds and hundreds in the population. And there's like 5 that in first grade, we say, okay, Maybe you were almost there, you know, and then in 8th grade, it's like 180 and it goes up each year. But a student that isn't at grade level by 3rd grade is like, we already know you're going to have a real tough time catching up, because now like you are reading a lot for your homework and in class and everything, right? And the gap widens. So it's always seemed to me that if there was a program, and maybe we need the charter school approach, maybe there's no way to do this like with our current parameters, but a way to make it so that we put lots more effort and time, people, time and money into kindergartners, 1st graders, 2nd graders that for whom English is not a native language, and like try to fix that problem, solve the English learning component of their education very early, so that for all the other years, they can be taking advantage of the best our schools have to offer. I feel like it would not only address the thing that Ellen mentioned, which is some of our schools, everybody's dying to get into, and others not as much. That's because the schools' scores have been very far apart for, you know, a long, long time, maybe, you know, maybe for 50 years, you know, like there have been schools that had a lot of successful students and schools that had students with a lot of challenges, maybe the biggest one learning English. So I feel like if there was a way, and maybe SEAL does it, or maybe some other thing does it, a way to take up as an official, you know, thing we're going to try to do in maybe 2017 or another year, to try to radically change the outcomes we're currently getting for the benefit of those students. And of course, if those students are able to improve their English and so forth, and the math they can do, every student in the class is going to be better off, as will the teacher, as will the whole school and the whole community and everybody. So to me, I see it as like a linchpin sort of program that I don't know. I don't think we have the thing I have in mind, which is intense, maybe 3 extra hours a day, you know, of English instruction if you're a kindergartner who speaks some other language at home, until you know English as well as the other kindergartners, which I think is possible. I don't think it's crazy or out of the bounds of possibility to come up with something that does this and pilot it somewhere, you know, maybe next year.
Craig, I like how you said you think it's possible, because I think, yes, by working together and us continuing to look at the data and learn more about our English language learners and how varied they are, we can meet their needs. So yes, it does feel like almost anything can be possible. But SIOP does address K-8, some of those pieces, and SEAL has portions of SIOP as a part of their program. If you take a look at how we teach language acquisition across our entire district, we've not been consistent.
Okay.
We haven't. So having something like SIOP and giving it the time, right, to be implemented and evaluated, you might see some of the results that you're looking at.
Other things you want to put up here for consideration?
Let's see.
Jeff, are there any things that might not be up here that you think are high priority?
Well, I think that as we move forward, we have to look at how we include all of our students, regardless of their abilities or disabilities. And that is something that is coming with inclusion, not just for academics, but for student support, for behavior, for culture, for everything. So it's kind of an overarching thing, but it can actually prevail in all of these communities.
And that's another one, we have a goal area, pieces of support culture and race.
I do, but if somebody else has one, go first. I'd like to see if there's something else we should be doing as far as hiring, training, and retaining the absolute best possible teaching staff we can. Something we already do that. This is something that is kind of like the district's duty all the time. Is there something else we should be doing? And if it's related to teachers can't afford to live here with the amount we can afford to pay them, or are we effectively finding the gaps between current teaching abilities and the ability to do the things that Ms. Smith was just talking about, like, you know, yes, implementing PSYOP and doing this with the latest of this and that and the other thing. How well are we closing the gap between where we are and where we ideally would have every one of our teachers? You know, having an evaluation system that makes objective the feeling that, well, these teachers have mastered all those different areas, you know, and they are just, you know, doing great in every way. These other ones need help with this and that. These other teachers, we don't really know what to do with them. You know, I don't know if the superintendent and staff have the flexibility to move teachers around and have different this and that sort of training done. And, you know, in some cases, maybe say, I don't think this is working out. You're tenured, but do you think that your students are getting as much as they deserve? Like, I think that we probably need more flexibility in our teaching, in our union agreements, if we're going to make them kid-centric as opposed to adult-centric. I think that some kid-centricity is left out with the way we are currently structured. We may need luck with that, but we should try it.
What I put down here is contracts and law versus kid-centric, which is, it's more law, I think, than contracts in most states, but let's put it up. Any other things? I'm gonna turn to you, Amy, because I think you're the one that's probably closest to what's in there. But I think the hiring, training, retaining of teachers is already in the strategic plan. I don't know if it's related to contracts and law versus kid-centric.
It is.
But what about, let's look at all of these. What, is there anything up here that does not fit into this?
I mean, you can make almost any of those fit, right? I mean,
think so too.
Whether or not some of them are I think it's we can be a little bit subjective about how we squeeze that type of stuff in there on some of these. But I think, you know, so the data, that's a report. That's a report, but it's student achievement. You know, math, science, math, that falls under human capital. I mean, they all do. The only one, the ELL, we have something for. Human capital would take care of teaching priorities, but we don't have a clear direction to go to departmentalize schools or anything like that. And the one that's probably, you know, that wouldn't, I mean, we can definitely put it within those, but that is, yeah, the STEAM boundary changes. But we do have science in there as part of it, inquiry-based learning. I mean, so yeah.
Just, we discussed this a little bit. I want to come back to you. You said you should wonder if there's interest in the board and all that. I think this is a major initiative. I think math is something that we can put into the priorities because of TBD and PTO and everything else. I think what Kathy brought up here, teaching priorities, is a real major issue that has always been a problem. This is one that is a multi-year thing, because you cannot teach teachers to be experts in 17 different areas in all 1 year. So, but it is something that needs to be up there if it's a problem. This is a report which may lead to a problem that you want to address. until you have the data, you really don't know. I think this is one that already is in the strategic plan, but there may be the intensified instruction. I didn't study your strategic plan that much, but that's something to consider. Inclusion, I think the
It's in there.
all-around conclusion.
It's in the
is
strategic
there.
plan.
And I know that the hiring and training the staff is part of it in there. So this is one, and I think maybe next thing before we discuss, we should clarify. I think I understand what all these, am I correct in what I just said? I mean, these are commonly understood what the issues are.
I've seen that you're talking about inclusion in classroom in schools. Yes,
It's-
and is that in there?
Go to,
Yes, actually, it's under achievement.
go to page 19.
Page 19, it's right under the plan. It says toolbox, the co-teaching model. We're looking at implementing a co-teaching model with teachers and general managers in schools.
Which education jargon would be inclusion? Yeah.
Let's talk about this and see if that's something that, now you said, that you are in the process of looking at boundary changes and doing something with the Desco school. Something's gonna be done. Let's look at a magnet school or a charter school. Right? Discuss it.
Well, I thought I described it
Right.
enough to.
Let's discuss.
I mainly wanted to put it on the table and see if anyone else is interested. No one else is interested. Okay.
I'm interested.
Well, that's what I thought you were. So, and, like I say, one of the nice things about the way we're doing our rebounding is that it's a multi-process. So, and I appreciate how, this year we're doing, the goal is to have boundaries, a boundary structure selected by the end of this school year. So there's that. And then next year is going to be, discussing policies and that kind of thing. And then, so the community has heard, the plan is to open up later in 2019. And if that is still so, I don't know.
It is.
So 2019. So we have some period of time, but after we select boundaries, I think that would be a natural time for the community to discuss, what we want these schools to be. So, and I've been around for a long time. I've heard different ideas for different schools. I don't think Cochran Dog needed anything special to get people to go there. I used to hear, maybe we'd have Slater be this kind of school. Honolulu used to be kind of the schools that they're both very good schools, good staff, good principals, nice campuses, that some parents are very happy to send their children to, and some parents choose to try to apply for transfer product or cash transfer. So, traditionally, what are ways that districts around the country utilize to try to bring in more people to a school? So, one of the things that I'd be interested in is, that's why I said academy and not running high school, because I would want the neighborhood residents to priority to that kind of school. But we know that there are different types of schools that are considered to be desirable, all over the state, all over the country. One of them is STEAM schools, one of them is schools, another one is language schools, different kinds of languages. I think it would be worth combining these ideas with, the boundary discussions. If we Foster be a STEAM academy? What would it look like? Would more people be excited about going there? And, you know, layer that on top of the whole thing about the one interest in equity, science and math for higher level project-based learning, science and math for traditionally underserved students, and the interest, natural interest in Silicon Valley and all that. So I think you get a good combination of people. I think opening up the conversation is worthwhile. So, and like I say, I hear about it from people all the time. You know, when how did it go? So, you know, instead of, you know, wringing our hands and, you know, every once in a while at the board meeting, we say, oh, you know, we've got so many people coming to the goods, people can't get into that. Or these are all, you know, try to do something. I'm also interested.
Open up the discussion.
Can I just go?
And that's what we need to be able to know and achieve. Go back now, go back. I don't know if that's just for commitment to it. Speculation at that point was that this was the goal. So to try to make those meetings. Now, if we're going to have a conversation about that in general, I would be interested to find out if we are looking at something to make a school more attractive to the general populace that doesn't want to go there. It's not up.
Or you could just call it hub for those two schools.
If we're going to open up that subject matter, then I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's responsibility or not. But I know that was what we originally talked about in the beginning. And I think what's crucial to understand too is that if you are going to do something, you have to factor in what you currently have on site. If you have a dual immersion program already there, my first inclination would be maybe to a sense to expand on the strong program and dual immersion and incorporate Castro into that. The numbers are there. It makes more sense to do that. You should try and do something like that. We had talked about STEM or STEAM beforehand when we were looking at Slater, and that was brought up, but that didn't get again. So I'm interested in that case. From the superintendent's perspective, if we were to do something like this with the discussion mode, how would that look like from your perspective? Because the last thing I want is to add on another major project in the middle of something and have the executive team be further stretched on how you approach this. So Dr. Rudolph, what's your take on that? No, I didn't say that.
I don't understand why you read Ellen's suggestion as somehow lacking commitment to some other decision.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that originally the way we spoke about bringing in Slayer into the community was that we wanted the goal of having every neighborhood have a school. And so Castro is a neighborhood school. Mistral is not. If we change then Castro from a neighborhood school to something else that's now a STEAM or a STEM or even dual immersion, then that takes away from what we talked about in the beginning, which was every neighborhood needs to have a school. Because then now all of a sudden that neighborhood doesn't have a neighborhood school. It has an emphasis with one school being dedicated to dual immersion and the second school being with an emphasis in a STEM or a STEAM, which changes the composition of the neighborhood school.
I think Ellen tried to carefully exclude the possibility that you're focusing in on by saying, I don't want to make it a choice school. That's why I call it an academy, which is like a neighborhood school with some extra thing.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, but therein lies the difference. That's what I'm trying to figure out from my perspective. How does that sound like to the district? Would it be an issue? Would it be feasible? Would it not be? And then based on what I had just commented on, and I think Dr. Rudolph knows where I'm heading with that. What's the version that he has? What's his understanding of whether or not something like that would work? That's all I'm throwing out there on the floor.
I think we're trying to address two different problems at the same time. I think, and I'm just gonna, I'll touch on all these. Just bear with me for a second, right? It seems to me that one of the questions is, how do we attract parents? Which is one question. It's not how do we attract parents just to Castro, it's how do we attract parents to Therakov, which is also underprescribed, right? And that's its own, those are their own issues whatsoever. And I think those bring with them a lot of different options and varieties and a lot of different approaches. I think the second question, which drove the first one, is the question about performance of the school, and that being the driving factor. I think if Huff was a low performing school, then you would see the exact opposite effect at Huff, right? We wouldn't see a lot of people going over there. It would be people who say, I pay this amount of money and I'm not going to send my kid to this school because, and you know, I think the fact that it was our first blue ribbon school further drove that fact, right? So I think I see those as two separate issues. And then comes the third one, which is what you're bringing up, which is, are we, and I think this is also a part of the placement policy, right? Oh, and I can hear Bill Lambert saying this to me right now. Are we a district that is committed to neighborhood schools, or are we a district committed to choice? And I think those are two totally different things, right? I know last year this conversation came up during the strategic planning session, actually. And the facilitator was like, well, you can be a choice district where kids can travel and each school has its own particular program. And you know, that creates all types of things. And there's also, I guess, one other one, I'm sorry, I'm using here, but so to Jose's point, I think my understanding is, and I'm not saying we don't need to address Castro, because obviously the board has already taken action to address Castro in terms of providing it with more funds. We've put more oversight to make sure, you know, with Heidi. Terry and Ryan have been doing a tremendous job of bringing the test scores up. So it's a neighborhood school, and what does that really mean? And the complex issue, I think, which Ellen is trying to address is you have a neighborhood that doesn't want to attend what could possibly be the neighborhood of school, right? I mean, that's, if I'm being honest, that's really part of the issue, right? I think the Huff wagon wheel triangle has sort of resolved themselves that they are headed to Slater because it's a losing argument. Whereas Shoreline West, that issue hasn't been resolved. And we don't know where they're going to end up. I'm not trying to speculate where or how this looks or what the next versions will be, right? I'm just simply saying right now, if I was to say something, the battleground is with one community and whether or not they end up at Landos, Huff, Bub, or Castro, right? All the other communities have seemed to put this to rest. It's one area. So, and then the last issue is, which I think Tamara brings up in a different way, and what Ellen's also talking about, is the issue of science and technology in our school and what role does it play on a larger scale, both with girls and at the other schools. So that's what I'm hearing currently. I'm just reporting out what I'm hearing. I also know that, and I would look down to Carmen. Carmen was there when it had Stevenson and Mistral. So we were at that point at one time. I don't know if it had more kids than it did now.
Wait, what it that you referred to? What's the it?
Castro campus.
Castro used to have Mistral as a program.
And packed.
Right.
And there were well over
700.
pushing between 700 and
Right. But
That was all three. All
It
three.
didn't
Correct.
have a third program. I thought it
It
was
had
just
the
dual immersion
traditional
or
program,
it didn't.
Castro.
Right. And
dual immersion.
that is actually how Bub got Shoreline West. Castro was so overprescribed because of the 3 programs that they had no choice but to cut the Shoreline West neighborhood off and send it to Bub, which at the time was underprescribed, and then send part of the Montaloma group that's on the other side of
Central Expressway.
Central, sent that over there, right? So those kids actually go to one elementary school and then they go to a different middle school, so they don't see their friends, right? So, and then we did the exact same thing with Huff when it reopened, which is to diversify. We carved out the triangle and we sent it to Huff. There's a lot of things that are wrapped up there, which I don't know if I could provide my opinion on it, but I don't know if that's really what I want to do. I think I would say the fundamental issue here to me seems to be, and I think it always will be, as long as the performance of Castro and Therakoff is low or lower than other schools, parents will be leery about sending their kids over there. And I don't think it makes a difference what program is put there. I think that will always be the case. Now, is it possible that if we put a makerspace at Castro and we designed a program around it, that it will draw some parents? I believe, yes, that is a strong possibility. But I also believe, and I'm just going to use me as a parent. When I moved to Charlotte from DC, the first thing I did, which I know is wrong as an educator,
Look up the scores.
I looked up the scores of the school and I made a decision about which neighborhood I wanted to live in based off of the value of the house and the scores of the schools and whether or not a new school is going to come. That was, and most parents, that is how they make a decision. And then they ask people, and we see this in our surveys about schools, they choose Stevenson not because of the program. They choose Stevenson because they heard from another parent who lived in their community that Stevenson is the right school to go to. And when we had our Slater community meeting, and I probably should be quiet after this, so y'all can talk, right? But when we had our Slater community meeting, that conversation actually came up where a parent says, I hear that Slater is going to be a high poverty school. And I find it interesting that I just paid for a house that's $2 million. And now I'm going to be sent to the poorest school in the district. And, I pulled the demographic sheet that it was printed off by the demographer. And I was like, it actually is going to be a pretty affluent school. And, but I think there are all these undercurrents that are there that are driving these conversations. And so I don't know if I answered the question, if I danced around the bush long enough, but but I feel pretty good about that dance. Oh, wait, can I say this? I do think, though, it is worth a larger conversation, not around, I think it's a larger conversation about how do we improve Castro and what that takes. And regardless of whether it's a charter school, regardless of whether it's additional funds, regardless of whether it's maker spaces, I don't care. But the conversation about those two schools started with, we're giving them extra money because we know their performance is lower. And I think really that's the conversation, whatever iteration, however it goes, that's really the heart of the conversation. Castro and Therakoff are our lowest performing schools in a very affluent district. And how do we get parents that live right around here, because a house just sold for $2 million, and parents right over there where rent is at $5,000 in the new apartments, how do we get them to buy into a school that isn't performing as well as the ones on the south side of the district and, some of the ones that are on the east and north side?
Right. And then conversely, just to add on to that, which was part of my point, how does that affect if we look at that conversation at that point from that perspective? the work level that then the executive team will have to dedicate to try and problem solve that said or those said issues, right? Because we're trying to also be realistic with what we can manage and what the expectations are.
Well, yeah, and okay. No, okay.
I have a comment only from my experience with questions that parents are not choosing choice program, they're choosing not to be at that neighborhood school. Do not believe a program is going to change that, changing the achievement. So I don't think adding STEAM to Castro at this point is going to change the belief of the parents who are trying to opt out. That's my honest opinion. They want to apply to be on the lottery for Mistral and Stevenson. Which program they don't even
It doesn't matter.
they don't even know what the programs really are. So you can put a STEAM program somewhere, but until you change
The test scores.
to change the possibilities for the students there, you're not, I don't think it'll make a difference. I'd like to see one.
Yes, Ms. Wheeler, go ahead.
And I recognize this is a fairly sophisticated comment. And it's from a friend of mine who works at Google. He's an MIT grad, so I'm okay. Sophisticated. He lives in the Castro neighborhood. Asked me to send your child to Castro. I said, well, we haven't decided yet. He said, the thing I would be looking for is who has, which school, which grade level has the most excellent teachers. And this gets back to what we were talking about here, not that from a parent, we talked about kindergarten information night. When I went to kindergarten information night at Cobb Elementary School, which is a good school, I was won over by kindergarten teaching team who just seemed so friendly and so enthusiastic and just loved teaching that. But now if I went to Castro and I or Torcon, I saw a presentation by 3 or 4 highly qualified, enthusiastic, friendly, knowledgeable teachers, would it make a difference to me? Would it make a difference to my friend who's an MIT grad? Maybe. So, it's one of the truisms in education that the quality of the teacher is the most important aspect related to the success of the child at their school. So, and they get that, Greg was talking about, we're all talking about, how to help our teachers and new hires be excellent teachers. Yes, there's that part of it. But I will say, some people that I talk to, right? So if Castro was a STEAM school, would you send your child? And whether they're telling the truth or not, some of them say yes.
Hey, I think that's perfectly understandable.
I think there's a question here. Let's take Castro. Is there interest in the district for having a STEAM school or STEM school?
I want all of them to be STEAM schools.
You want
All of them
Okay.
should have that makerspace that Dr. Rudolph mentioned. Programs where kids in this class are talking about how something works, and then somebody else who knows how to do it comes in and helps them design something they 3D print or laser cut or whatever. And kids bring that home and they're like, look what I made. This is so awesome. That helps all kids get interested in what can happen at school and in science and in industry and so forth, versus just hearing a lecture, right? So, and I think the money, we get $3 million a year from a partnership with the city that comes from the Shoreline District, which is actually earmarked for science and technology related programming. But in my opinion, we don't use it, have not used it for that yet. We improved some building infrastructure, there's probably better wiring and AV equipment and stuff like that, but it's not like kids being inspired with science and cool stuff. So I think of this less as like we need it for Castro as we need it for every one of our schools, and coming up with a way to, and if we try it first at we can try it first somewhere, try it at Derkoff or Castro, and, you know, try it 1 year and learn from it, and then roll it out to some other schools. I'd like to see that for all our schools. I'd like people to think of Mountain View as, oh yeah, there's a bunch of great things about Mountain View, and one of the things is all their schools have these great resources.
I mean, that's another goal, and that's why I put it up there. I mean, if you're, you know, let's
Can
put
I
all the
say
alternatives.
right now, put an A in there, so it's STEAM, not STEM?
So I was just going to say, I like what we're doing like at Bub with the after school programs. I mean, I think that is a way where you can start to integrate some of that on a more manageable level. I get scared out of my wits thinking to try to pile on a whole new choice program. So I don't know what the difference between an academy and a choice program is, but I think we've got a lot of things that we need to accomplish here. I think the school thing is, I'm for the neighborhood schools, and I think the improvement will come. I mean, it's already started. My family interdistricted into Landals when it was like a 6 or something on that score. You know, there were not a lot of the neighborhood kids that were going to that school. It's a great school. I mean, it became one of the district, the California Distinguished Schools, and then it got it again. And yes, thank you, Carmen.
Carmen was the
Yeah, I know.
principal,
Well,
in
she
full
wasn't the
disclosure.
first time. It
Okay.
was Jerry Davis, and then
Oh,
but
okay, so
and then
you can't take
Phyllis,
two,
and
you only get one.
but
Castro was a Title I school too.
and Landals was a Title I school also.
So the schools. My point is-
And so was
Well,
James.
But I think the teachers were really what attracted my family. We went and looked. I wanted to do dual immersion. I was a Latin American studies major. I studied in Mexico, and at that time, that program was awful. I went to the teacher night. The teachers couldn't speak Spanish. They couldn't explain what they were doing. It was bad. It changed clearly. It's a wonderful program now. But we went to the schools. In Huff, we went to 3 different kindergarten classes, and they looked completely different from each other. And when we went in there, we thought, well, my kid's going to would do well if he were in this class. He'd do horrible if he were in this class. We went to Landals. There was a lot of collaboration. You went to each classroom. They looked like each other. And the teaching staff was fabulous. So I guess I'd be much more supportive of just sticking with the plan that we have now for a while. We've bitten off a lot already. Let's chew it and get it done and work to develop the teachers, some of the issues like that you said, Kathy. Work on helping the teachers enhance their teaching and make sure we have excellent teachers at every school. I think we do, but there's always room for improvement. So that's where my head's at.
I want to tie in the thing I was talking about with English language learning. I think the shortest path to making it so that more people want to go to Castro and Derkoff is to get everyone at those schools to be proficient in English as soon as possible, because that will improve everyone's results at that school. Test scores will go up faster with that change than any other thing. And the sooner kids, no matter their background, can be at grade level at Derkoff and Castro, then the people in the neighborhood will just come back. Just the next year's kindergartens will be like, oh, just like in some nearby districts, it's like, yeah, okay, there's a variation in quality, but like in Los Altos, they're all excellent. It's like more excellent to like a little more excellent. Like if the divergence or the spread of our schools was smaller, then it wouldn't matter. And you just, oh, sure, it's Mountain View. Of course the school's good enough. And I think we'd see a surge in enrollment at both of those schools. But to me, the way to do it is like this next year, try to get everyone to English. That's the shortest path to me. That's why I care so much about this thing versus, yeah, well, we'll get them there by 5th grade or something. I think we'll just have the same.
Well, and that's the key though, right, Greg? That's why you'll hear me talk about SEAL, because the difference between both is obvious. SIOP is focused on English language learners. SEAL incorporates that, but also takes on the English learners in general who are native born. So you have both communities already reaping the benefit of early academic language based and rooted in the sciences and social studies, which is part of what we're talking about with STEAM or STEM.
Right.
Therefore, the pedagogy changes with that, the training goes along with that, and then you see positive results come about through standardized test scores once they do that, because they have the root element of understanding English language. That's the challenge. So I agree with you on that front for sure. And that's why I bring that issue up, because like you just mentioned, the sooner we tackle that issue, I think that's going to help us a lot with how we then have the neighborhoods look at their neighborhood schools, whether it be Therakoff, Mona Loma, or Castro.
It sounds like that maybe that we should consider this STEAM issue as something like strategic plan 2026. Let's see how we go through 2021 and getting our English language learners up to speed, and then something as a longer term plan. Since, clearly everybody's plates are already very full. But if we have to work on that first.
What should we do with the $3 million we're going to get this year for science and technology in the classroom? What should we do with that $3 million?
What are we doing at Bub right now? And I think some of the other schools, I mean, we're enhancing the after-school programming, and isn't there some transportation so that everybody can participate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think
Maybe we
that
should just-
model
yeah.
is very intriguing and could be implemented at all the schools.
And in case in point, when you look at that issue, just the granular aspect to it, and you have Beyond the Bell, for example, at Castle, which may not be coming back next year, right? Or who knows how that's going to work out. I'm not sure. I just hear some things. If something like that weren't to work out or what have you, you look at these options for academic support, right? You supplement one for the other, and you do your cost benefit analysis of value. Which one's of more importance, right? Because when you look at certain programs that are offered after school, not all of them focus on academics or extra academic support, where you have a large portion of target students there. Well, it kind of makes sense to actually turn that around, and instead of it being kind of like a Y or something else or who knows what, that's the time we should take advantage of being able to have something in additional support to what they receive during the normal course of the school day at that time for that extra hour. Because who knows that if in that hour they don't have parental support and that's why they're there, that person who's helping out with English or with science or with math or with the arts is an invaluable part of their educational development.
So we have after school assessment, right? That's part of one of the things on the next, because you put NGSS, now I start thinking the next generation, right? We actually have in the strategic plan extended learning opportunities as part of the thing. We're studying it this year to see what's out there. And then we go. I think that there's two different things or three things at play, right? Beyond the Bells at Castro is not at Mistral, but Castro and Mistral were used to being together. So they had Beyond the Barrel for all of the kids, and now they don't. And so there's one tension. The PTA raises funds at Bub to pay for transportation, and that's been the past practice, right? So as a district, we need to have a conversation, which is why we're studying it now, about so what does after school encompass and what should it look like? Does that mean Beyond the Bell, YMCA, some other program all working in concert, as opposed to what we currently are doing, which is one group of individuals can make a decision about what after school looks like because they can raise funds, and another group of individuals have to make a tough decision on whether or not they use their targeted student support money to pay for after school or to pay for an intervention teacher. And I think those are the things that we're really talking about. And to go back to, I think part of this, what you're talking about, is marketing. How do we market our schools so that people understand what's taking place? There are hardworking teachers at Castro. There are hardworking teachers at Therakoff. There are hardworking teachers at Huff, Bub. I mean, all of our teachers, right? But if I go to one school, and I know this because I was at a very high performing school, once you hit a certain point at a high school, when you don't have to worry about the other stuff, you can think of all these crazy things to do that help you with marketing and right, because your day isn't occupied with
triage.
Right.
In the trenches, yeah.
You're thinking of the other stuff. And then when I moved to a Title I school, lowest performing in the state for a middle school, there was no more like, ooh, let's think about marketing and what student events. It was the day before I arrived on campus, there were 19 fights. And the district had dispatched 10 security guards, plus the 3 that the school already had. because they were afraid that there were going to be more fights on a bus lot that had 45 buses pull in at one particular time for 1,200 kids, right? So my focus went from how do we do STEM at a high school to, essentially butts and discipline and books, right? And that was the only thing that we focused on. This is Charlotte. This shows you Charlotte is so polarized that you can go from a school like Huff to a school like Oakland in a matter of minutes. And I'm not trying to make, I'm just trying to show the contrast and affluence in the district. And it would be, one school would be 95% white, and the next school would be 95% black. One would be 5% poor, the other one would be 95% poor. But I think we can, here's what I wrote down. I think we should talk about STEAM as a larger thing. What I would suggest is that to help staff, we eliminate some items off of the strategic plan. Things like frameworks and other stuff. And we put in more time to study this, and we can, right? Because it fits. Next generation science standards. It's an adaptation of what we've already started, but it's not frameworks. It's what does science look like, and how does that go, and develop a long range plan that may include maker spaces in these other places. I think there is something to be said for Shelley, right? How do we market schools, especially schools that struggle, so that people see that there's value, and maybe we put a little bit more time and attention at those sites than we do at other sites? Because, not to pick on Heidi, but I'm sure Heidi had the opportunity at some point to think about the presentation that she was going to do at her school, because she wasn't worried about other things. And I know she was, but I'm just trying to highlight that. I think, and these are just what I've heard, after school is definitely something we have to continue to talk about. EL students, which is in the strategic plan, that obviously stays. And then academic performance, especially at those two schools, but overall, this continues to be a thing. That's just what I'm hearing right now, right? But I think we could accomplish some of the things you're talking about right now just by strategically saying, what are these items, inquiry-based and next generation science standards and social studies. Okay, let's wrap all that together. We'll put that in STEAM. Let's revise the plan of action, maybe we take capstone experiences off, and we say, you know what, 5 years at the end of 2021, every school will have a makerspace, right? And then from there, we create a plan of action, because what we're trying to do is address the need of science in our community. We have a plan of action. Who gets to pilot? What does that look like? It may be multiple schools. Obviously, Robert sort of cut his eyes because that's an additional modular unit, which we did not plan for whatsoever.
What's a modular unit? Oh, you mean another portable at every place?
Right. But it could be
another modular unit.
Right. But it could be that instead of a flex space, we have to refigure that and say that it's I think those types of tweaks to the strategic plan allow for the larger conversation that we're trying to have, which is how do we accomplish these things without creating more for them. It's not that we're not focused on these things. It's just wrapping them all together into one framework and removing the extra 3 paperwork or little things out of it and creating something bigger across the board.
So those would go hand in hand with the short-term goals and the specificity that's required to meet them. Because if we're now looking at it from that perspective, we've gone way down from the vision all the way now to what you all do best, which is to figure this stuff out. What's the implementation? What are the options? Presentations to the board. These were what we were looked at. This is how long it would take to implement curriculum, pedagogy changes, professional development. It goes on and on. And on.
If the board said, hey, to what Bill said earlier, here's a product we're looking for is maker spaces at the end of 5 years of the strategic plan. All right. So 5 years down the road, we know we have to have maker spaces at every single school. Well, then now that we know what the product is, that's professional development, that's facilities, that is curriculum, that's piloting stuff, that creates a clear focus for us. That's almost laser-like, right? And then you don't have to worry about what the minutia looks like. What you worry about is, what does the plan of action look like? And we take all the lessons we've learned thus far and we retool ourselves to say, okay, well, we know there's going to be one at Slater. That's good for us to know right now because we're about to build it. We know that we have to look at all the other sites as we consolidate or change things. Like, now that we know what the product is, we can retool ourselves to address that. It would take us traveling to different places to see what, you can't just go to Bullis, which has a beautiful makerspace because I've been there, but we would need to go down to San Diego to look at how I forget the name of the school.
High Tech High.
High Tech High, how they did it. We would need to find other elementary schools that have it. We would need to think about curriculum and that type of stuff. I mean, that gives us a clear focus that it allows us to provide you, once we develop a plan of action, to provide you with the updates across the idea. And you'll know we're either going to be there or we're not going to be there in 5 years, because I can tell you right now, just thinking about it, 2 years from now, we would need to have a supply list of what each makerspace looks like. Then we would have to pilot it at a couple of schools with the 10 to 20%. And if it worked, then we would have to turn around, report that out. And, you know, by the time we hit year 5, we've piloted, we've seen what works, we've got rid of some materials, we did some, we determined 3D printing requires a lot of work. Maybe that's not what we want to do. I mean, that gives us the lamppost that we need to run to.
Can I ask a question? Is Makerspace good for all kids? I mean, getting back to what are the kids? You're an engineer.
Yes.
My husband is an engineer. He was so hoping my boys would be inclined in that direction. One's a musician, performer, and the other has no interest. And I don't think it's a bad thing, but I'm just wondering, I don't know what the opportunity cost would be if we say, well, you have to have a makerspace. Would it be, a theater, or are there, I just want to make sure we're thinking about all kids when we do this. I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm just not convinced it should be as high of a priority. I think my gut is telling me we're catering to the parents here because you've got a lot of tech people and that's what they want to see. But I asked the question.
I wouldn't call it caving to parents. I'd call it satisfying parent interests, addressing our customers' requests.
Let's go back.
Yeah.
Is this best for kids?
Yeah.
Let's focus on.
Oh, that's true. And yes, I think it is.
I want to know what a maker space is. We use that term a lot in education, and they are all very.
Well, I had to clarify because makerspace is not a term.
It's
popular out
it's
here.
popular in California.
In the world, it's a maker. You have to have a makerspace, but I'm not sure everybody knows what a makerspace is.
Design labs.
So-
Just define what, have one person define it and see if everybody agrees with what we're talking about. Go ahead.
So are we really talking, I know makerspace is the thing,
Buzzword, yeah.
but having been around many things to come and go many years, I
It's
just think,
spring
are we
chicken
talking
over
about STEAM and making STEAM happen through a makerspace or whatever we need to define in 5 years, which might be something. But I just think we should make sure we're not talking about a product, exactly the goal is STEAM. And, arts, yeah, but. You started talking, we're like, we've got to have a makerspace.
I only use that because that was the example that was tossed out, right? So I'm using it as an example to say, if the board says this, then for us to backwards map it becomes pretty easy because we now know specifically this is the product that someone is looking for.
I'm going to jump in and say if there are 13 different professions or
Correct.
definitions of makerspace around the state, you'll end up doing a lot of work and satisfying only one person.
Correct.
The one that has your interpretation.
Right.
So this is where I go back to specificity.
Mhm.
If you're going to talk about makerspace, which is a new term to me, what does that mean to everybody, and do we have a common term for it? Even with STEAM,
Mhm.
STEAM is implemented differently, and that's why when we get to these specific goals, I would want, if I was in your shoes, I would want clarification, because we may satisfy Ellen and nobody else on the board, and with maker schools, we may satisfy Tamara, but nobody else on the board. And so we've got to get a clarification of what you mean by terminology. In education, we tend to, Yeah, that's right.
Sounds like a
What are the
case for a
outcomes? That's
study
why I said
session.
the project.
Sounds like the opportunity for a study session, right? For
Well, but-
everyone to learn and find out what we're talking about and find the,
Now's the time for
define what it
study
is.
session, right.
Wait, right now?
Well, let's
No,
define it.
or decide that we're gonna have a study session on
Okay,
this.
yeah, well, you could decide to have a study session, but I would not, as a facilitator, feel comfortable walking out and say Maker School is going to be one of your goals for the next 5 years.
Right.
And then have you decide later on that what it means, find out that 4 of the 5 board members end up disagreeing or the staff disagrees. I mean, I think this is a dialogue that has to include staff.
Right. But more importantly, you have to go back to the original root question. So from all this, from this hypothetical that was brought up by the Honorable former Madam President, Trustee Wheeler,
Goodness.
right?
That's a
When
title.
we have that be brought into the scope of our discussion, it went into the specifics of after-school programs. What do they look like now? What could they look like then? Intervention programs, how do they work now? How could they work then? Not just at all school sites, but at the ones that need the most help because there may not be community interest to have children attend those specific schools such as Castro Therakoff. And then from that perspective, you look at what Greg had mentioned before, Trustee Coldonado, the sooner we put this early academic language option out there for review, analysis, study, and possible implementation, the more that would help us then to have more parental interest in sending their children to their local neighborhood school, regardless if it's Castro or Therakoff, right? So that's the beauty about being able to discuss these things at this higher level, because it lends itself to specifics.
Oh, yeah, no question at all. And in fact, this may be a good 6-month goal between now and June to do some of this study and come back to the board with some specific data that will help you decide whether or not you want it. Makerspace, is that what it's called? Makerspace or STEAM. And I mean, have you done a survey of all of your after-school programs and everything, and where they're strong, weak, and
We currently are doing an assessment of all of them. Yeah.
okay, you're doing something that might be a short-term goal for the remainder of this year to come back to the board with that data before you make a decision. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I think a decision needs to be made. I wasn't pushing that it has to be discussed today, but if you're going to make a goal for a long-term goal on it, I would want everybody to have background before they make that decision.
But it's also the building blocks, right? It's the little steps that you were describing to get to the ultimate goal, which is the long-term goal, right? So in this case, it seems like the most immediate one would be then an analysis, a study of the after-school program, right?
Analysis would be to do the study, not to agree that you're going to have schools. That's really what I'm getting.
Yes. And to get to that point, we just had like 20 minutes of getting to that point, which I would rather do that now so that we can figure out then the specifics and then measure that, right?
But you'll also be measuring a small step.
Yes.
If you decide today you want an analysis,
Yes.
clarify what you want in that analysis, and you can measure whether or not you achieved it when you get the analysis.
Can we go back to the question about, whether we should explore creating a STEAM academy? The only staff I think we heard from about that was Karen. I mean, you said something as well already. I'm very curious to hear what the staff's, and I need to, of course, speak with what you had to say. I'm interested to hear what the rest of you, what your impressions are.
I can only, I'll just comment based on my experience. I don't necessarily be self,
Mhm.
Can you explain what those are?
Community input.
Not to me, but for other people who don't know
So
that.
was modeled after PAC. So having parent participation, so having the parent participation piece. And when I was principal, we went through a process of trying to not have the school within a school because it created a lot of, it didn't create for cohesion and collaboration among the staff that actually.
Acrimony.
Competition and
Friction.
and other things. So we went through the process of trying to take the best of it, but knowing that we were a boundary within school. We don't control who comes out. And it was difficult because even with having those pieces, saying we wanted parents to volunteer and we set all these pieces up, we couldn't force them. And I think the biggest conversation I remember having with my staff when we
ended up in program improvement, they were very upset because parents were leaving. And the conversation I had with them is that if you don't want parents to leave, then you have to improve achievement. That's where it lies. It's improve achievement. And 2 years later, we got out of program improvement, which was great, but we still struggle. But it's really, I'm not sure that when you have a boundary-driven school, even having a program, I'm not sure totally helps. You have to improve student achievement. At least that was my experience.
That's kind of what you said as well, Karen.
And is it correct to interpret improve student achievement at the core in our district when they show the different, the bar charts of how these kids did and those kids did, that the most leverage is to help the kids who are struggling with English to, get over this, whatever, get past the struggle? Is that a correct thing for me to be thinking?
I
That's
think that's a piece of it.
Uh-huh.
I think supporting our well, we have to.
what's that?
I think there's
Is there a bigger piece?
I think there's a lot more pieces to it.
Yeah, it's a bigger piece.
There are many more pieces than just work. There are experiences and opportunities and things that happen in their lives that enrich them in different ways that lend themselves to success in school. The kids all have experiences that enrich their lives. Sometimes those experiences are not the ones that lend themselves to academic success. So in our work, it's really complicated and it's more than just
Or science or math.
science, socioeconomic.
Right.
Their whole worlds are sometimes
Right.
than what we consider academic.
And the reality is, and this is what I'm hearing, we can only do so much.
Well, we can do a lot,
And-
and we
and-
need to improve what we do.
Exactly. While we're at the campus, right? And that's the key, to understand that
That's our
distinction.
I think school climate and school culture are so important too for those. I mean, I loved when Ryan came in and did the presentation on Therakoff last fall. I was kind of blown away because it wasn't like that just a few years ago. And it seems like he's really working on that, and it gives me great hope. And from what I understand, what's going on in Castro now too, with so many different families. I mean, how many languages?
13 different
13.
home
So
languages
you've got
in
all
kindergarten.
kinds of, PhDs from, Croatia coming there, and so it's a mix. It's not all. I mean, for many years historically there were low
Across the whole
socioeconomic, and it wasn't that broad cross section. And I think fostering the inclusive climate at the schools is really, really important. Getting parents to participate side by side, and I think a lot of the schools have done that, like you did that.
I think for me, having been as a principal in Colorado, is you can have a STEAM program, you can have PBL, you have whatever you want to raise student achievement and focus on early literacy. But if you don't have the right people in place and you
On the
don't
bus?
provide them, well, on the bus, yes, you don't provide them with that constant professional development on time, in time, and you don't bring them along with communication, STEAM will not, it won't work. That's the big core piece, is the people involved, is the professional development, it's the communication, it's the community building. So whatever you choose for us to focus on, please keep that in mind, that has to happen every single step of the way, regardless. And then you also have children who are in the elementary levels that are special needs. And so it's not just everything Kathy said. There's that layer as well. So I'm sitting here typing away everything you're saying. I looked STEAM for students with special needs. I looked up maker classes for students with special needs. We have to think of all of our kids. So, and our teachers. Those are the driving forces. Those that the teacher is so key. So whatever we do, we really have to consider them.
So it sounds like to me that the pedagogy is there for being able to implement some sort of change regardless of program. One way or another, as long as we do our research ahead of time and figure that out in terms of what the options are. But to me, and I'm going to go with the C-spot run analysis because that's how my mind works, for better or for worse. We need to get back to the basics. At a couple of these schools where you have the most need, like Therakoff or Castro for whatever reason, we have to figure out how do we target achievement to rise. And how do we help the teachers succeed when they teach? Whether it be based on a new math standard or a science standard or what have you. That's just maybe what I'm hearing, or maybe I'm not hearing that, but it sounds like it's the basics.
Can I jump?
Of course. Go for it.
I didn't hear that.
Okay,
I don't agree with that.
that's fine.
Because that makes me go back to Texas back in the 80s when it was 3 hours.
Right.
So my experience at a private one school and classroom teacher, some of those kids who don't have the skills, the only reason they come to school is that special class. The
Yeah.
PE, the art class they had, the science class they had, didn't understand it. That was the only reason they showed up that day. They're not reading, they're not writing, but you have to get them there to get the skills. So you have to pull them in somehow to show up to class. And also, if you go back to just all about academics, we're going along that kid who doesn't have that experience as well, and we're keeping them from getting that experience as well. I had kids who, in very odd, in Burlingame, who had never been to the city. And
I've seen the ocean.
so you have one kid who parents take him to Europe every year, and they can write exactly what Paris looks like in the Eiffel Tower because they stood underneath it and climbed to the top. And then you have the kid who's sitting right next to him in the seat who's never left Burlingame. It's not just about science and math, it's also about reading and writing. This kid doesn't have the schema, the background knowledge to write. This kid is ready to write a novel because it just comes out of him. So when we were talking about opportunities and experiences, after school program is a great way to do it. You send kids on field trips and you bring other speakers in and expose them to as much as possible. It can't all be about academics. You have to talk about that whole kid who go on for the future to do something different. And by the way, I would argue that musician is part engineer.
For sure. No, and that's what I appreciate, right? Because I think that's how we're trying to steer the conversation. What are we really talking about? What does this really look like? And what do we have to factor in for when we talk about STEAM or STEM, for when we talk about SEAL, for when we talk about SciHub, for when we talk about math curriculum and development for that? And I appreciate that.
And I think then you have to get back to how much can your teachers handle?
And I would just say the research is clear about this. The number one determining factor of student performance is the classroom teacher. The number two factor after the classroom teacher is actually the school leader, right? And so I've said this, I know they've heard it. Great schools have great teachers and have great principals. It is rare that you will find a great school without a great principal, or that you will find a great principal without great teachers. They are all intricately linked. And so if we are, and to Robert's point, I think the other points, if we're talking about improving a program, even though we're talking about students, if the research is clear about this, we're really talking about talent. And those are the two levers that we have the ability to pull and that we should continue to pull: great teachers, great principals, because great teachers will work for a great principal. They will stay and they will do anything for a great principal. They will not stay at a school for bad principal. They will leave a district, they will leave a school, they will find a way out, and they will disappear. And that has always been true regardless of the district that I've worked in or the states that I've worked in.
There's another thing Robert brought up. I agree with you. Nothing is important as a teacher, but the home. You got to factor in the home regardless, and that's where your whole concept. If there is no support in the home, regardless how good the teacher is and the principal is, they're paddling uphill all the time. Anything you can do to compensate for things such as never going out of Burlingame, never seeing the city. So I would factor that in too, which is the teacher and the principal can look at the academic and the social and developmental, but the experiential is something that also is. And I don't know how many of your kids have those problems. I mean, I really don't. Maybe your community that well. But you talk a lot about Castro. Is Castro open now when you talk about boundaries? Apparently it is a school now that's open, not reopened. Who is there now? Is it a special?
It's a neighborhood school.
What is a neighborhood school?
So it used to be that Castro and neighborhood school and the dual immersion program were both Castro, but 2 years ago the board, decided to split them so that they're two separate schools as opposed to like one school with two different things happening.
On the same campus. right?
Same campus. They used to be the same buildings, but we're building separate
Two separate buildings. So you got-
buildings
Yes.
separated
Okay. And
campuses.
now, when you talk about Hub,
Huff and Bub.
is that another school?
Those are two other schools.
Okay.
We call it the Hubble.
They're on the more affluent side of town,
Oh, so they're,
but they're not near. They're not at the same place.
so they're high performance schools.
Correct.
Stevenson are highest performing, then Landos, then Montalomo. Then
Just to get in my mind as we're talking.
So is there anything that we should talk about in terms of something the board should maybe bring up for a new district-wide goal related to talent in the classroom? Like, yes, it's in the 5-year, it's in the strategic plan. Is there something, what's the role of the board in adding effort or attention to the thing you said? Teaching talent is paramount. Like, should we just say, well, it's in there, so I guess we're done? Or is there something else that we should like study and or raise money for or identify, set some goal for?
I think that, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is, okay, so talent is a driving factor. So what is it you're looking for from us as a product that talks about that addresses it? Do you want us to talk about what our data shows, like that? I think defining that and then what the plan of action is, I think that's, for me, that I think that would help, right? Because oftentimes we have these goals and we try to guess what we think the 5 of you are looking for or the previous board was looking for, right? And the same thing, I was, one-on-one, I said, hey, we're going to do boundaries. So what information do you need in order to make an informed decision, right? Because that will determine how we structure our community meetings. I think this is the exact same thing. What information do you need in the next 6 months in order to provide greater direction for how we're improving talent? Or it could be what is based off of the report that we got, or based off of what you've said about, our current talent pool, retention rate and all that, what recommendations do you have for the next year in order to improve? Am I interpreting this wrong, or?
No, you're interpreting it right. Let's talk about two sets of goals. I came in with an assumption that probably was a little wrong, that on the basis of your work in the strategic plan, which is that you had a lot of this base data. And maybe you do.
We do.
But I mean,
We're
you're talking
collecting
about,
it,
yeah, you're collecting it, but you don't have it. Is that correct? Right. So what I'm getting at is that if that data has not been assembled previously, before you can make an informed decision, you need the data. What I'm hearing is you really don't have the data. You have the data on some of the things we're talking about right now. I mean, what data are you collecting? I don't want to, like, teachers and principal success. Do you have that data? Are you collecting that? You're talking about teachers and principals are the most important people.
Success, you mean like scores?
Well, how are students performing? I mean, earlier when Greg brought up, is there anything we need to do related to improving teaching, improving leadership?
So let me offer and maybe throw this out there as a possibility. Could the board be presented with how many, let's use the good to great model. How many of our teachers do we consider on whatever metric that teaching experts use? I'm indifferent to that part. How many of our teachers are great? How many are good? And how many are in the third category? Okay. How many? So we have 200 something teachers, right? Between 200 and 300 teachers in the district, I think. I don't know if we know the answer to that. I've definitely never seen the answer to something like that. to give me an idea of, is great the exception or is average the exception? You know, like, I don't
You'd
expect
have
it to
come
be a
up with
bell curve.
metrics Before you could do
Sorry,
that. I
say it
mean,
again?
You'd have to come up with metrics
Yes.
before you could even measure that. And
So
there's,
then,
even
like,
the
let's,
great could always become better. So I don't know.
So
It
you-
makes so much sense
makes
to
it
like
se-
grade them.
so you are expressing the feeling that there is no meaning in such a analysis.
I think that the improvement model is that every teacher, even the best teacher, most experienced teacher, could always improve. So I would always strive for, you know, the continuous improvement and moving, you know,
Moving what?
increasing capacity, improving the teaching. So I think even a very good teacher can always do better.
If that means we shouldn't bother, if that means there's no sense in saying which ones are average and which ones are great, then I don't agree. Because if it just comes down to, well, everyone is, you know, getting better, to me, that's like not even trying to have a value judgment. Like, let's see.
We talked about this last night, and, you know, with the staff here, you know, I made a comment that probably if you went into your schools, how many schools have you got in this district? 10 schools, and asked all the teachers to pick the 3 best teachers in each of the schools, the teachers in that school. I'll bet there would be a pretty high correlation as to who they identify. Would you agree? And I think that's what Greg is getting at. The trouble you run into is that most teachers in probably every school district are average. And I don't mean that that's not a negative comment. At least they are average for this school district or a suburban school district. And everybody wants somebody above average. And you probably don't have the resources to attract everybody to be an above average or superior teacher. The question I always like to ask is, how many teachers in your district do you feel are hurting kids? And, you know, in almost every district, there's half a dozen to a dozen that we wish we can get rid of because they aren't great for kids. My hunch is there are some in this district too. My hunch.
How about that report?
Pardon?
Helping kids, hurting kids.
Yeah.
I'd like to know that number.
Yeah, but, you know, and I'm gonna give you, and again, this isn't a cop-out, I'll say it. You know, the teacher that probably, when I was superintendent, and it was a quandary for me. In one of our schools would be considered the worst teacher, was the best teacher for kids who had biggest problems. And so what do you say? Do you keep the teacher on and assign her with those kids that really needed her? She herself was a handicapped teacher, but she was so empathetic. But because of her handicap, she really was not that effective with the average and above average kid. So, you know, it's a judgmental thing. And you know, if she saved 10 kids a year from, or helped 10 kids develop a better self-image of themselves and be successful in the future, despite how bad others may have thought she was contributing to the lives of those 10 kids every year. And over 10 years, she helped 100 kids. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so it's so judgmental because it's amazing how kids relate to different people. And so, but I don't know, but there are teachers that unfortunately protected by tenure and laws are not bad enough that you can get rid of them. And they're not good enough to meet what you would call your average standards in this district. And if you don't have any of those, I'd be surprised. I would commend you all if you don't have them, but my hunch is you have them. And as I can tell by the smiles, I'm sure they do. But, you know, it's not as easy. You know, my feeling is that it's probably easier pouring resources in to help those teachers and probably less costly than it is the cost you're going to spend in firing. And so that it's a balance. And again, I'm not accepting it, but that's because of laws.
How about this, Dr. Rudolph? Do we have a list of teachers that need that help because they are currently not aware they're, you know, to use your term, hurting kids category? A list that's internal, and those teachers are, you know, getting the help they need to improve? Or do we not, have we not kind of gone there with that sort of issue yet?
Do we know which teachers on, I would say par?
Aren't on par?
that
No,
are
there's a
on
program
par,
called
so
PAR.
that,
Oh, par. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have a list that way.
And when's the last time one of those teachers, got shown the door by staying on that list indefinitely?
Okay, so the teachers who've been on par in the last 4 years since.
What's a 4-year-old thing? Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you for doing that.
I'd say 85% of them improved. And because we offered special coaching. We do have a couple who are in a situation where for next steps, or we're working on next steps. We have no language in our contract about this. So luckily, it's been a successful program. Are there teachers who may in the next go round become our teachers? Yes.
It says for
Not a
performance, says for performance assessment.
Peer assistance
Oh, peer
review.
assistance and review, okay. And so there's, did you say there are like 2?
I didn't say no.
There is a number, correct?
Sure.
Of people that have not yet graduated out of par and are kind of, the next steps count.
Yes.
We have that. Is it good for it to be a secret?
I don't want
It's an
anyone to feel
HR thing.
Huh?
It's a very small number.
No, not the number of people in the category is not a confidential number. You don't have to say it, but I'd like to know if that number is big or small.
But we're not in closed session right now. I mean, you go, okay, big or small.
It's not a secret thing to say we have 3 teachers that we're trying to, do something with. That's not a confidential thing.
I'd say very small.
It's significant.
It's very significant.
It's very small. Okay.
And you're gonna find that there's, I have a staff of about 300 teachers, and if I could number on this hand, all. So
Okay.
it's never a large, but the big issue is, even if they're on this, some of them have some real redeeming graces that you almost need on the staff, and so that's, we're getting into an area that's important to discuss and recognize its reality. But overall performance of the school district, there are other issues that probably you want to address that will benefit all kids. And my hunch is that that's in par right now. It's being addressed. So,
Good.
I would rather see about your focus as a board on what can help most kids. And that's where we want to go to the priorities. We could talk all afternoon about the teachers on par, but talking about those teachers probably won't give you as big a bang for your buck as what you might do for all kids. And I think you were getting into all kids when you were talking about identifying the elements that would make Castro School a more effective school or attractive school. What are the reasons why Castro is not attracting parents and why some of the neighborhood kids don't want to go there? And identifying those and addressing those and making it an attractive school and making every school an attractive school. I pick up Castro because that's what you're talking about. And maybe that isn't, before we finish up in about, wrap it up in about 45 minutes, is let's identify what you think will make the biggest difference in the school district if you address it next year. And starting with academics, because 2 of your major goals, your themes are achievement and closing the achievement. And Kathy, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. If you could go into your crystal ball and say, board, if you did this, I think would make the biggest difference in our school district. What is that?
It's tough. I think there's a lot of things, but I think that we need to, I think at least with what we have planned, stay the course with our plan. I think we put a lot of time and energy into that. We have some plans, we put a lot of research. They are our group of students struggle. And so I think we can stay
I'm gonna press you on that. When you say plan for English language learners, what is the product that you're hoping to achieve with your English language learners?
So what we're hoping to achieve, we want to increase, we want to not send long-term English learners onto the high school district. We want to be able to reclassify all of our English learners. And we'll be able to continuum of development for students. And I think we want to put some, I think in the end, that's what we want. We want our students to leave here fluent English proficient so they can be successful.
And do you know where you are now with that?
Yeah.
And where do you want to be at the end of next year, the year after that, and the year after?
Well, I think we want to continually, we want to continually increase the number. We're trying to increase. I think what happened as we went through this planning process with the strategic plan is it came to light that really our target group is our long-term English learners. We have English learners that are progressing appropriately. We have students that are reclassified fluent, and we're watching them, and then we have those kids that we haven't made headway with. So we wanted to increase that number, and it's the 10% kind of goal that we set, so that each year the number comes.
So English language learners, and you can quantify that into a goal. And you know, let me share with you. It should be a realistic goal, but it should be a reach goal. And I'd rather have you have a reach goal that's realistic and not achieve it than putting the bar so low that you're automatically going to achieve it. I shouldn't say I. For your district's sake, I think it would be better to reach, and if you don't reach it, it's okay, but at least it shows growth rather than put the bar so low that you're automatically going to reach it without having to do anything. You know what I'm saying? And so, but let's put English language learners, and we'll be more specific. What are the other things that you would think would be top priority in this district for next year?
To change, correct? You're asking for.
Or just to
Improve.
focus.
Add a thing that we're not doing already.
No.
Focus, improve. It could be a focus. It doesn't have to be
I see.
a focus. Kathy said she thinks focusing on English language learners, staying the course is what you're starting now, is probably would be the most beneficial thing this district can do. I don't want to paraphrase you, but it's what you said.
That's one big one, yes. I think there's a couple.
What are some of the others?
I think the other piece, the big piece that we've stepped off with this year is responses to instruction, RTI. And I think we need to put a lot of time into that program and how that ties directly into how do we support our English language learners, as well as, to Ellen's point earlier, how do we support students on all ends of the spectrum? How do we make sure that our high achieving kids are getting what they need and all the kids along the way? That's a big piece. And I think if we're talking about 17, 18, the other piece to me that goes with that is looking at our middle school stuff. That piece will also tie into for our English learners and our response.
Second one you said is RTI, right?
So those are big.
Let's
There's a
just,
lot of important things that.
let's
Let me
just
give you
put
a
these on.
That's response to instruction, not the response to intervention, right? Yeah.
Response to instruction.
Yes. I keep getting confused.
Let's just talk a little bit as a board and as a staff. But would the board look upon these as three top priorities for the staff to address? Yes.
So I know that this is a component of those topics that you were talking about, a component of student success, but parent education and parent involvement or family involvement.
I'm going to raise a question on this, but I'm going to put it down as a separate. Is a question I want to ask is that a component that really needs to be considered in almost everything you do to improve instruction?
Mhm.
And I go back to the TTO today. At least a parental, I mean, there's no question there's a staff out there. probably an organization element, probably, I don't know what your issue is. But there probably is a parental element here also, right? You agree on that, Kathy? I mean, I don't want to, yeah.
There's a huge, yes, absolutely.
RTI, it's primarily staff. And what else with RTI would you say?
It's parental.
There's a,
We're following that at 5 sites. And at 4 of the sites it looks one way and at another site it looks different. And so parents have different expectations when they hear about the RTI program.
Are they engaged in the process of RTI? Not as much as I would think you might want to engage.
Where is RTI? I thought it was under student achievement, but go to Facebook.
I bring that up because even though Ellen may have appeared to have put it as a fourth one, sometimes they are engaged in now the middle school schedule. When you talk about middle school schedule, is there clarity around the table what you mean by middle school schedule? I don't have to understand it, but I just want to make sure there's clarity around the table.
I don't have clarity on what change that refers to.
I think the original piece was this idea of making sure that all of our students have electives. That was the driving force behind it. But it ties together, and as we've gotten into the process, it encompasses many more things. So I think it would take a lot of learning and coming to terms with thinking about what does that mean? What do we want to see out of our middle school?
If I were to press you and say,
Pick one.
2 years from now, no. 2 years from now, when we're here at the retreat and you're reporting, what is your report going to look like? Or whatever you want. What will be the product of middle schools that the board can expect as a product?
Schedules at our middle schools that allow all of our students to not to have an elective and also be able to meet their needs academically, whether that means acceleration or that means needing intervention, but a schedule that envelopes all of that. So our
So
kids can get what they need.
individualized program for each child.
What's the main reason that kid doesn't get an elective in middle school?
There's a variety of stuff. Block for math, students have the English learners and EBLD. They could have ELD and resource support because they have learning disabilities. So it ends up taking a period for all.
Wow. Without adding another period to the day.
Yep.
It's going to be hard to get everybody there elective, isn't it?
Are you looking at the possibility of a longer day? Rescheduling?
You know, we're looking at a variety of things, and I think that's where we started with this and had a few meetings and started looking at it and realized it's a much bigger conversation.
Okay, now I want to come back to the board. I'll put the board on the spot. How many of the board members knew that this was a major endeavor? These 3 or 4 you felt one maybe. Okay. Does this rise, hearing Kathy talk, does this rise to a priority for next year in your mind?
Yeah.
How many of the board members would feel these are your 3 top priorities?
Well, number one is definitely probably my
Let's go,
top priority.
let's go. How many feel the first one's a top priority? You got 5 board members feeling this. How many feel that this is a top priority? You got 3, with 2 questioning. How many feel this is a top priority? 4.
Really?
Okay, now let's go back and say, to the 2 board members that didn't put number 2 as a top priority, what would be a higher priority in your minds right now?
Well, we haven't heard from all the other staff members. So
I'm
keeping.
looking at academics.
Just within that area.
I'm looking at academics. I'm looking at Kathy's plate. I'm not gonna let you put more than 3 things on Kathy's. We're gonna take-
You guys like 7 departments over there.
Pardon? What was that, Kathy?
Should I go for 144?
You have too much time on it.
Yeah, right.
We'll be talking all day long.
No, I'm primarily looking at academic priorities, which these are, because I approached Kathy. And now I'm gonna look at Carmen, is that right? Carmen, Robert, you're in HR, Karen, right? You're of course in staff development, right? Great. Would you agree with Kathy's priorities here? Okay. But Carmen and Robert, you have, you are instruction. And special ed is instruction, technology is instruction. Would you agree that these are?
Absolutely.
You feel comfortable with these? Okay, so you're not being excluded. We don't want you to feel like stepchildren.
Because honestly, for my world, I have a piece in every single one with my students.
Let's come back then.
Wait, how do you even get to weigh in?
Well, Heidi's not, you're federal programs, right? Oh, you're ELL too, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, you're not involved in this at all. I'm sorry, when I met her, Heidi told me she was federal programs, and I figured she just wrote proposals and.
School lunch program, yeah.
Okay, so I think there is, among the staff, there's pretty much agreement here. Concerning academics, Greg, would you say these are maybe the top three?
I'd pick one of them. I'd pick ELL and pick a bigger stretch goal than the one we have.
Okay, and Ellen, you're the other one that didn't. What would you add to this? And I want to think about what your stretch goal is going to be.
I'm ready.
Because I want everybody to consider
ready
it
already.
before they come. Ellen, what about you?
Well, if RTI is everyone, you know, which, yeah, right. I would say yes, because I know that one of the critiques of our district, you know, and I talked about this earlier, is people who are very interested in raising the scores of low scoring students think this should be the focus. And people whose children are not in that category think that's the only thing our district pays attention to. So that's where I say, that's why all students or students. So when we can say that RTI is students here, students going to college, that kind of thing, then, I say yes. But I think a lot of people, when they hear RTI, it's hearing ELL all over again, and where's my child?
Can I make a comment on that? Just like I was having trouble trying to figure out where it was in the plan. And I was feeling a little frustrated that this was so freeform. But Tara said it's really, all of the ones in the plan talk about response to intervention. Whereas I think it's this one that says create K-8 framework for response to intervention. But, and it does say a tiered system of support will be available, which to me implies all the different levels. So that might be some wordsmithing that we could do if we're republishing the plan.
It's already been wordsmith. Those are older ones.
Ah, okay.
that
So
you're
it's
looking at.
fixed.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was fixed a couple months ago. But because we printed those, it's just been hanging out.
Mhm.
It's been hanging out there, so we're trying to.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
You get the older ones, right?
Kathy, to assuage Ellen, make her feel more comfortable, can you talk about how RTI might address the needs of the high performance?
Sure. So just in how the pilot models that are happening now, these are grouped, and actually you get, these are grouped, and actually the kids that get instruction who are above grade level, so they get extension. Kids that are on grade level get additional below grade level, like mediation on specific skills to bring them up. So we actually have groups for all levels during the day.
And that needs to be repeated about a zillion more times in our district.
I think when you rewrite the strategic plan, I'll clarify that is for all kids and all levels.
I don't want to add anything else.
But before you add anything, I want to go back to Greg and find out what his priority is for, because you might end up with 22 again, and I'm not, I made a goal not to let you get away with it. Go ahead, Greg. What would you identify as something more important so that?
No. The thing that I can't stop thinking about is the stated goal, the product. You asked what the product for number one is, and it was not send long-term English learners to high school, because we know they are not going to do well there if they were like with us for 9 years as English learners, and now they're going to Mountview High School as a freshman, still English learner. That's definitely bad, right, for that student.
Kathy said that that was being used.
That was the goal that she stated, correct? Not send any more, try never to send a long-term English learner to the high schools.
I would.
That's
Okay.
better than sending long-term English learners, okay?
Well, one of the questions I was going to ask this morning when we first came up is, are some English language learners arriving in eighth grade?
Absolutely.
And so
But they're not
there's-
long-term, right?
There's a difference about a kid arriving from one country in eighth grade, sometimes maybe mid-year in eighth grade, as compared to someone coming here in kindergarten.
Right.
Do you have a goal to have kids out of ELL in a number of years?
Yes.
3 years?
Five.
5 years?
That's the federally mandated maximum, correct?
That's what I thought.
That's a federal, rule that it can't be longer than that. The goal can't be longer than that, right? The goal can't be longer.
That's in alignment with the language.
Realistic. I found a weird, somebody I could. Realistically, though, how many years does it take? If somebody moved here from one country, most of them are moving here from the States.
Most of our English language learners are back. About 70%.
70%. How many years does it take you? If they move here in kindergarten, by what grade generally are they speaking acceptably to be integrated entirely in schools?
Well, speak to the research, I wish I had that answer. But the research shows about 6 years to acquire a new language.
That's research national.
National. Each child is different. I was a former principal of that. I've had a kiddo come from Saigon. In 6 months, he or she is right on the level. I might have a kiddo from Russia, second grade, maybe elementary. It's fine.
And there's probably a reason for that. And I'm gonna give a reason, tell me if I'm right or wrong, is that kid from Saigon doesn't have a lot of other kids that can speak his or her language. Somebody's coming here from.
I would say a large part of it is the kid from Saigon probably has parents who are highly educated. And the kid from Russia has parents who are highly educated. They've heard rich language in their home since they were infants. And the kid from Mexico might have parents who didn't graduate from 8th grade.
And are working 2 jobs.
Yeah.
That is, a kid from Mexico can live in his environment very comfortably speaking Spanish. If you're the only kid from Saigon in your neighborhood, you've got to speak English in order to react. I think it's the number of kids maybe that do. But I think you are right, Ellen. As a parent, the expectations of parents.
But what we do know and what I have seen is that children from those languages, they also get on buses to continue school in their native language, which is a strong structure to wrap a new language around. And what we do know and the research says, when I know my native language well, the grammatical structures are highly literate there, based on the education of my parents and how they speak that language and English at home, I will most likely be more able to advance quicker in a second. And see the buses go.
How many around those people are first generation? The parents came from.
It's a tough one. I think I might qualify for that.
My grandparents came.
I'm talking about parents. How many did not have English as their language in their home? And so, I think that makes a difference. I know that at home, my parents spoke Arabic. And we learned to understand Arabic, just find out what they were talking about. But I can't speak it now. And we had grandparents, we had two generations in our home that never learned English. And we learned Arabic to understand what they were saying, but we never spoke to them in Arabic because we never learned Arabic. So I'm just giving first generation's experience. How much of that is influencing? Now, if I probably was growing up today in suburban Detroit, I probably would have had a totally different experience because there's such a big Arab community there that I could play after school with kids that spoke. I couldn't play with anybody after school unless I spoke. And so, and I know it's not good always to bring up personal experiences, but, and I rarely do, but I'm wondering how much of that influence is here. And I think that could be part of it, but I think also the fact that my parents, father never got beyond the fourth grade, my mother was a teacher, so we have a contact there too, but sometimes your experiences do bear on what we're talking about. And I do think English language learners. I was the youngest of 6 kids. I benefited from that. Talking to my sister, who was the oldest, she went to school not knowing a single word of English. And so I can tell stories there too, but I won't. So I have empathy, but and I think it has to be addressed. But I think this factor is also a key factor. Environment and parental involvement.
Just to address that issue in general, because you're not familiar with our district in terms of those details, we do have programs, correct me if I'm wrong, that do hit that issue of parental engagement, like PK, Parent University, and other outreach services, or not outreach services, but other community members like Foothill College, where we have options for Spanish-speaking parents to become familiar with the school district. What does that mean? What's the process like? What's your ability to make a difference in your child's education? This is how it looks like at kinder, first, second, third, fourth. These are your rights as parents to be able to speak up and advocate. So in terms of that, I think we all agree that we're doing fairly well on that, and it could always improve, but we factor that in for sure into that first part.
I think the big factor here is how old are the kids when they have in this country? School, this comes back to you, Greg. I don't think we perform a miracle if somebody's just moved here. When you go to high school, you're never going to get that information.
That's the exceptional case.
Okay.
Arrives in eighth grade, right? I think when we got the presentation, Heidi, do you want to?
That's 76%.
And how many of those aren't very? All of them.
They're still long.
So people who've been in District 6 or more years are ready for this.
I think 6% of our health.
And one of the things so Heidi, one of the things you educated us to, and that Carmen helped you with, is the combination of long-term English language learners with special education, which that was education to me.
219 of our 77. We have about 477 active IEPs in our district and 219 English language.
So half.
And then 129, 219 are long-term English language.
First, I don't want to get into discussion.
Right.
Have you done any analysis? Are they really special needs kids, or is it just kind of?
Honestly, I would say some of them may have not been able to learn English, and that's why the RTI program, the English language learner programs that we're doing, will help most of those children, and then we can focus on the ones that really have a disability. Because the number one prevailing disability for English language learners is specific learning disability, which could be auditory, the number one prevailing disability for our English only students is autism.
They don't want to come back. Autism?
In this valley.
Well, that's something that's growing. That's something as a superintendent. I think I wanted to see a kid learn. It's cheap. But I want to come back to
different for you,
Bruce and Greg's ready for high school.
No, I think we need to be ready for third grade. And so like when we set it at 8, that's the last, I mean, that's basically the exit door, right? And kids that are here in kindergarten and then like in 8th grade, they reclassify to English. They have already missed out on all of those years of being normal students and learning in class with everybody else, having the self-confidence of being just a kid, just like every other kid here, you know, in America, like normal program kid. 8th grade, and then, okay, now you're gonna go to a high-performing high school. That's not setting them up to succeed. So to me, the goal, it's better to have that goal than not attempt to get every single one converted by 8th grade. But I think a better goal, a stretchier goal, would be have them all, everybody we get in kindergarten, we've got them through English by the beginning or end of 3rd grade. Like that gives them 3rd, and 4th, and 5th, and 6th, and 7th, and 8th with their normal elective, and not getting intervention out of class, and not being in the clique of kids that, we're different or whatever. Like, I'd like to see that goal moved up.
Let me ask a question, Kathy and Heidi. And realistically, is 3 years enough for 80% of your English language level?
Or 4, right? Kindergarten for 7.
Very realistic.
Is the research that if you enter 3rd behind grade level, you're not going to catch up, or if you exit 3rd grade without having reading at grade level, that you're, I don't know whether it's going into 3rd or going into 4th that
By the end of 3rd grade, I think the research shows, but,
into 3rd.
but,
So that's 4 years of
yeah, but,
classroom.
yeah, but, a lot of kids aren't here in 3rd grade. And,
Focus on just the ones that are here for 4 years.
well, I'm not so sure. I want to come back to the question I raised. And there's a reason. I'll tell you why I'm pressing this. How many kids are able to get out and be proficient at it? Concentrate. Because the neighboring school district adopted that goal, they achieved it. 80%, and the board wanted 80% of the kids at the end of 3rd grade. We changed it through a discussion very similar to this, that 80% of the kids in the school district, 3 or more years, will be achieving at grade level in reading. And it was your neighboring school district.
To the north.
When that falls.
Los Altos or Palo Alto?
Palo Alto.
Palo Alto. And they achieved it. 3 years. But now.
Their
they did
demographics
not-
are so different also.
Not those kids. Those kids are not a different demographic. Not
But
those
their
kids.
schools would have like 20% language learners and not 60.
They had a different, they had the East Palo Alto. That was their challenge, which was
Yeah,
a little
but
different than.
Back students.
Pardon?
Funding's also twice as high.
Right.
So, and again, I'm not.
These are all the reasons we can't achieve that goal. But I think trying to figure out if it's achievable
Well, I
is
think-
a-
I think
is an excellent
realistically,
exercise.
it's trying to find out what is it realistically achievable.
Well, but that depends on it, and it goes back to what Greg and I are sort of focusing on, which is we don't have that problem, that program in place in terms of, let's say, a complement to sign up. Let's say the academic language model. It doesn't have to be sealed. It just has to be the complement. We don't have that in place. No, I get it, but I think that affects the overarching goal of what can you do realistically, because we don't have that. So we don't know what we can.
Seal is a how. Seal isn't a what. And I really think you're better off focusing on what's than hows.
Right.
I think it's a staff's responsibility to look at the different hows and look at the how that's going to help you do it. And so, if you have a goal, they're going to have to look at seal and a bunch of other things and come back and bring something that'll help them achieve what you want. But realistically, can we say 4 years or maybe 5? If the average nationally is 6 years, you've got advantages that the average in this country. So I would hope you could do it in less than 6 years. Now, what is that magic? That's the question.
Right, and I would think that Greg and I are along the same mindset, which would be between 3rd and 4th grade. The reality would be 4th
Yeah, but
for me.
The problem problem with third and fourth grade is you're not covering all your kids.
Right, but we're not, I don't know that there is something where we can cover all the kids.
Well, I think it is.
And that goes back to the what, and so if we're still just.
Yeah, what?
No, I think he's talking about the difference. Instead of choosing a grade, you're talking about the amount of time that a kid
Is here.
The number of
Yes,
years.
yeah, right.
That's
So
fine. So
regardless
if they
of-
come in
Yeah.
second grade, it's a second, third,
Then
fourth thing.
by the time
Okay.
they, if it was 5 years, by the time they hit seventh grade, they would be classified. If it was, they came in kindergarten and it was 5 years, it'd be fifth grade, right? And so
Right.
we would look at cohort data based off of when they entered, and we would look at what comes after it. So 5 years from now, for whenever a kid enters, here's your cohort. Well, how did they perform 5 years later if they were in our district? The ones you couldn't account for in that equation would be any kid that, if it was 5 years, right? Any kid fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth, right? Because by the time you hit year 5, they may get reclassified, but if you're assuming 5 years, they could go to the high school district with 1 year left and you can't control that.
Well said, so let me rephrase, so I don't know what those numbers look like here, because I don't think we've had that breakdown yet in terms of what that looks like in our district. Correct me if I'm wrong, if we've been given that data, but
You mean cohorts, reclassification by cohort?
Yeah.
I think maybe we've always seen it by grade level.
Right, and so that's what I'm referring to, that I don't know, because I don't think we've had that access before, so that data point would be pretty important to have, I think, if you want to go into that level of discussion, because then that would better guide us to figure out the years.
What did you say Palo Alto's official goal was? 80% reclassified within 3 years of being with the district?
80% of children entering the Palo Alto school were reading at grade level and achieving in math at grade level after 3 years, by 3 years.
Okay. Well, no, but I don't want to hear more about the funding because like putting that up as the reason we can't do it is cop out, because if we had a program that we thought would actually succeed, and I don't mean to be harsh, but I've heard this sort of thing said like that, but yeah, they have more money. If we had a plausible program that could do this with our students, I think that we could go out and say, hey, would you like to contribute $1 million, company X or person Y? But we've never figured out what sort of program can achieve that goal and like tallied up what it costs to be able to say, hey, company over there, how about if you sponsor this for the next 3 years? Here's the total. And then we'll see if it works. Because that is possible around here, but maybe not every place, right? So I don't want to get stuck on we can't do that because of X until we figure out what it would mean to have such what a program like that looks like.
Money, I don't think is the issue. And I think demographics are a bigger issue. Palo Alto is a different issue. Palo Alto is not constant of first generation. There was primarily East Palo Alto, and there East Palo Alto, which generally are kids that are around a longer period of time. So the demographics aren't exactly the same. I should look that one up, but I just want to say that as an example, rather than say by third grade, what I was really getting at is, I think the number of years in your district is more important.
Yeah. Okay.
Say by third grade, because kids come in at any grade level, whether it's 4 or 5 years. But I think it is a realistic goal to determine, normally, looking at 80% of your kids, how many years do you think you need to have them in the district? And what is the reach to improve? See, the issue is improve. You don't want to set a goal where you already know 80% of your kids do it in 6 years. Then maybe you want to get 80% by 5 years, you go to 80% in 4 years. The goal is to provide focus. And I want to come back. The whole purpose for this workshop is, if the board wants to improve the school district, here we said you have to focus. You're going to focus on ELL. What are realistic goals if you really focus on those kids to get them where you feel you want them to be? And I don't know what that is. I mean, I think you got to study your data. They and Heidi and Kathy and all of you who are involved with it. And I would say come back to the board, but But I'm sensing that there is general consensus, if you throw in readiness for high school on the board, that these are your three top actions.
How long is that we work on those for?
Well, the issue is, if it's 3 years, and I don't know what the exact wording is going to be, but I would say you would have 3 years, 4 years, get to that, or I would say 3 years. If you say we're going to get them out in 4 years, they'll have the program entirely in place in 3 years, and start seeing the product. This is not a goal that you just establish one year. You won't see the results of it until. But the interesting thing is, and again, Bill Welch went from reading and math initially, and saw the other areas where we saw the success. We found what focus for them, helping them achieve. Again, we're districts, we're totally different districts, but it's close enough that you can go back. Because unfortunately, we're talking about back to 1997, 98. Yes.
I just want to clarify, were the Palo Alto students English language learners?
No, that's why I said it's different. There they had the primarily African American East Palo Alto kids.
Which were, the situation was below grade level situation.
Below grade level.
Yeah.
we
So
were-
to catch them up.
they were- that's what I thought, but I wanted to.
And those were kids who had transferred into the district from motivated families that were probably supporting them a little more at home than just average.
No.
They also had a lot of fun speaking. They were college level parents, and as Ellen said, when you got college professors' children, so you got different dynamics.
How did Kinsley work? It wasn't like, apply to transfer in or what? There was a lottery?
Well, let's go on.
Just informal conversation, we do get those AM and O results, which tells us, when the cohorts and how many years does it take. So we hover at about 30% the last 5 years of students attaining English proficiency in less than 5 years. And then we've been staying around about 60%, dipping in 2012 down to 52, more than, so we get more information. How many more than the 5 years, whether it's 6 or 7 or 8, that we don't have, but just last year we were at 27%, less than 5 years, and we're at 50. Our reclassification thing, and EPW better.
That acronym is adequate, annual measure, adequate, academic, what's the O?
Objective.
Yep.
Annual, measurable,
That was from
academic
our
objectives.
Right.
Okay, let's go to just.
I just have to say it out loud, like, we've been around this a lot, not totally clear on everything yet, but, the priorities are great. I guess in my own panic of my job and my big thing, we have new social studies and new science standards that are coming, and I worry about where those fit in this whole piece, especially being in, where we are in Mountview, and GSS is a huge piece. And so I'm saying it because I'm not quite sure exactly how all that fits together.
These state mandates. How much training is a state going to do?
Assume zero. I'd assume zero.
Depends on whether we get with the new president or not, right?
On the new science standards without providing any materials.
Okay, I can't be realistic. Can these 3 priorities fit in with that? I mean, I think that's the reason we have the staff here, realistically.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think that they're big pieces of work, where it's a whole new set of things for teachers to learn and to understand, and professional development and time, and it's just a lot. So I need to just express my anxiety about it.
I think it's important. Now, let me ask this question. How much teacher training is needed to start addressing these 2?
Well, I think that for the English learner piece and some of the RTI pieces, English learner especially, it's a lot.
Is that going to be all teachers?
Yes.
That's important. Can that training be incorporated with the other? Probably.
But it's just, is it middle school too, or just elementary?
Middle school, RTIs.
And I think there's a, I mean, I think we're, I think, you know, for all it's working, we have started working on science. Easier, right, compartmentalize. They have more their focus. I just worry about our elementary school teachers having to teach science standards and be assessed on them, and we're gonna be held accountable to test scores.
How much staff training are you anticipating?
Oh, a ton, and we only have, what, 5 days, essentially? We have five days that we do here.
And I've been a staff development home for the last year, next year.
Why do we have that as a,
DLO has taken up much of those designated days already.
just kind of trying to get back to this. I'm seeing the next generation
Which page?
science standards, page 15. It doesn't even have a dot for this year, so like next year is the plan year. But if it's being implemented next year, I'm just thinking we need to look at some of these priorities, maybe in light of that, but because that maybe should be moved up.
What doesn't have a dot for this year?
I think we need to plan.
Is this an old?
The document came out before the state made their determination. So when we did it, we actually were ahead of the state, and then the state turned around.
Got
and
ahead of us.
Got ahead of us.
There's a different version of this book.
So
Maybe I do.
we can
Oh,
keep talking.
This
I
is the
just
one
don't
with no
wanna-
dot.
I just had to put it out.
Well, the question is, does it take a priority or priority?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for.
So,
There's two that mention a GSS. One has a dot, one does not.
So my question, clarifying is, putting them as a priority doesn't mean they're finished by the end of next year. It means that those are the, we look at them as a focus for next year to keep working on them. And then I'd like to see the list of what we're not doing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
let's cut some things.
Or
I
pushing
mean,
back,
as soon as
deferring.
As soon as you finish, you
We
know,
we
everybody.
still got two other departments too,
Yeah.
that we've been on this one for an hour.
And,
So-
and probably this is the
This is
most
the big
important, but let me come, we haven't clarified exactly what the time is for. I think I heard
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5. This one, I don't know what your goal is, and this one, middle school, I heard that something that probably be done in next year.
So RTI is currently being piloted at 5 schools with the goal of rolling it out to every elementary school next year. We're already creating staffing formulas for it. Principals are already working with their staff to develop a plan of action. We've provided professional development around professional learning communities, around data protocols. That one will be in every single elementary school next year. The middle school schedule, we're looking at a year away from now, so by the 18-19 school year, we will have the middle school schedule done.
But I would like to get the board's approval on it. Is that these are the 3 priorities, and I'll take responsibility for it, is to word them, get them to, I need to work with the staff and get them back to you with timeframes and smart goal fashion. Fair enough?
Okay, so now I have two things to say. My first one was, I don't know where in middle school schedules, and I'm just bringing this up, if we're seriously talking about bringing back Avid. So that's one question. And the second is, in light of what Kathy was talking about, science and social studies, I don't know why we have to stick with 3, if we could say 4 or 4 and 5
Or
and say,
27.
adoption and, whatever you want to say, implementing the new science and social studies standards.
As being top goals.
Yeah.
Added to the short list.
Yeah.
I would say Avid, I think, is,
Can you define what AVID is for people who might not know?
it's
Advancement via
individual determination.
Okay, can you explain what that
So
actually
it is
means?
geared for first-time college students.
First generation.
First generation. I know that's the focus of the high school district. I don't know if that's, we haven't polled families and staff to see if that's really what
people want.
Mhm.
So I think as part of our middle school schedule,
Mhm.
we need to do some more research from there. And then once we have an idea, we can pull out the bigger themes and then start building from there.
Yeah, and I also wonder, to finally get these kids into a more fun elective, if pushing them into Avid instead of fun elective would be a good thing. And on the other hand, I know that Avid has a lot of success, so.
Highly successful program.
Avid is an elective.
Mhm.
Sometimes the parents elect.
Yes, okay, bingo.
But it would be part of the survey of parents and students, is it going to come back? By now, most schools have a version of it called College Bound, because they're technically not doing the Avid model
Mhm.
because of the tutors and it's a great program. We've had it for a while.
Mhm.
It would be part of the surveys and the working with parents and students on electives.
And what we might want to do, even as part of the ELL study, I don't know what Abbott is doing with ELL. Maybe doing something, I don't know. But Abbott really's got some great. See, that's the how. And we don't want to talk about the how today. Okay? What are you saying, Robert?
Right, no, it's not about the how.
What?
The what?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the board.
What's the
right.
middle school
And they did the
schedule?
3 whats.
Right.
And now the hows.
Or were we doing a 4 was adopting a
But I-
science?
but I-
The last time a person was back there, Robert, doing this, she wasn't agreeing with me. So,
So,
Curriculum, the second part is curriculum, right? We have to continue with curriculum adoptions.
Yeah.
So, and we know that they're coming, what that looks like, or how we approach that. I don't know if we have an idea yet. We do some we've done a lot of work at the middle schools with next generation science standards. We can continue to do social studies science standards. But I think those, regardless of whether or not they're the focus, the state is driving those, which, they'll be there no matter what. I guess is what I'm trying to say. But we could, if we want to put curriculum down as a thing.
I would say curriculum adoption, yeah. I don't think it hurts to put it up there.
Well, unless it
Be able to see
distracts
it.
from our focus.
No, I think
But
to
we
be
have
able
to
to
do
see
it,
it.
so.
But if we want to do it successfully, then maybe we should focus on that instead of one of the other things. That's what he's trying to get us to not over.
Yeah, but you could have
focus.
4 instead of 3, right? I mean, that's not 47.
True.
well.
27.
I think-
144.
I think what Kathy's saying, if they have to be done, at least the board should be aware that they have to be done. Whether they're an improvement goal or not, they have to be done.
Well, like, for example, what if we had a conversation about, would it be better to make one of 3 focuses be the adoption of social studies and science curricula effectively, awesomely, and and remove the middle school electives initiative from the 3, okay? Like, which of those is more important to the district or whatever? Like, when we just keep adding, we're not making a value judgment.
It's a priority, but I heard Kathy say that study was well on the way. And according to right now, would be placed in.
Oh.
I'll be honest, I have, if the 4, if we added one more, it'd be fine, way less than the focus.
And
Science and social studies curriculum.
Yeah, I mean, PD and training and learning whatever it is I think really.
And I would just say, just in terms of the middle school schedule, it was such a visceral topic with the district quality review that saying that we're not going to do something with it will get 1,400 kids who will come after us as well as their parents.
Mhm.
I think it's something, and I don't think there's any, if we're talking about response to intervention, we're talking about EL, and we're talking in middle schools, it's something we have to do. It was a true sticking point in our district quality review.
Site quality would be made.
No, district. It was in the district report, and our special ed parents were up in arms about it. Our EL community
It's
was
been a
in
perennial
arms.
topic
Yeah,
since I
it's-
can remember. I mean,
it was a big issue.
The part that confuses me is it's supposed to be a good thing when we figure out that some student needs some sort of specific support and we give it, how did it become a bad thing that we need to fix? Like, if that used up the elective, it's because professional educators determined that more so than an elective, this student needs, you know, Kathy listed off like, you know, all right, special ed sort of work or English language work or some other thing. That sounds like differentiated learning to me, which is a good thing. And so then we did that, but now we got to stop. I'm confused by
Kids
the.
need reasons to want to come to school, or they're not going to learn any of it. So
Okay.
that,
Okay, but
there you go.
Did you want to say something?
You don't want to deprive those kids of an opportunity to have other experiences.
So if I can speak to that for just a second.
No, I like.
Go ahead.
Is with the special needs umbrella, it's an issue of equity to the parents. That's what they very loudly stated in the district quality review, is yes, they need the extra help, but they felt being punished by using what other kids would have as elective time to help them. So they felt that they never got that music or band or that theater class or that TV, you know, and
GMS TV, Brittany TV.
they had to be focused on that. So that's what came out. Said, okay, they have a disability, they're language learners, you're making them do this when everyone else is experiencing.
And that's what they also share with us in person.
Yes.
But, and we're doing it by adding a period?
We don't know what
We're not talking about the house. We're studying it.
I can talk to you more about it.
Yeah, we're not talking about the house. We're talking about.
Middle
Yeah.
school schedule.
Okay, we could just drop all the specific intervention and that solves this problem.
No.
Yeah, I mean, but another solution is, okay, fine. Forget the extra
That's,
stuff we used to do.
that's the house.
Not acceptable to who? The parents or somebody else?
To the educators. Okay, and time out, we've got
There's a-
exactly 50 more minutes. And we've got a board meeting scheduled in, action meeting, so I don't want to cut this short. Let's see what comes out of it. And Karen, you're gonna talk to and explain it to Greg later, right? Okay.
Middle school schedule,
Okay, let's.
How many
let's
years were you a
talk
middle
about,
school principal?
Real quickly,
11 years.
what other goals are priority goals that support the curriculum, but are not curriculum goals that Kathy has? Facilities, technology, whatever else. Are there any other priorities that are felt by the staff or the board as needed at this moment? Yes, sir.
Successfully reopening Slater.
Resource management, so we're now in.
Robert's gonna do that.
All by himself.
SMYDER.
Slater, like slate, like a slate
Like
of
now, not later.
candidates.
So.
Yes.
So with those being the 4, anything that isn't, that it doesn't relate to those 4 is removed.
Oh, wait.
Well, removed or
Removed?
deferred.
Or not focused on.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I'm not ready to remove things, but I'm ready to slide the dots over a year or 2.
Mothball.
Mothball. I'm ready to do that.
Put in a treasure chest.
Deep freeze.
So this goes so straight to the issue. of
2019, 20.
Too, right?
So-
In
so
terms
what-
of construction
2019,
management.
What we can do is we leave them in, we remove the dots, we put them at the bottom, and we say, you know, we can find a way to like further topics for conversation, and then we reframe it so that you have, here are the ones that we're focused on.
Like a parking lot.
Yes, something like that. We can change the color of dots that,
Like use clear
A
dots.
future color. Yeah, okay.
Are there any goals that need attention that doesn't involve Kathy? I'm not gonna let Kathy get involved in any of this. Are there any?
So I have a question in terms of Slater, right? So this is as we progress with Measure G updates, we'll still get those no matter what, because of our timeline.
Yeah.
To justify, 30 hours a week at work, so yeah, you'll still get that.
A day?
A week.
A week.
That's just on Measure G.
Oh, okay. Not
That's
total.
including everything else that's on your plate.
Not
No,
total.
I agree.
Okay.
So for me, is about facilities in general, which are capital projects, make sure that we're focusing on 17, 18, so I have a year and a half, essentially. Make sure that the capital projects that goes along with the new construction, the modernization of the plan, the work that we're doing, all the while maintaining a balanced budget for well into the black, come the end of 17, 18 school year. And then it speaks to the whole issue of the budget in general. We're doing a planned spend down of the reserves, but for us over the next school year to look at adopting a budget. It won't be balanced because it'll be deficit spending in it again for 17, 18, but it will be a purpose or a plan or an agreed upon deficit for the 17, 18 school year with looking at the third year, because now we're going to show 19, 20 in the third year MYP, what that looks like.
So
Those are the two biggest ones for me. And then technology, food, nutrition, maintenance, operations, transportation. They're just gonna maintain.
They have to be maintained. But you're saying that next year when you develop your 3-year projection, the third year is going to be a balance.
No, to make sure, sorry, that came out a little harsh, my apologies. I don't know it will be a balanced budget, but it will be planned if it is a deficit. It won't be, oh my gosh, we're deficit spending, now we have to make all these cuts. Well, no, if STRS and FIRST increases, and we're not sure how that's gonna go, I just read yesterday that STRS is now looking at
Yep.
lowering their liability, and so that rate will go up as well, so we're not sure what that'll look like in the third year. But it won't be, let me say this, the third year will meet their state requirement, and we'll all be okay with where we are in the third year. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Sounds good.
All right. It won't be, we
Talking
have to
about
cut.
without deficit spending.
There could be deficit spending.
Without.
But out of the
actual
surplus.
Excessive deficit spending.
Without
Right.
actual deficit.
Actual deficit. It won't be like, oh my gosh, we have to make cuts to be happy.
No more using credit cards to pay the bills.
Actual deficit, okay. Anything else that needs to go up there? So you're talking about capital projects within budget and developing 3-year projected budget that will keep you out of an actual deficit.
I'm okay with the budget part you just summarized, but the capital projects within budget, let's go back to that one a little bit. I think within the overall program is still on budget. As we know, Castro Mastral's bid just came in and it was not on budget. But the entire program is still in the black at the end.
On budget and on time, you were saying as well.
Well, I would love on time, but sometimes those things are out of our control. How about on time from our perspective? You submit something to DSA and it's supposed to take 6 months and it takes 9, then you're kind of stuck. But everything we can do to make sure it's on time and on budget, absolutely. That's what it comes from me.
Board members, are there anything that you've thought about that you wanted that is non-academic that you want the staff to focus on?
I have a question. I know we had the issue with the Chromebooks this year and not arriving timely, which impacted the ability to deliver the programming. Is any of that, I mean, that's not capital projects, but is any of that a concern in future years? Oh, that's not you. Okay.
No, that's a me, because it's technology. That's a her thing. We need to start talking about next school year with doing one-to-one, how to do technology and for curriculum. We'll order what we need to do. That's a how.
Okay, fair enough.
And we know that's not.
Okay, we're looking at what?
We're not gonna do next year. We're not gonna do last year.
Any other ones?
It happened to buy
What about enrollment
multiple
policy?
years.
For the next year, that's gonna be a goal for.
What-
After we do boundaries, enrollment policy is gonna be a big goal for us to tackle next year. It was my understanding.
This is Dr. Rudolph's proposal, right? That after we finish boundaries.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, are we just, because Robert was the only one talking, are we just doing Robert, or it's just anything that?
Anything non-Catholic.
Yeah, so enrollment will be there.
So to me, enrollment policy goes with successfully opening later.
Yeah.
That's like.
They're together.
They're hand in hand.
Tied together.
Package deal.
And that
Go to
includes.
sleep thinking about it, wake up.
Staffing,
Yeah,
What was that last thing you said, Karen?
staffing.
That
Be
also
included
includes
with later. But from my point of view right now, my biggest things are, I did my own little list of color coding and when things are due. And most of mine are gonna happen anyway. But the ones that are gonna be biggest differences are we are working on recruiting differently, and we have plans for that, and we're gathering data on how it all works and return on investment. We're working on onboarding differently, better. And my other biggest thing that affects more people is evaluations. That's what.
Those are all underway.
Yes.
So my recommendation would be maybe to list them, but I think the most important thing is to keep board informed. And I'll come back to the no surprises and so, and I think that will go to all areas that at least no less than, I'm going to suggest no less than quarterly, we're going to report back from each person, not a 30-page report, maybe a one-page summary as to progress being made, so everybody's got that.
We get them more often than that. I mean, yeah.
But there's so, we get so many of them that to me, I get lost in the weeds as opposed to being, I mean, a quarterly one would be more helpful to me, or monthly for those kinds of things, because it's just like a lot of bullet points for each person. And I think it's working hard.
Dedicated webpage on the website.
That has what sort of information on it?
Well, I'm just thinking that to develop a dashboard that gives you a quarterly report or a monthly report on what everybody's doing on these things, just so the board's kept informed. Rather than writing a one-page written report, sort of developing a web sheet that shows, evaluation, we finished teacher evaluation, work on administrative evaluation, or something. And not a real, see, one of the things that bothers me a little bit about reports is some boards want so many reports, staff no longer focuses on kids, they focus on your reports. And if you could develop a very simple updating on a website that you can have access to 24/7, then you could always have the information, that's the latest information, but the staff's gonna keep up to date. But it's not that hard to, once a week, get on there and tell them where you are.
Well, and if we did that, I would want a note that something was added. I wouldn't want to have to, be always going on to the website to check it.
Or you could agree that every Friday afternoon, check your website because there's gonna be something new on every Friday.
Okay, so let's not try to optimize this thing, but like Laura's point that some of them are long is true. Some of the like department reports run on into detail that like every meeting that took place or something is not what you're talking about, not what Laura wants to read. And I don't find that type of detail terribly useful. But like the weekly thing, if it was maybe aimed a slightly higher, the fact that it's emailed to us is better than go check a website, right? It's more convenient, comes to our inbox. But maybe we just aimed slightly too detailed for that. And it's more like a everything I did report versus a here's where the important things are report. And that report might go from staff members to the superintendent. Maybe he wants to know that, right? Like he'll check everything they did and like, oh, you forgot a thing, but we can't do that and don't even want to know that stuff.
I think we're talking about an executive summary, 1 or 2 sentences. Is that asking too much?
You do that. You do a lot.
That's the thing. They do a lot more than that, and it's to the extent that it's maybe sometimes more than we.
Every director, every assistant superintendent, and as well as myself, provide some type of update, typically about a paragraph. But when you add it in totality, that's where you get some
pages,
right? Because each one of us are doing it.
I guess I know you guys are working really hard. I mean, everybody. And to me, just sort of more a progress to goal thing periodically. It's not weekly, it's so granular that I personally, maybe it's just my shortcoming, but I lose a little sight of the big picture.
Shelley's not here.
Shelley.
Shelley's not here.
What if we each did one monthly? So that the first week it's admin services, a little bit longer than 3 sentences, but then it's really a true update about something. I'm just thinking sometimes you're working on the same thing for the last week,
right.
so that kind of feels.
Yeah, This was born out of, from the board. I mean, it wasn't like my calendar got added because the critique was I wasn't out in the community enough and nobody knew exactly what I was doing. So now Kathy goes through my calendar and lists every single thing that I do because that was the critique. And then, the critique was, I don't know what's specifically going on with this department. So then we turned around and we started adding that because administration was constantly getting criticized
for not sharing it.
For not sharing that information. And so and it wasn't like a passive aggressive attempt. It was like, okay, well, the only way to solve this problem is to create something where everybody puts something in so that, it was out there.
Well, I'll just go on the record saying it's not that helpful for me, but if it's helpful for everybody else and it's working for you, I mean, the last thing I want to do is make the system more complicated. So,
I mean, I'm gonna suggest that anything you can do. I always say to superintendents, use the KISS.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Sweetheart.
Superintendent.
Oh, okay.
You want to use sweetheart though, man. You've got that right.
They sometimes use that word.
No, but it's, I would encourage you not to get over inundated with it, because it does distract from their jobs.
So if we put it on
That doesn't,
monthly,
it doesn't, monthly, huh? They're
right?
gonna say what I'm
So
saying.
you would have
like the key things
Mine-
you're working on. Just,
mine plus a department, and we put them on a rotation. 1 month is chief business officer. 1 month is office of academic service, or not. 1 week is academic service. Next week is educational services, and then it spins
Cycles
around
through.
again, and it's business office, academic service, educational service, and then, right, and we would keep I don't know if you want Shelley's in there also, because it comes out of the office of superintendent, so you have mine plus hers, right? So we can always keep that and then have them provide an update once a month.
How about we try that?
Yeah, I like that.
I was just gonna say that I'll forget that it's my week, turn it in, and I'll be so me about it that I'll take notes over the course of the month. So when I get to my day that I have to send it in, I have it, and then I'm gonna try and be editing. I got really used to, in years past, when assistant soup and I was writing it for the board, it was the board weekly update. It was the idea for the board member to be informed. So when they got caught at the soccer field on Saturday morning, they didn't get the surprise. So it was all a really high level of stuff that you just needed to know, not the details. I know for us, my department, because there's 5 directors plus me, so that's 6, we do get in the weeds. And that's kind of where we at then. For me, I'd like to keep doing it every week. It can just come from me or my departments, and it really is the high level stuff every week. And it could be nothing's really changed since last week for all 5 business services departments. Have a great weekend.
That sounds like an improvement too.
You're the intended audience, right?
That would work. If that's easier for you guys.
If that's easier for you, that would work. I would appreciate it either way, because I'll let you know right now, Dr. Clark. I read this stuff. You know, having to put Aqua Soccer Field, or better yet, my favorite one was, what was it, 11:30 something at Safeway. Right. And I'm
Long
buying
line, real long line, right?
No, man, I'm buying cheese sticks for the girls, right? And you get the cheese sticks and you get the beer on that side. And all of a sudden I'm like, okay, it's 11:30 at night, no big deal. I mean, cheese sticks with some milk. And then I was asked, and if it hadn't been up there, I would have been up the creek, because I had no idea. I would have had no idea how to respond. But I also don't want to I want to make it easier for everyone so that we don't have an overload of detailed analysis, because
I do want to make a suggestion, then do what Robert said, that you locate them. But if there's anything that's an issue, that is liable to come up in any department.
Put it in there.
At the soccer field, something, TTO came up, it would go in there, so that nobody's surprised. One of the things, I will come back to communication, one of the things is, no surprises either. staff should never be surprised by the board at any time or the board meeting. And the board should never be surprised if knowledge the staff knows. Now, does that mean that you're gonna report everything? No, you're not gonna report everything. Does that mean occasionally you may not report something that you should have? That's gonna happen. We're not perfect, not to be able to anticipate. But the idea is, you don't want the board ever to be blindsided. That's, you want to keep the board well enough informed. If they run into somebody at the soccer field or at the grocery store, they say, do you know what happened? That they're not caught off guard. My experience is that when they're caught off guard, first thing they're gonna say is, tell me more about it. And all of a sudden, they've got a tainted report because it isn't from the horse's mouth. And it's much more difficult to correct a tainted report than it is to issue the correct report by communication. So communication, communication, communication. If it's a choice of over communicating or under communicating, I would prefer over communicating, but I would prefer right sized communication at all times, if you know what I mean. And Robert said earlier, if there's nothing to report, don't make up something, just say nothing to report.
Which we do. We do that. We do that. I told them, if there's nothing, just put nothing. So we settled on a weekly report rotating with, if someone, with Robert and I, so you get something from me, something from Shelley, from the office of superintendent. Then you'll get something, it'll rotate between them unless there's something that they feel like you need to know.
Is that making it worse for you guys to do it that way? Is the weekly easier? I mean, all right. I prefer that, but I don't want to make more work because.
And then I'm assuming for state, like our weekly out goes out on the website.
Yes.
There's some things that we can't put in.
A lot of what
A
I
lot
do
of what like.
is
No, there's a lot of
confidential.
things that
Yeah,
can't.
same with
Most of what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's one of the issues, confidential. But my hunch is the confidential matters aren't things that
Sometimes.
Well, if we do, we just have to say that's confidential matter. You know?
Okay. Any questions about anything we did? I want to make sure we start at 4 o'clock meeting. Where we're going from here for the staff is I will take these, I'll get them back, tell you the report. Working with you, you'll make them smart goals. And then we will present them to the board for final preview. And adopting as the goals to come. Fair enough? So they're not in shape as a final. Where do they go from? It's on the agenda. When we finalize them, we do want clarity on expectations. So that there's no question a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now. So I will work on that clarity. You'll revise it. Number 2, the next step obviously is the plan. And I don't know what process you folks use for planning. We use action plans. We develop an action for the major goal that indicated who's responsible. Rough time we got that. And you share those with the boards just for informational purposes or reviews.
And internal, we figured it was so burdensome that
I'm not suggesting that.
no one want to read the 144 steps that Kathy is doing.
Yeah, no, but I think that the board should know that there are action plans that, and the periodic reports you might refer to. The other thing that we are going to be talking about tomorrow, just for the benefit, and we talked yesterday about it also, is quarterly evaluation sessions with the superintendent to discuss district progress towards goals. And on some occasions, we may invite 1 or 2 of you into those sessions. We may have to invite it out during the year. But if there's something that you're responsible for that pertains to what we discussed, you may be invited. But generally, it's just going to be the board and your superintendent.
Can I make a recommendation that when this is posted, we actually say quarterly evaluation? Yeah, instead of, because if we just put it on there, there's some members of the public that they're going to think there's something that's going on.
Yeah, I think I would say quarterly evaluation. I'll let them know clearly that that is the process. And then, other than that, is there anything else anybody wants to do except take a break before the 4 o'clock meeting?
So I just want to, can I just make sure I got the topics correct? 2017 enrollment, teacher recruitment, teacher recruiting, evaluation, capital projects, balanced budget, Slater, ELL, RTI, middle school schedule, science and social studies curriculum. Then I added branding website.
So I'm really thinking we should walk through this because I'm now seeing like early childhood education. Well, that's going to happen anyway, but I mean, that's important. I don't want to just put it on a parking lot. So, I mean, there's, I think there might be some like that that are going to jump out if we look at it again. What?
Preschool, but I mean, the I'm Ready guide. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll add preschool.
I mean, I wouldn't put it as like the top 4, but I want to make sure that it just doesn't end up in a parking lot.
Well, I think what would be, at least for, what's a little bit more useful is we provide updates on whatever these topics are as opposed to providing updates on all the other items. Right?
Yes. For me.
That's what it's at. That's what I at least heard, right? The things that you would like updates on, where are we at with preschool? Where are we at with enrollment? Where are we at with communication? Where are we at with ELL? Where are we at with inclusion or the middle school schedule, something like that? Plus, if there's anything that's like a major thing, was I mistaken?
Okay.
I just only hearing one person.
How could you disagree with what you just said? We want to know all the important things that are going on. Yes, true. But compared to what? What's the alternative to that plan that you proposed?
What we're currently doing, business as usual, which is we have there are 27 objects that she's focused on. We're going to squeeze those in. We'll provide you an update as they go, as opposed to a little bit more of a laser focus.
Yeah, focus sounds better.
One of the things we did talk about yesterday, just for the staff, is that we do have this idea that we don't have a practice.
No, so we actually, we just did it's a 47 slide deck that just came out, which had each department put our progress towards.
That'd be good.
But yeah, we just, that was in the board packet. I know you have involved in here, so we haven't had a chance to see it. But some of these will.
Is this, maybe I'm just getting confused, and so I apologize if I'm dragging everybody through my confusion. What I think I heard you say in terms of the reporting is like one of those KPI things, like these are the key top areas that you report on. But then I thought you said everything else was going to go to the parking lot that's in the strategic plan. Is it just more like this is the above the line focus area, but we're still going to have the strategic plan? Or are we jettisoning the strategic plan? That's what I'm confused about.
These are the priority areas that are going to be addressed to the strategic. Some of the things in here are ongoing.
Right.
The ongoing things are going to continue. But these are the primary, behind you, these are the primary areas of improvement we're going to invest.
For 2017,
For 27.
18 goals.
Right. And for the remainder of the year, it is to bring data together.
Okay.
Any disagreement? No? Okay. We ready to close this session now?
I think you
Or
probably
anyone have
do
questions,
have
comments?
a 5 or 10 minute break before you start.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Well, we have 24 minutes.
Well, I want to thank everyone for showing up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Part of this process. Like I mentioned before, and I think the other board also agreed. Hopefully, this isn't the last time we have a discussion where we try and help one another out. Looking at the district, moving forward towards those goals, and then being able to better our communication. and also. Okay. Thank you so much. We're done.
So Jose, do we have,
They're up there on the count. I've read it, I didn't
My
print it.
computer's at the Apple store, but I'm gonna go pick it up.
That's okay, I can just pull it up on.
My computer's being serviced.
I'm okay, I can just download it, yeah, thanks.
The camera has to keep going, by the way. Like a normal board meeting.
So is the next meeting starting?
Oh lordy.
And I'll be back. Can I do it? Can I make it back home and back?
Oh yeah, takes like 4 minutes.
4 minutes, only if you go your way.
Mach speed. How long is the next session? From 4 to 5? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. No, I knew that. This one over here. First time we were one way. I think they made it. Is there a marker? You're right.
So that, in the event that if this passes, our resolutions that have to be signed, so that we can get it down to the county office.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, so everybody needs to sign, like, if it passes, everyone needs to sign resolution.
Yep.
So just so we don't leave without doing that.
Yep.
Normally I would have that.
All right.
Help me recover.
Yes, I hear you.
Got one. I don't expect many. I know our lawyers are coming. Maybe 20. Someone had to coach me on not putting tape on the floor when I had desks. So because you do the desk all the time, and then when I come back, I'm like, okay, so I really need this desk to be just like this. The kids were sort of looking at me like,
Oh, am I next to you? Here?
No, I think this is Greg. Is this your chair?
That's my chair. It was slightly more comfortable. Oh, we got. I don't know what chair. Sorry, I want that one.
Okay, fine. I hear you.
I mean, difficult. So
hear you.
Is that the one? Yes. Are you
Yes.
sure? That's how they put on.
I know, right?
Oh, okay. I'm like, I put my feet touch the ground.
is this something you want me to give to Kathy afterwards? No, I just.
Is this you, Connie? Is this you?
It's J, A through AC.
Nuestro amigo vino. Nuestro amigo vino. Yes. And have you read the email? There was another email. Here, I'll open it up. I kind of glanced at it and I didn't.
It's about the.
Yeah, the responses.
Your
But I
mic's
can-
on.
This is how it normally is. Oh.
I can see why you were aggravated.
Nice to have a sane perspective.
The
Thank you.
comforting thought that occurred to me.
Yeah. Don't have him to kick around then.
And I kind of expected partial.
Well, guess what?
But yeah, I saw
Shelley doesn't know. Yeah, we have a different tone. The way at least I would like to make it. Right, sort of more, I like to say like hometown,
I like some.
This is the money my son had to pay me. Wow, that's a real.
All right, you ready? All right, awesome. Let's go. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to start the board at our meeting at 4:02 p.m. And we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Or the.
Moving on to roll call.
Ellen Wheeler.
Don't say that either.
Laura Blakely.
Greg Coladonato.
Jose Gutierrez Jr. Let the record reflect that all members of the Board of Trustees are present. Let's move on to approval of the agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Wheeler, seconded by Trustee Blakely. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Consent agenda. May I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the school accountability report cards as presented.
Moved by Trustee Wheeler, seconded by Trustee Wilson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to community comments. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on an item not on the agenda? Being that there are none, we will move on to review and action. As I understand it, at this point, I will stop this session and then we will open up a public hearing on proposed qualified special tax. And we'll end this session at 4:04 p.m. And now we'll open up the public hearing at 4:04 p.m. with 24 seconds. I have Steve? Yeah. That's quite all right. Are there any members of the community that would like to speak? I have one card already here. Joe Rakestraw. Steve, you as well?
Me as well.
Okay.
Let me go right on.
Ms. Rakestraw?
Is that on? Jill, will you check the, it's up?
I'm sorry,
See
Ms.
if the
Rakestraw.
light, the green light is on the top.
The green light's on.
Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Test.
Yeah. You're good. Oh,
No.
oh, I thought I heard it. That one sounds on.
Testing.
Yeah.
There
Now
you
I
go.
Good, yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. Rakestraw.
Hi. Thank you. I just quickly wanted to share how I'm feeling and how other parents I've spoken to are feeling about the messaging about the parcel tax and how it's coming across right now. You know, we like to think that the district and the board and the parents are all part of a triangle that work together. And right now the parents aren't feeling that they're part of the process. And so I know in the past with other parcel taxes, we've had community groups that have gotten together that have helped with messaging, help get the word out, support. And I don't know if like the right people haven't stepped up yet or what it is, but it's feeling very corporate. And every person, when you go to their house, they're not in love with these things. They really do feel like they're coming from a company that does this for a living and that it's not the way we've always worked as Mount View Wisman. For example, this meeting today, like I just saw a tiny little thing in the Daily Post that said there was a meeting today and it even just said tomorrow at 4. And I read it yesterday or Friday and I went back and I read through this again. It's really dense and hard to read. And I find it buried in here. I was like, oh, that would have been important for people to see. It doesn't say very clearly here, you know, come to the meeting on this. And so I don't know how to do it. I'm not stepping up to do it, but if we could find a way to reach out to the community and get some parents together to discuss it and how to get more buy-in from the community, this is really important. I think people agree that the amount of money is right, that the need is there, But we want to make sure that all the people that don't have kids in the district or are feeling uncomfortable in this political situation are, given more comfort about why this is important and why we should move forward on it. That's all I wanted to share. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Nelson.
I have something to give out because I sent something earlier, I usually do on the technical end of things. This isn't any different than what I sent.
Thank you.
This is for the next agenda item.
Thank you.
My big worry has been exemptions, because exemptions are one of the things that if you read the Barikas decision in detail, it talks about exemptions cannot be non-uniform. And actually, they're very restricted to the three items that your council has told you they're restricted to. I got an hour and a half ago a reply to my earlier thing. Lucky I went back on my computer. The ones that are very clear to the questions I asked about exemption, it says commercially owned parcels fall outside the proposed taxes referenced to contiguous parcels. So I assume that means they're not going to be, and then it goes on to say that the Google property that I asked about, if you look at those maps, there's two contiguous Google properties that are part of one of their complexes that are on two different parcels. The question is, because they're contiguous business parcels, are they going to be grandfathered in? Are they going to allowed to be just pay one tax? And the answer was these ones would definitely be paying two separate taxes. But there is a question about the ultimate treatment of contiguous parcels under the proposed tax should be the same as under the existing tax. And under the existing tax, the exemption that I mentioned in the bottom, that wording, is not compliant with the Barikas decision because it is not uniform. It makes a differentiation between residential parcels and commercial parcels. And that is the exact major thing that Barikas said you can't do. And everybody has been avoiding in every parcel tax that's been written since then. And people get sued on. Those are the ones that got sued on as soon as the Barikas decision came out and people tried to ignore it. So the warning is, as the lawyer said, if it is creating questions, it may be worth removing the language if the treatment has not been applied to many parcels. That's the way that the wording of this thing tries to grant that residential contiguous property exemption. It does it instead of using the word exemption, it essentially takes the same language, puts it in the definition of parcel, and uses a non-uniform word description of what a parcel is. So I want to warn you that the county council looks at that stuff with excruciating detail and a magnifying glass. So it's likely to be a problem. When the next item comes up, I'll talk to you about the argument that's failed about using a progressive rate per square foot rate. Like the gentleman who is your counsel now has helped Berkeley do. And if that does get challenged in court, I'm sure he'll be defending it. I don't know how much trial court. Do you do the trial court stuff? Huh? Okay, but I don't think they're going to go that way. So, any questions?
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, one question for Mr. Nelson. So are you suggesting that bullet item 3 under to the extent allowed by the parcel of taxable real property definitions, that we strike number 3? Is that what you're
delete A3.
Oh yeah, A3.
The third
Okay,
one.
and you think if we do that, your recommendation is if we do that, then we don't treat any parcels differently?
Yeah,
which is
well,
what
one
we're
of the
supposed to do.
questions that didn't get answered, and I'd rather not use, am I being time. if I'm
Kathy's not here, so you're home free.
I would think if we made it all just owner occupied instead of single family residential purposes, which would distinguish between commercial and industrial and residential purposes, that they would all be treated similarly, that might.
You could try to do that, but if you're
Very-
trying to be, you were one of the people that expressly said you didn't want to push the limits on anything. You wanted to be very safe about everything because you didn't want it to go to trial. So if I'm warning you, the county council will if you try to sneak in wording like that, the county council will probably mention it on the ballot analysis. So,
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Dr. Rudolph, how many parcels can we have in this district that are multiple parcels that just have a single family residence on them? This doesn't sound like a very common case to me. I have the reverse. We have 2 units on one parcel. How many houses are on multiple parcels?
I wouldn't have that information on me right now.
How about, yeah, I'm thinking it's pretty uncommon. And I don't think it gains us very much to have special language about such a weird.
I would defer. Our lawyer is actually right here. So
Does he know the answer to how many parcels we have in our district that have multiple parcels under one single family residence?
I don't think so.
So we
I
can't
don't know.
defer to him on that question.
My recollection from way back when was that somehow or another, the concern came up because there are certain buildings in Mountain View that are being operated, or at the time, many years ago, were being operated like apartment buildings, when in fact they were condoized so that each condo was a separate unit. And the condo owners didn't want to have to the developers had condoized them but never sold them, so they were separate units, but then they were just renting them out, and they didn't want to have to pay taxes on 50 units in their building.
right, that's probably the commercial use. I
would like to defer to council though.
Okay,
I'm
there,
not sure they
there
can
is
enlighten us.
also something that I thought violated this, but doesn't. And that's Shorebird is Section 8 on Shoreline Avenue is a Section 8 large apartment unit. That has many units that are deferred, but that's because it's a nonprofit corporation and it gets under the, it's not taxed because it's a nonprofit corporation using the property for the purposes that the corporation was incorporated for under the nonprofit laws of the state of California. So that's an instance where if it was sold to a private developer and they had these separate units and they were renting them out separately and they were exactly what you were saying.
Okay, so at this point, as far as I understand it, then we've listened to the comments and then we'll move on to the second part, which will then enable us to discuss. So at this point in time, if there's no one else that's going to be providing public comments, let's close the public hearing at 4:15. And then we'll open our session up for business at 4:15 with 45 seconds. Which takes us to B, the actual resolution itself. Resolution number 1633.1/17, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Wisdom School District calling an all-male ballot election, establishing specifications of the election order, and requesting consolidation with other elections occurring on May 2nd, 2017. And this is a 10-minute item. Members of the board, any questions or comments? And if not, then at this point, will someone be at the podium to help us with the resolution, or how do you want to approach
I think
this?
if there's any questions that you have, we have Jeremy is here as well as William, who, I know a question came up earlier about the language, and so we have our lawyer here, we have counsel here to ask questions, and if there's other things about the parcel tax or anything else, we have Jeremy here to answer that.
I have 2 things. I would like to hear from council about the contiguous parcel issue that was just raised. And then I think it might be helpful if Jeremy could explain what the process will be going forward once, assuming that this gets approved, once it gets approved.
Happy to let Jeremy answer the contiguous parcel question too, if you'd like.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Pleasure being here again. William Tunick with Dennis Oliver Kelly. Spoke to you last meeting about the resolution and we walked through it. What I was going to say kind of by way of background. So in a lot of cases, when we come in and we're looking at a renewal measure like this, what we tend to do, even though we'll take the language and put it in our format and try to update some of it, is keep as much of the prior language and some of the intricacies of that, I guess I would say, in the current measure, both so that voters that are going to be looking at it, there's a little less education maybe necessary there, and then also for staff purposes, it's a little easier to administer because it's the same as it has always been. So that being said, that's where that language in A3 that we've been talking about, if you look at it, the substantive part of that language looks a lot like what's in Measure C right now. So that's why we brought it over. As we've talked about, I think as you've heard, as far as if it's raising questions, it doesn't need to be in there. It's not a legal requirement. In some districts, it's a big deal, to be honest. In other districts, they don't even have it. For example, I think I mentioned Sunnyvale and Franklin McKinley, which just had taxes on in November. Sunnyvale had contiguous parcels. They didn't reference the residential uses. Franklin McKinley's language is almost identical to what's in here. And in both cases, the county council mentioned it in the impartial analysis kind of as a matter of fact and let it go. And that was it. So you'll see, I would say probably maybe 40% of parcel taxes have language similar to this in them right now. A lot of districts don't have it because it's never come up and so forth. So that's a long way of saying if it's something that is important to the district to keep in there, we've tried to structure the language to allow you to do that. If it isn't, and there's any concerns about, you just want to pull it out to avoid all of that, then you could do that as well. It would be a fairly simple revision to do if that's what the board wanted to do.
Have you seen districts that have removed it recently face opposition from like the Tri-County Apartment Owners Association because they feel like they're being unfairly burdened when they're really, like when they're renting out a condoized building?
I'm trying
I think that's why it was there, is because the first parcel tax measure this district had that did not pass faced a lot of opposition from some of those trade groups, and so they were trying to make it more palatable.
Well, I mean, and of course it's owner occupied single family residential purposes. So there's maybe some arguments there, but I guess I would say, I don't know if I've actually seen districts on the renewals pull it out necessarily. I think generally what you see is that they don't have it. They haven't added it. Districts that are doing new taxes generally don't put it in, but those that are doing renewals or doing supplemental taxes where they already have one that has it, so they want to be consistent, they're just keeping it in and going forward. And in Barricas, and even in the new Alameda case, as far as I know, there hasn't been focus on this particular portion of the tax.
So I'd have a question. It sounds to me like you're saying we could do it or not, and there isn't much difference between the two. So why not remove it?
Again, just like I said, we left it in there because it's been in there. So I guess the only reason for not removing it, and it's not a legal reason, or for not removing it, would be that if you have, if there are individuals now that are taking advantage of it that might be able to take advantage of it going forward, if you remove it, then they wouldn't be able to. That would be really practically the only reason. So that would be it.
Any other questions from the members of the board?
And I'd like to hear from maybe Dr. Clark or Dr. Rudolph, their opinion about this either way.
I actually would defer to counsel if he says that it's not a concern. But if you decide to remove it, I just need to know. I pulled up a soft copy. We'll just have to print off new ones if it passes for a signature. I don't think it makes me any difference. I don't know what Dr. Clark's feeling about this is. I think the only concern would be if somebody had an exemption, just like Mr. Tunick said, they won't have it moving forward. As long as we're aware of that, I don't see any fundamental issues with it one way or another, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I would agree. If it's okay to do both, either or,
it's probably more of a risk that you're, at least there's some question about contiguous, maybe uniformity of the tax, that you have different people at a different rate. And I wish I knew the number. We're talking about a handful, or we're talking about, a couple hundred parcels that are being impacted. That may make a difference. But I don't have that information.
Well, and just as I'm reviewing the language again, it says multiple parcels which are contiguous, used solely for owner-occupied, single-family residential purposes and held under identical ownership shall comprise a single parcel of taxable real property for the purposes of the special tax. So in all likelihood, it could be that people just have like 2 condos that they combined, because if it's single-family, owner-occupied, identical ownership, any double units like that would be taxed at $382 a year instead of $191. I don't know that there's going to be a huge amount of people complaining about that if we were to strike it in order to have a better chance of having it not face legal challenges.
So maybe I misheard, but I thought I heard also a potential issue would be the contrast with 2 Google parcels, which would be 2 private parcels, not public parcels.
That can't meet this language because it's not for single-family residential purposes, so I'm not sure how that plays into this.
Yeah. I guess I'm not sure if there's a question.
Well, I mean, the member of the public handed out something related to the Google parcels, but I can't see how that applies to A3. And you don't think it does either?
Unless they're using it for those purposes, which I'm guessing.
I
they're
don't
not.
think so. I don't think anybody's living over there. Nope.
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe just to expand on that question. I think the intent where this language comes from, because it's one of these things that shows up a lot, is I think there were some districts that had a decent number of residential units, or really the single-family houses that were sitting either across 2 lots, or they had combined 2 lots, maybe the backyard, whatever it was, and they were trying to avoid taxing those people twice. I think that was what the intent of that language was way back when. So that's why it tends to vary by district, because that happens more in some places than others.
Or duplexes that are
Yeah,
converted into.
or something like that, yeah.
So my sense of this is, and Mr. Tunick, you said Sunnyvale had this one way and Franklin McKinley had it another way. Both of them have passed parcel taxes. So and the county council looked at their language and described it in the voter information handout. My sense is we should go with what we have. I'm not hearing compelling arguments for or changing it.
My sense is make it simpler. If there's no purpose for the thing, let's prune it out.
Well, the purpose would be to not unfairly burden people that have, say, a duplex that they have converted into a residence, a single family.
It doesn't seem unfair for a duplex to have 2 people to pay this twice. I mean, it doesn't seem like a injustice to me. I mean, if that even happens, I don't even know if that is one of the cases, but this has got to be a very rarely triggered thing, and having a bunch of junk in there, it doesn't make for a better law. Stuff that we don't even know if it applies to anyone.
So you would be in favor of removing that?
I don't see the risk to removing it. I mean, I see the risks to leaving it, but I can't imagine how it hurts to remove it.
I would just say, without knowing the numbers, you don't know how many people would be impacted. So there is an adverse risk that it may impact 50% of the population, which I don't think it would. But
No, I've looked at parcel maps and they match up with units. And so I'm not sure it applies to anyone in our district.
Right.
Oh, I'm sure it does. I know some duplexes that have been reconverted into single family houses.
I live in one of those.
Okay. And sorry to interrupt, I wouldn't normally jump in. I just would also like to point, I think it's also an odd situation in that you're going from a square footage of lot tax to a per parcel tax. So there probably, in many cases, there may not have been a reason to take it. If this language was in a square footage of lot tax, it may not make a lot of difference, because when you put them together, you're going to add it up. And if it bumps you into the next category, that's double the lower category. At the end of the day, it's the same difference. So people may not have even bothered to think about it. So since you're coming from that may limit the number of people it affects simply because there wasn't any incentive in a lot of cases to take advantage of it.
And Jeremy, did you have something to say about this?
I'm Jeremy Hauser from TBWB Strategies, shorter version of Charles. And to answer your question, Board Member Blakely, about the process after this, assuming you were to adopt a resolution, there would be some formalities of getting the resolution to the superintendent, the county superintendent of schools, so they could notice the election, and then obviously getting the resolution to the registrar so that we could qualify for the May ballot. From then, it's really a passing of the baton. The district obviously cannot campaign for or against a measure. They can continue to provide information about a measure through to the election. That's not an issue. As you do get closer to the election, the optics of that changes a little bit, but you are always able to provide information about the measure. But in order to run a campaign, it needs to be transitioned to a privately funded campaign committee that registers with the state and county as a campaign committee and really raises the funds to communicate with the community. And I would say for the comment earlier, for parents that wanted to get more involved, it's really the perfect opportunity because the district is kind of going to take a step back now, and it's really up to the community to step up and really get this across the finish line. So it's really a good opportunity for parents, non-parents, other community members to, be a part of this process and make sure that this can be for the entire Mountain View Wisman community. So those are really the next steps. If you have any specific questions about that, happy to answer.
So the parent community that is on the committee and involved with the committee, they would then control the messaging and the distribution of the messaging to the public.
Absolutely.
So it would be more of a grassroots type of effort.
Entirely. And those nice glossy mailers cost money, and the district can't pay for those. The campaign pays for those, and it's really important in a election that is not regularly scheduled that the messages got out. And so the campaign committee is really very hands-on in crafting that message and making sure that it's heard in the community.
Any other questions?
I have a question for the superintendent. Maybe you can defer this to someone else if they know better. The introductory paragraph of the ballot measure to continue local funding, ... all funds staying local. Is that the same? In which ways has that changed since the prior tax? Except for the $191 and the increase of 64. Besides that couple phrases, is the list of things we're going to do with it the same?
Yeah, these are the items that were on there before and polled well. Yes.
Understand that they polled well. Are we going to use the money on these things?
The idea always with the parcel tax is you put the items that you want to use it on. In the event that something changes, you have the flexibility to pull it off. I think on our last parcel tax, we had the GATE program. And then eventually the GATE program stopped, even though, right? And so the district elected at that time to not fund the GATE program. So what you want on here is you want flexibility. So if we decided to do engineering programs, we can fund it using parcel tax money.
Okay.
But if 5 years down the road, there's a new need that arises that we say, engineering is no longer in vogue. We now want to do art and music. We can shift.
We got that.
Right.
Yeah.
So it just allows you the flexibility of what to do with the parcel tax money.
So is it, can the community expect that we will use some of this money to maintain small class sizes?
Yeah, we have to report out that's what the parcel tax oversight committee is for. So the district reports to the parcel tax committee and says, here is what we use the funds on based off of the parameters that were set by the resolution. Parcel tax committee then informs you in an annual report, or is the district doing what it said it was supposed to do as an oversight committee, yes or no, and provides you with their findings.
Aren't our class sizes as big as they're legally able to be?
No.
All my kids are in classes that big.
So
hold on, Trustee Wheeler, tell us what you know about class sizes.
what I know about class sizes, and I think Kathy Bauer back there would be a better resource for this question, is that the state was paying us for 20, I think 25 to 1 and moving us to 24 to 1. And that's what they mean by small. I mean, it's not small, but it's allowing the parcel tax to take that into consideration. And there are some grade levels that have higher levels than that, and this would allow us to have